Hi everyone, it's Top Romance here. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will motivate me to create more quality videos. Thank you very much, and I wish you a wonderful day. The story begins in a tranquil space, with birds perched on branches when a sound rings out. The tide recedes. The emperor and her servant girl walk, the servant carrying memorials. The emperor mutters as she walks, "I'm so angry. I'm going to die of anger. I'm dying. All of you just die." She angrily throws the documents to the ground. The servant girl bends down to pick them up gently, saying, "Your Majesty, these are memorials from the officials. Don't throw them away. Please don't throw them away." Hearing this, the emperor throws them in the servant girl's face. Strong footsteps echo. She mutters, "That damned Prince Regent, relying on his military power. He thinks I dare not touch him. Every day in court, he uses veiled words to scold me. Sooner or later, I will exterminate his entire clan." The emperor then enters the court and sits on the throne of power, a palace made fanning her. The Prince Regent steps forward, his face stern and respectful, and says, "A ruler prioritizes the nation. Your Majesty has held court for 3 hours, scolding officials 99 times. How can this set an example for the people? How can this inspire their trust? In the matter of you arbitrarily summoning the sons of Grand Physician Li into the palace to serve the 49 consorts. They are of common birth, without talent, chosen only for their exceptional appearance. This leaves me with no face to show our ancestors. Such absurd and immoral behavior, disregarding the nation's dignity, is nothing more than a lawless joke, utterly undignified." Hearing this, the emperor flies into a rage and stomps on the memorials. The servant girl standing beside her freezes, then softly says, "Your Majesty, please calm down." The palace maid gathers the memorials and leaves with the emperor, who fumes all the way back from court. She turns and exclaims, "I hear the Prince Regent has an exceptional son, said to be a peerless talent alongside the Grand Tutor. A truly remarkable pair." The servant girl remains tense and silent. The emperor continues as she walks, "I've summoned him to the palace many times, but he keeps refusing. Is he afraid I'll eat him? Since the Prince Regent is displeasing me, I won't hesitate to find an excuse to eliminate him. Go, summon the Prince Regent's son to the palace." The servant girl softly replies, "Yes, Your Majesty." 2 hours later, the servant girl passes by and hears the emperor ranting. She says, "That audacious Prince Regent's son. I summoned him to the palace. Why hasn't he arrived? Does he wish to commit treason?" The servant girl enters and gently says, "Your Majesty, the Prince Regent's son is on his way." The emperor bellows, "He said that 2 hours ago. Is the Prince Regent's residence 10,000 miles away?" The servant girl nervously stammers. "It's said that when the Prince Regent's son leaves his residence, the women outside go mad, blocking all the roads." The emperor is surprised. What? The servant girl continues, her face dreamy. "The Prince Regent's son is known as the most handsome man in the land. So, from the Prince Regent's residence to the palace, the roads are blocked by his admirers. The imperial guards are trying to clear the way." The emperor walks out and laughs loudly. "Truly audacious. I want to see what he's like. Prepare my carriage." The emperor, dressed in casual attire, leaves the palace. Outside, the excited cries of the crowd ring out. "Look, it's Prince Jingcheng. Prince, look over here. The prince is definitely looking at me." The women wave and cheer. The soldiers try to hold him back, shouting, "Make way, make way. Our prince isn't signing autographs. Make way, don't block the road." The emperor is walking through the crowd when she suddenly bumps into a passerby and falls to the ground. She angrily says, "How unlucky." Her hand fan fell, hitting her on the head. The emperor froze. Suddenly, a hand reached out. The emperor, surprised, was captivated. So handsome." She suddenly came to her senses and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey!" The Prince Regent's son left and boarded his palanquin. She watched the palanquin depart, fuming. "Who does he think he is, ignoring me like that?" Inside the palace, the guards and palace maids were gossiping excitedly. "Place your bets. Place your bets. All sales are final." A palace maid standing nearby chimed in. "Last time, Minister Li's son entered the imperial bedchamber and didn't come out for 3 hours. I bet the Prince Regent's son will take 4. A guard next to her said with a determined look. "The Prince Regent's son is famously aloof. I doubt even the emperor can keep him." I bet 6 hours. The palace maid pondered. The Prince Regent's son is so handsome. What if the emperor forces him to stay in bed and won't let him leave? Everyone considered this. That makes sense. Suddenly, someone appeared, confidently placing a gold tael on the table, and said in a strong voice, I bet 1/4 of an hour. A smug smile appeared on his face. If our prince wants to leave, no one in this world can stop him. Besides, our prince doesn't like the palace. He definitely won't stay long unless... The people around him immediately started gossiping. Unless what? He tensed up. Nothing at all. He thought to himself, unless the prince drinks alcohol, then... At the door of the emperor's chambers, the Prince Regent's son knelt respectfully. This official, Jing Cheng, greets your majesty. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this official was delayed. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. The door slowly opened, and the emperor slowly stepped out. She said softly, you are excused. The Prince Regent's son stood up and replied, Thank you, your majesty. The emperor's gaze was thoughtful. After such a short time, he acts as if we've never met. Is he trying to play hard to get to attract my attention? He's truly the Prince Regent's son, toying with me like this. The emperor said, Today, the new Ran emissaries have offered a large tribute of jewels and beauties. Feel free to look around. Iching. If you like anything, just tell me. The Prince Regent's son bowed his head. This official obeys the decree. In the court, the officials dispersed. In a quiet space, palace maids formed a long line, each holding a gift and announcing it. The gifts include 4 luminous pearls, a pair of ivory tusks, 10 Tianshan gemstones, and a set of Bingshin jade vases. Suddenly, a dignified young man stepped forward and announced, Your Majesty, the ruler of Shun is fond of collecting precious treasures. This is a token of friendship between our two nations for a long-lasting relationship. The emperor looked down with an alluring expression. Does the prince have any preferences? The Prince Regent's son was drinking tea. He gently set down the teacup and said, Your Majesty, these things this official does not wish to touch. She angrily imagined the puppet as the Prince Regent's son, stabbing it repeatedly to vent her frustration. The emperor gave a strained, embarrassed laugh and said, The Prince Regent's son is truly handsome and outstanding. She thought to herself, why do they all like to be like his father, always teasing me? She whispered to her close guard, Gold and jewels cannot sway him. He even dares to imitate his father and disrespect me. Shui Lung Lin, bearing the brunt of the emperor's anger, rolled her eyes dramatically. Shui Lung Lin immediately took the emperor's hand and gently said, Your Majesty, please calm down. Someone as beautiful as you, men all over the world long to catch your eye and wait outside the palace every day. He is no exception. He's just trying to get your attention. The emperor asked shyly, Really? The guard, with a determined look, said, It must be one of his tricks, trying to use his good looks to charm you. You must stay calm and not let the Prince Regent find your weakness. The emperor, lost in thought, murmured, using his good looks. The image in the emperor's mind was gently kissed by Shui Lung Lin, who softly said, Shao Bai Bai. She softly replied, Shao Lung Lung. The Prince Regent's son, sipping his tea, observed the emperor's actions and thought to himself, bringing a male favorite to an audience with emissaries, just as the rumors say, utterly absurd. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Your Majesty, our country also offers a handsome man as tribute. The emperor, hearing this, was entranced and drooled, Oh, quickly, bring him in. A masked young man entered. The emperor was surprised. What is the meaning of this? Jing Cheng, smoothing his hair with a resolute air, replied, Your Majesty, it is because this subject is too handsome. If I did not cover my face, I fear it would cause chaos in the world. The emperor's heart skipped a beat. Could he be more handsome than Jing Cheng? Shui Lung Lin spoke up. Within the palace, no one is permitted to cover their face. This is an act of disrespect towards the emperor. This handsome man, please remove your mask. He slowly pulled the strings, and the mask was removed, revealing a breathtakingly stunning face. He pouted his lips and said, Your Majesty must flip my token tonight. Seeing him, the emperor felt as if struck by arrows, shocked to the point of nearly vomiting. She helplessly covered her face with her hand, closed her eyes, and said, "Quickly, put the mask back on. Be seated." As snow fluttered down and the north wind blew, she sighed dejectedly, truly an eyesore. Compared to him, Jingcheng is truly a national treasure. The Prince Regent's son, watching the emperor's actions, thought to himself, no imperial bearing at all. What a pity for the centuries-old legacy of Dali. Shui Longlin leaned close and whispered in her ear, "Your Majesty, the Prince Regent's son is waiting for you. He's jealous." She paused, blushing. "Really? It's actually working." In the quiet space, light shone on the wall. He glanced at the Prince Regent's son with a disdainful look and muttered, "Ugly thing, do you think you're worthy of sitting with me? Tonight, the Emperor will flip my token." The Prince Regent's son glared at him with sharp eyes. He fell back in fear, tears welling up as he exclaimed, "You scared me." The Prince Regent's son calmly sipped his tea. He obediently sat down. The Emperor wondered, "What's going on?" Shui Longlin whispered in her ear, "Your Majesty, look, the Prince Regent's son is fighting with another handsome man for you. My attendants say there isn't a man in this world who wouldn't be smitten with you, Your Majesty." The Emperor mumbled, "That's not true, not at all." But inwardly, she thought, how annoying. They're absolutely right. The Emperor glanced at the Prince Regent. He calmly continued eating his pastry. She gazed at him dreamily. Oh my goodness, how could someone be so pleasing to the eye? Cheng Bai beside her spoke in a coy voice. How irritating. Why is Your Majesty so impatient? He's already yours. Why are you still staring? Upon hearing this, the Emperor practically turned to stone. Patience, I must be patient. Cheng Bai continued blowing kisses. Annoyed, the Emperor picked up her teacup as if to wash her eyes. She muttered, "Ugh, I can't stand it anymore. This is so irritating." She slammed her teacup down on the table in frustration. "No, I have to ask and get this cleared up." She coughed, causing the emissary to pause. Trying to maintain her composure, she beckoned him with her hand. "You come here." She questioned him sternly. "Why is your Rurin's most handsome man so unattractive?" The emissary quickly explained. "Your Majesty doesn't know this, but of the noble sons who participated in this selection for the most handsome man, there were 500 candidates. 499 of them, after hearing they were to be presented to you, Your Majesty, either hanged themselves, disfigured their faces, or crippled themselves. So, only this one remained." The Emperor, surprised, broke out in a sweat, her brows furrowed. "Am I that terrifying?" The official bowed his head and said, "It's not that Your Majesty is terrifying. It's that the men of our country are not fortunate enough to have witnessed your beauty. If they had, they would have regretted their actions long ago." The Emperor smiled and said, "You know what's good for you." The official, with a melancholic look in his eyes, replied, "Your Majesty, I have come here this time to negotiate an alliance." The Emperor, holding her teacup, said softly, "Just one city? Your country's offering is rather meager." The emissary, his face pressed to the ground, nervously said, "If Your Majesty wishes to take both Huicheng and the 13 southern Ning prefectures, I will have to return and seek the king's opinion." The Prince Regent interrupted him. "Hold on. Who said we only want Huicheng and the 13 southern Ning prefectures? Our emperor requires the Qi River and the entire southern region." The emperor thought angrily, "Since when did I say I wanted all of that?" The emissary was shocked. "The Qi River and the entire south?" The Prince Regent nodded coldly and said, "Ambassador, you should consider this carefully. When winter arrives and the river freezes, your country breaks the ice from above and builds dams below. When the ice thaws and the river surges, it will flood downstream, submerging your vast grasslands." The Prince Regent's words were sharp as arrows, piercing the emissary's heart. "Come spring, if you encounter enemies, I'm afraid your country will lose more than just the Qi River and the south." The Prince Regent took a sip of tea and continued calmly. "If your country cedes the Qi River and the entire south to ours, our two nations will share a common border and mutual prosperity." The Emperor, impressed, exclaimed, "Amazing." She then quickly excused herself. She went over and nudged the Prince Regent, asking, "Hey, were you serious just now? If so, why hasn't Li Zhe taken Huicheng yet?" The Prince Regent, sipping his tea, replied, "Bluff." She gasped in surprise. The Prince Regent's eyes were firm. "No one knows we won't actually drain the Qi River, and no one has reinforced the lower banks. This so-called negotiation is all about psychology. Your Majesty, politics is about exaggeration. Our nation currently has the upper hand. If we don't exaggerate now, when will we?" The Emperor stood and turned to ask, "Has the emissary thought it over? June is approaching winter. I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until your Emperor." Approves. The emissary, sweating nervously, stammered, I've thought it over. We'll offer the Qi River and the entire South as tribute. The emperor laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, good. The emissary is very decisive. Someone bring tea. A servant immediately brought tea. She thought happily to herself, there's never been a day like today. It feels so successful. The palace maid went down and served tea to the officials. The emperor spoke softly, please enjoy. This is tea from the late emperor's reserves, saved for a long time. Today, we celebrate this allied friendship. The Prince Regent's son, Jing Chung, lifted his cup and drank. The emissary tasted the tea and, finding it strange, asked, Your Majesty, what kind of tea is this? Why does it taste of alcohol? The Prince Regent looked at the teacup with suspicion. He thought to himself, this tea. Suddenly, his vision blurred. He reached up and clutched his dizzy head. Immediately, he collapsed onto the table. Inside the emperor's bedchamber, the emperor sat beside the bed where he lay. She gazed at his face. Her cheeks flushed. He was so handsome, it was a pity he got drunk so easily. She noticed a stitched area on his clothes. Surprised, she said, oh, even someone as esteemed as the Prince Regent's son has been injured. She lifted his clothes to look. This looks like a fresh wound. Suddenly, a voice announced from outside, the imperial tutor has arrived. The emperor was startled and worried. The imperial tutor burst through the door. The emperor stammered nervously. Imperial tutor, exasperated. The imperial tutor clutched his head and said sternly, This is utterly foolish, Your Majesty. This is the Prince Regent's son. Even if you're fond of him, this is not the time. The Prince Regent has 100,000 reasons to criticize you, and he just lacks an excuse. Today, you behave like this with his son. It's simply, the emperor, with an innocent expression, quickly explained, I didn't. It's a misunderstanding. Imperial tutor, believe me. The imperial tutor sighed and turned to leave. Your Majesty, you are no longer a child. It's time to grow up. Your homework, you haven't submitted it yet. The emperor clung to his arm, acting coquettishly. Imperial tutor, can the homework wait until tomorrow? I met with the emissary today. I'm exhausted. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Chung Bai, waving a silk handkerchief, called, Your Majesty. I'm here. I've been waiting for a long time. The emperor's face darkened, and she froze. What the devil? She quickly turned to the imperial tutor. I realize matters of state are important. I'll go complete my homework now. She then dashed away like the wind. Chung Bai chased after her, calling Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Chung Bai is prepared to serve you tonight. Unable to run any further, the emperor turned and slapped him. Panting, she said, I have homework to do. You've had a long and tiring journey, my dear minister. Return to your chambers and rest for tonight. Chung Bai said effectively, Your Majesty, tonight is my first night in the palace. Don't let my gentle and considerate nature go to waste on such a long night. The emperor cried out in alarm, Shui Ling Lung. He appeared instantly and knocked Chung Bai to the ground. The emperor roared furiously. Quickly, bury him alive beneath the villa. Quickly. The imperial tutor resolutely intervened. No, she called out tearfully. Imperial tutor. He spoke with a firm gaze. Your Majesty, Nunin just offered a vast expanse of land as tribute. Now that the Great War is over, we need to rest and recuperate. If you kill the crown prince of Nunin, who just offered tribute today, it would be like slapping King Nunin in the face. Not only can you not kill him, you must also dote on him. The emperor pondered this. Chung Bai lay curled up on the ground to sleep, drooling, seemingly enjoying a dream. Your Majesty, are you holding me? The emperor, disgusted, covered her eyes and ran away, yelling, so repulsive. The next day, in the imperial palace, the three of them sat, eating pastries and drinking tea, speaking softly. Considering you two are my childhood best friends, I am willing to give up the most handsome man of Nunin's tribute. Princess Kim Hot gently asked, Your Majesty, I heard the men of Nunin are exceptional. Princess Lone Noyet calmly ate a pastry. She looked suspicious. Do you have some ulterior motive? Your Majesty, don't tell me you like our little young master. The emperor stood up, turned around, and brushed off her hands. That cucumber, who needs him? She turned back, coughing slightly. No, your little young master is only suitable for you. The most handsome man Nunin offered as tribute, I feel, is only suitable for the two of you. Kim Ha, displaying her cleverness, said, Your Majesty, do you need silver? I need a beautiful man, and this one comes at no cost. The emperor rushed over, exclaiming joyfully, surprising her, a free gift for you both. For the sake of our friendship, naturally, we share in good fortune. Kima seems suspicious. Something's not right. Why do I feel like your majesty has some other motive? The emperor tried to persuade her. No. Good friends, of course, share good things. All right, on even-numbered days, the handsome man belongs to Lone Noyet, and on odd-numbered days, he belongs to Kim Ha. Don't fight over him. Lone Noyet stood up and asked, where is he? The emperor smiled and turned to say, look at your eagerness. Hurry up and go. I have bestowed him upon you too. Refusal will result in the extermination of your 9 clans. The 2 princesses then went together to Tich-Chiu Palace. At the gate of Tich-Chiu Palace, the Prince Regent's son entered, admiring the flowers. He gently touched the petals, excitedly saying, this imperial palace is truly as rumored. The scenery is breathtaking. Just then, the 2 princesses entered Tich-Chiu Palace. Hearing the noise, the Prince Regent's son turned to look. Princess Lone Noyet and Princess Kim Ha saw the prince's face. Their eyes lit up. He truly was the most handsome man in the world. The 2 pushed and shoved each other to get to the front. Lone Noyet said irritably, today is the 4th and even day. He belongs to me. Princess Kim Ha retorted, annoyed. The emperor hasn't even spoken yet. What's the rush? The 2 stopped in front of him. The Prince Regent's son spoke. Greetings to the 2 ladies. Princess Lone Noyet approached and touched his hand. She smiled brightly and said, there's no need for formalities. Kim Ha stepped closer, blocking her. That's right. The emperor has already bestowed you upon us. The Prince Regent's son uncomfortably pulled his hand back, snapping, show some self-respect. Princess Kim Ha paid no attention, sighing dreamily. He's got such presence. I like him. Princess Lone Noyet's eyes lit up as she stared at S.O. handsome. I like him too. She pounced like a hungry tiger. Taking off clothes and loosening belts is my favorite thing. The Prince Regent's son hastily grabbed her wrist. What are you doing? He asked. Lone Noyet stood there laughing gleefully, while Kim Ha calmly stated, what are we doing? The emperor gave you to us. Of course we'll do whatever we like. Both of them, eyes glinting with predatory intent, exclaimed, the spring night is short. Let the pleasure begin. The Prince Regent's son turned away in exasperation. This is preposterous. Where's the decorum? The 2 princesses hurried to stop him. Lone Noyet complained. Where are you going? You're our personal property now. Without our permission, you're not going anywhere. Suddenly, the Prince Regent's son threw them both out the door. Lone Noyet rubbed her head in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Kim Ha landed on the ground, rubbing her sore spot. The Prince Regent's son walked past. The 2 princesses gazed after him adoringly. Kim Ha whispered, so gentle. I approve. Lone Noyet gushed. Such presence. Watching the Prince Regent's son's figure disappear into the distance, Kim Ha hurriedly helped Lone Noyet up. Lone Noyet whined in pain and indignation. He dared to hit me? I'm telling my father. Princess Kim Ha exclaimed, let's tell the emperor first and have him tied up, then we can do whatever we want with him. Inside the palace, the emperor hummed cheerfully, sipping tea. Lone Noyet and Kim Ha stumbled in, supporting each other. The emperor asked in surprise, what happened to you 2? Why are you in this state? Her angry gaze made them both tremble. That I'm telling you, if you don't keep your word, your entire families will be executed. Princess Lone Noyet's eyes lit up. This top-quality man is definitely worth it. I'm willing to pay 1,000 taels for a single smile. Princess Kim Ha suddenly placed a banknote in the emperor's hand, blushing. Your Majesty, this is a banknote for 1,000 taels of gold to buy a smile from New Neen's most handsome man. Lone Noyet yelled indignantly, Kim Ha, I came up with that idea first. She snatched the banknote and pushed Kim Ha aside. Your Majesty, this is a banknote for 1,000 taels to buy a smile from New Neen's most handsome man. The emperor paused, thinking, if I'm not dreaming, these 2 have gone blind. The Prince Regent's son entered, saying, 1,000 gold for a single smile. That's quite a sum. The 2 princesses' eyes lit up at the sight of him, and their noses began to bleed. The Prince Regent's son bowed respectfully. Your servant greets your Majesty and thanks you for your hospitality. Having stayed for many days, I request permission to depart. A shriek rang out, no. Princess Kim Ha wailed, tears streaming down her face. She ran to cling to the emperor's arm. Your Majesty, you said you would give him to us. How can you let him leave? I spent 1,000 taels. I've never spent a single coin on any man before. The emperor was bewildered. What did I say? I would give the prince regent's son to you. Princess Kimha held up a protesting hand, her expression firm. You clearly said you would give me Nunin's most handsome man. A ruler's word is their bond. A voice suddenly rang out, startling the emperor. Your Majesty, you've made this servant's search so hard. Nunin's most handsome man has appeared. He smoothed his hair. Will you be waiting for this servant's command tonight? The emperor, not daring to look at him, pointed at Chengbai and said, Nunin's most handsome man has arrived. If you don't accept him, your entire family will be executed, and I won't return the money. Chengbai grinned. The two princesses were horrified. Chengbai shyly exclaimed, Oh dear, it's just that I'm handsome. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm embarrassed. The two princesses, utterly horrified, promptly vomited on the spot. Chengbai pointed at the prince regent's son and scolded, Look at how ugly you are. You've made them throw up. The prince regent's son bowed his head respectfully and said coldly, I'll take my leave. The emperor approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, her gaze gentle. Take care, your highness. Shall I have you escorted back to your residence? A servant interrupted, Your Majesty's residence and the Prince Regent's residence are only 2 streets apart. Hearing this, the emperor was so embarrassed and flustered she nearly coughed up blood. Princess Kimha rushed over and grabbed the servant's collar angrily. Your Majesty, why are you letting him go? We spent 1,000 taels, and he hasn't even smiled yet. The emperor sighed wearily and said softly, Chengbai, smile for the 2 princesses. They spent 2,000 taels of gold for your smile. Chengbai looked smug. Being too handsome is also a crime. The Prince Regent's son walked out of the palace. A guard, seeing him emerge, thought, the Prince Regent's son's complexion is terrible. Could it be that Her Majesty has tormented him? He rushed over, wailing, My poor Prince Regent's son. He gently helped the Prince Regent's son into the palanquin. Take it slow, your highness. Take care of yourself. It seems the Empress has given you quite a bit of grief. You've lost weight. The Prince Regent's son glared at him and snapped. Silence. The guard continued to flatter him. I've already informed the kitchen staff back at the residence. This time, you must be properly nourished. Truly, no man in this world can escape the Empress's clutches. That evening, the Emperor tossed and turned in bed, complaining, I'm so bored, I can't sleep. I used to be able to fall asleep just by looking at a book cover. Why can't I fall asleep now? A voice called from outside the door, Your Majesty, are you asleep? She sat up abruptly, surprised. Imperial Tutor, what brings you here? The Imperial Tutor opened the door and entered. Your Majesty, there's news from the front. Lan Ling has fallen. Duke Li opened the city gates and surrendered. The Prince Regent has accused them of treason and executed the entire Li family, 110 people. Duke Li is dead. I fear no one will be able to restrain the Prince Regent now. The Emperor was astonished. What? How could Duke Li betray us? The Li family has always been loyal and brave. The late Emperor praised them highly. The Imperial Tutor bowed his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. Duke Li opened the city gates. If he hadn't, Lan Ling would have fallen anyway, and then the people would have suffered. She gritted her teeth in anger. That Prince Regent. The Imperial Tutor walked to the window and looked out, his face worried. The remaining members of the Li family are all women and children in the capital. Fortunately, they escaped. We just received news that the Prince Regent has sent men to the Li residence to purge the traitors. Li Wu is among them. That boy, at the age of 7, traveled to other countries as an envoy. He is both talented and virtuous. It will be a blessing for our great Li if he survives. The Emperor bolted upright in bed, alarmed. I shall issue a decree pardoning the women and children of the Li clan. The Imperial Tutor spoke softly. I fear that before the decree arrives, the remaining members of the Li clan will already be beheaded. The Emperor, gripped by fear and anxiety, clutched the Imperial Tutor's robe and asked, What should we do then, Imperial Tutor? The Li clan is renowned for its loyalty. If even their last remaining descendants cannot be spared, it would be a laughingstock for the 3 kingdoms, as if our court has no capable people. The Imperial Tutor turned and said, Your Majesty, someone must ride swiftly to the Li residence to stall for time. He continued as he turned to leave. I will go to the military camp to dispatch more soldiers as a precaution. Immediately, a troop of soldiers galloped away. The Emperor and the Imperial Guards rode to the gates of the Li residence. Arriving at the Li residence gates, she abruptly halted and dismounted. The Li household guards blocked the entrance, refusing entry. The emperor, enraged, exclaimed, "Are you blind? Do you not recognize who I am?" A general emerged from within the residence. He immediately knelt before the emperor. "Left Assistant General greets your majesty." "Long live the emperor." The left assistant general rose and softly inquired, "May I ask why your majesty has come to the Li residence so late at night?" The emperor questioned in a forceful tone, "All under heaven belongs to me. I go where I please. Move aside at once." The left assistant general gestured with his hand, and the soldiers immediately dispersed. The emperor entered. She observed the guards' gazes devoid of fear. Reaching her room's door, she pushed it open. Inside, chaos reigned. A young boy looked out with a serious expression. An imperial guard whispered in her ear, "Your Majesty, the Li clan has committed treason. They should be seized and their entire family executed." The emperor, witnessing the scene, was astonished. She angrily roared, "Since when do you give orders in my place?" He calmly replied, "I wouldn't dare. I merely wish to remind your majesty that dealing with rebels and traitors is my way of easing your majesty's burdens." Lady Li cried out weakly in anguish, "Your majesty, this subject asks for nothing but mercy for Li Wu. He is only 10 years old. He has nothing to do with the vile affairs outside. Your majesty, my grandson knows nothing. I beg your majesty for mercy." An imperial guard rushed forward, stomping on her robe and bellowing, "Silence!" Old Madam Li hesitantly called out, "Your majesty." She spoke, "Remembering the past contributions of Duke Li, I grant amnesty to his family. Release them at once." The imperial guard said flatly, "Forgive me, I cannot obey. The Prince Regent has decreed that the Li clan, having committed treason, be judged and punished. To appease the soldiers at the front lines, the families of the traitors must be executed." The emperor spun around and shouted, "I am the ruler of this land." The imperial guard, sword in hand, approached Li Wu.Be careful, your majesty. Don't let the blood of a traitor stain your robes. He raised his sword. "You useless child prodigy. Execute him." Li Wu calmly stated, "Those who have sought to kill me have always been mere mortals." The imperial guard sneered with a fierce look, still so talkative even at death's door. A swishing sound rang out. The emperor cried out in anguish, "No!" Inwardly, she screamed, "Am I truly so powerless that I cannot even protect the child of a loyal official?" Suddenly, a rock flew in through the window and struck the guard's hand, knocking his saber to the ground. He clutched his wrist in pain and anger. "Audacious! Who is it? Show yourself." The Prince Regent, his face cold, walked in. The emperor exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness!" The enraged guard spoke up, "What brings your Highness here?" The Prince Regent entered and said, "The traitor has been executed. His wife and children are innocent. I hope the left assistant general will spare their lives." The left assistant general bowed respectfully. "Forgive my impudence, your Highness, but I am only following the Prince Regent's orders. I was commanded to execute the traitor's family." He signaled, "Archers, prepare." Lady Li harmed the nation and its people. She has been judged and sentenced. Today, none shall be spared. The guards, bows and arrows at the ready, prepare to fire. The Prince Regent's eyes flashed sharply as he said, "Stop, all of you." The palace maids lowered their heads in fear and apprehension. The emperor, stunned, thought to herself, "This is the powerful figure the Grand Tutor spoke of, capable of silencing 1,000 armies with a single word, changing the tide with a mere glance." She hurried to Li Wu's side and whispered to the boy, "Stand up." Old Madam Li snapped, "Grandson, kneel." Li Wu immediately knelt. Old Madam Li slapped him across the face. The emperor quickly stepped in front of her to stop her. "Madam Li, what are you doing? He's just a child." Old Madam Li continued to struggle. She shouted, "Grandmother wants you to remember this pain. This is my final lesson to you. Loyalty and patriotism. Loyalty to the Wu Emperor." Li Wu obediently nodded and replied, "Yes, grandmother." Old Madam Li embraced him and urged, "Xiao Wu, you must live well." Then she pushed him away and stood up, delivering her final words, "Your Majesty. This old woman entrusts the last of the Li bloodline to you." Li Wu, heartbroken and with tears in his eyes, cried out, "Grandmother!" Old Madam Li threw herself against the corner of a table to end her life. Li Wu remembered the image of his entire household being slaughtered. He stood rooted to the spot for a moment, then rushed to old Madam Li's side in anguish, crying, "Grandmother, His tears flowed freely as he sobbed. "Grandmother," the emperor approached and took his hand, leading him away. The emperor and Li Wu walked out together. She spoke resolutely. "Return and report to the Prince Regent that all remaining members of the Li clan have paid for their crimes with their lives. However, by imperial grace, and in recognition of the Li clan's past service to the nation and its people, I pardon Li Wu from death. He will become a slave and serve in the palace." The Prince Regent stepped forward. "Your Majesty, we return to the palace." The guards, still not giving up, muttered amongst themselves, "Go on, go on." Another guard said, You go first." Outside the carriage, the Prince Regent announced, "Your Majesty, please." The emperor and Li Wu boarded the carriage together and returned to the palace. The guards spoke anxiously to one another. "What do we do, Assistant General? How should we report this to the Prince Regent?" Another guard replied, "Just report what happened." The carriage stopped at the palace gates. The emperor and Li Wu disembarked. The Prince Regent bowed his head slightly and said softly, "Your Majesty, I can only escort you this far." After saying that, he turned to leave, but Li Wu suddenly burst out angrily, "You saved me, but I won't be grateful. I won't forget that your father killed my entire family." The Prince Regent's son turned back and said, "I don't need your gratitude. It's worthless to me. I saved you only because I didn't want to see a bright pearl buried. Deal with your own issues. Farewell." He then lifted the curtain and entered. The emperor watched his retreating figure and muttered, "Now I know what it means to control the world with a single word." Li Wu, his gaze distant, said absent-mindedly, "Love-struck fool." The emperor looked down annoyed and asked, "Kid, what did you say?" Li Wu said with a bored expression, "If you're worried, go after him." The emperor suddenly froze, blushing with embarrassment. "Worried about what?" Li Wu scoffed disdainfully. The emperor, irritated, pointed down at him. "What's with that look?" Li Wu calmly replied, "You're afraid the Prince Regent will blame him, aren't you? Troublesome woman." She snapped angrily, "I am the emperor. Is this how you speak to me? Don't forget you're a slave." Li Wu's face fell at her words. The emperor patted his face consolingly. She said softly, "Kid, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to touch a sore spot. It's just that you have such a sharp tongue. Children shouldn't be like that. It's not cute at all." Li Wu said quietly, "You asked me to be your slave. And this slave is Li Wu, not Kid." The emperor recoiled in mock horror. "Are you even a child? You must be the least cute child in the world." At the gates of the Prince Regent's residence, the Prince Regent's son knelt before the entrance. The Prince Regent furiously threw something to the ground and roared, "Do you know where you went wrong?" A small fragment flew up and scratched the Prince Regent's son's face. He bowed his head and said, "Weeds must be uprooted completely." The Prince Regent strode out, his brow furrowed in anger. "You knew it was wrong, yet you still did it?" His son replied, "Li Wu is a once-in-a-century prodigy, admired by millions. I just didn't want father to be branded as malicious. Moreover, the emperor was there. How do you want future generations to write about you?" The Prince Regent's eyes sharpened. "Insolent. Father, you can control the living, but can you control the historian's brush?" His son calmly replied, "The historian's brush is beyond even the emperor's control. How could you, father?" The Prince Regent laughed smugly. He slowly approached his son. "There's nothing in this world that can't be controlled. Whose throne isn't built upon rivers of blood, seized from the hands of another?" He turned and walked away, scolding angrily. "It's all because you spared that Li Wu brat. The consequences will be dire. Stay kneeling there and reflect on your mistakes." He slowly entered his chambers. From now on, all of the prince's military authority is revoked. Jing Jian said sorrowfully, "Father, my younger brother is still young. It's inevitable that he acted impulsively. Please don't punish him too harshly." The Prince Regent roared furiously. For power, even his son becomes a pawn. Failing to uproot the weeds completely was a mistake. If he knows his mistake, then he should reflect upon it. The emperor and Li Wu, eavesdropping from atop the wall, exchanged a look. She sighed. "So that old man doesn't just scold me, he scolds his own son too." She patted Li Wu. "Look at him, making him kneel on the chessboard. His punishment is even worse than mine. Now, I finally understand the love of my mother and father." The emperor put on a serious face that, "I know why I find the crown prince pleasing to the eye now. It turns out misery loves company. Li Wu looked disinterested and said indifferently, "The Prince Regent wants your life, but he won't take the life of his own son." The emperor turned to him, looking dejected. "Xiao Wu, you're not cute at all." Suddenly, the emperor pulled Li Wu urgently, saying, "Come on, let's go back to the palace." The two of them reached the palace gates and encountered the two princesses walking towards them. The emperor asked in surprise, "Why are you two here?" Princess Kim Ha winked and replied, "We just found a really interesting little tea house. It's full of handsome men." Princess Lone Noyet, seeing Li Wu, asked with interest, "Who's this little kid?" She touched his nose gently and said, "Why is he so pretty? Such a cute little thing. Has he grown up?" Princess Kim Ha scolded, "You're a pervert. Even a child isn't safe from you." "That's too much." Having just scolded Princess Lone Noyet, Princess Kim Ha immediately bent down, her eyes sharp. "Little brother, this older sister is very dangerous. Come with me, and I'll buy you candy." Li Wu was stunned into silence. Princess Kim Ha laughed loudly. "Where did your majesty find this adorable little brother?" The emperor stiffened and said, "He's only 10 years old. Wipe your drool." Princess Lone Noyet approached and asked, TSK, "Could this be the little pretty boy you're planning to raise?" Hearing this, the emperor was speechless. Lone Noyet leaned closer and whispered, "Raising him from the age of 10. The flavor will be the best when he grows up." What a brilliant idea. The emperor exclaimed in annoyance, "The Lanlang incident is over, and Princess Bin Duong is about to return. Shouldn't you two be thinking about whether she'll kill you?" Princess Lone Noyet tensed up upon hearing that Princess Bin Duong was returning. Princess Kim Ha said irritably, "Isn't it your fault? We're just bearing the consequences for you. You were the one who forced her to go to the borderlands back then. Such a pitiful white lotus, harmed by a green tea bitch." The emperor winked and said softly, "Trust me, green tea bitches never win against white lotuses. That's how it's always written in the books." Inside the palace, the emperor held a cup of sweet wine. She recited a poem, "Raising my cup, I invite the bright moon to join me in my shadow and make us three." Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the sun angrily shouted, "I am the sun." 5 people sat around a table, eating dinner in the afternoon. At this moment, the emperor's close guard approached and praised, "What a beautiful poem! What a beautiful poem." The emperor's face was filled with smug satisfaction at the compliment. Li Wu, beside her, with a mocking expression, curled his lip and said, "That poem has nothing to do with your majesty." The close guard looked stunned. The emperor roared angrily, "I truly regret saving you, you ungrateful wolf." Suddenly, Princess Lone Noyet rushed in and reported, "Your Majesty, Princess Bin Duong is about to return to the capital. Li Guogong's subordinates have all been bought off by her and become her people." Princess Lone Noyet was panting, sweat dripping from her brow. She hurriedly grabbed the emperor's cup and drank deeply. The emperor looked worried as she saw Lone Noyet drink from the cup. "That was my mouthwash." Lone Noyet, horrified, spat out the water. Princess Kim Ha, "Isn't walking next to me enough?" "Never mind, I just spat it out. It's still warm." Lone Noyet sat down dejectedly by the lake, muttering, "I want to draw a cursed circle around you all." The emperor suddenly frowned in worry. This is a real headache. With Bin Duong's return, there will definitely be people in the court who want to follow her. Surrounded by swirling white peach blossoms in the spring air, the emperor sat outside, catching the falling petals in her hand. She sighed, "I remember that year. If it weren't for the Prince Regent, the one sitting on the dragon throne would have been her. And this dot has probably been locked away in the ancestral shrine." She recalled the 3rd spring of Nam Tan Bin in the Great Li calendar. The Prince Regent knelt before the emperor's chambers. The emperor, from within, called out, "The dot's great tribulation is also approaching. The dot has raised 2 daughters, Yin Bok and Bin Duong. Bin Duong has the aura of an emperor." But the Prince Regent spoke up, "Your Majesty, Princess Yin Bok is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, while Princess Bin Duong does not possess a heart of compassion for the people. Does Your Majesty wish to see a scene of sisters turning against each other?" The Prince Regent bowed his head respectfully and reported, "Your servant and the 3 dukes agree on establishing the eldest daughter, Yin Bok, as emperor. The Great Li nation will surely enjoy peace and prosperity for thousands of years." The emperor spoke in a solemn voice, "You know, the dot trusts you and the 3 dukes the most. If you have made such a recommendation, I am at peace. The emperor, trembling and unsteady, forced herself to stand tall and said, "The dot wants you to dedicate your life to assisting Yen Bok with no personal agenda. Can you do it?" The prince regent bowed low to the ground. "Your servant vows to wholeheartedly assist your majesty." The king pondered. The third summer of Nam Tan Bin in the Greatly calendar. The emperor passed away, recorded in history as Emperor Lich Van, passing the throne to her eldest daughter, Yenbok. The prince regent was appointed as regent. In the setting sun's glow, the prince regent stood with a benevolent expression. Before him stood the new emperor, her face filled with worry and fear. She called out, "Prince Regent, I'm scared." He gently reassured her, "Your Majesty, from now on, you are the emperor. You should not address me as you, but as I, because you are the emperor." The emperor's eyes teared up. "Prince Regent, I'm scared." The prince regent softly said, "Do not be afraid. Your servant will be by your side until you can stand alone before all under heaven." Before the palace gates, many people were waiting for the emperor's appointments. The imperial guard unfurled the edict and declared, "The coronation ceremony shall commence." The prince regent, with a gentle and benevolent expression, reached out and took the emperor's hand. The emperor's face held a trace of anxiety. Together, they walked out of the palace. Outside, the imperial guards and officials stood in line, waiting. The emperor shyly kept looking at the prince regent. She reached out and tightly grasped his hand. The prince regent smiled and nodded at her. Understanding his meaning, the emperor confidently stepped forward. "Following the ancestral teachings, I ascend the throne as emperor, changing the era name to Kaingwen. I hereby proclaim this to all under heaven." Below, the officials knelt and shouted, "Long live the emperor! 10,000 years! 10,000 times 10,000 years!" The emperor thought to herself, "From now on, I am the emperor." Back in the present, Lone Nyet stepped onto the platform, her hair fluttering in the wind. "Bok, I used to think my parents were the most capable people under heaven because they gave birth to a beautiful girl like me." Princess Lone Nyet stood behind the emperor, playfully tugging at her hair, a mischievous look on her face. "Now I feel the prince regent is the most capable, because he could slap mud like you onto the wall." The emperor, sitting with a disgruntled expression, said, "Get down." The imperial tutor's voice was heard from outside, announcing his arrival. The emperor, startled, pushed Lone Nyet, who tumbled to the floor. Lone Nyet, sprawled on the ground, called out, "Imperial tutor, come here, we're eating. Bring them here." The imperial tutor bowed his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I came here to ask how you wish to appease Princess Bin Duan." The emperor leaned back and replied, "Imperial tutor, first, reward her with a gold-plated mansion. With the previous lesson, she won't dare to be reckless again. Add 2 handsome male companions, chosen from Lone Nyet's collection." Lone Nyet angrily shouted at the emperor, "On what grounds?" The emperor pointed at Lone Nyet's nose and retorted, "Whose taste happens to align perfectly with hers?" Princess Kimha thought to herself, "I've never seen 2 people with such similarly terrible taste." Furious, Lone Nyet resorted to her usual tactic, grabbing the chisel used for carving turtle shell charms. The emperor, surprised, thought, "Is she digging for meat again?" Resigned to Lone Nyet's antics, the emperor chuckled softly, "Fine, I'll compensate you. What do you want?" Lone Nyet sprang up, her eyes sparkling as she thought, "I want those dozen or so erotic palace art books you hide under your pillow." The imperial tutor's face paled upon hearing this. The emperor, noticing, frantically waved his hands. "Imperial tutor, let me explain. It's not what it seems." Evening fell, and the palace was quiet. The wind rustled through the trees. A guard approached, carrying a tray of books. The books on the tray were all images of men with exposed six-pack abs. The emperor, with a look of deep regret, stared at the books, reluctant to give them to Lone Nyet. The imperial tutor, standing behind, darkened his expression and said quietly, "Your Majesty, is this all?" The emperor, eyes watering, reached out as if to hold back the books, saying, "This is all there is." The emperor cried inwardly, his face pressed against the books, thinking, my prize collection, gathered over so long. I haven't even had the heart to open them. The imperial tutor spoke up. Your Majesty, she replied softly. Imperial tutor, speak. I'm listening. The imperial tutor said seriously, I have two matters to discuss today. First, regarding appeasing Princess Bin Duong. I believe your suggestions are sound. Second, Duke Li Gua has passed away, and the official positions held by his disciples have been replaced by relatives of other high-ranking officials and princes. Currently, only a minor position in the Dali Temple remains, held by Li Gua's second son, Li Li. The imperial tutor presented a scroll and lowered his voice. The positions managing records and criminal justice must be given to loyal officials. We cannot allow the influence of Prince Yijing and Princess Bin Duong to continue expanding. He handed the scroll to the emperor. The people listed here are all loyal and capable officials trained by the late emperor. They are all dedicated to the country and the people and are capable of fulfilling these roles. The emperor, after listening to the imperial tutor, opened the scroll and read, then said, I understand. The imperial tutor bowed, hands clasped, and said, I'll take my leave. Outside, flower petals drifted down. The imperial tutor turned and walked towards the door, accompanied by the guard carrying the books. The emperor's expression changed, and she turned as if to stop them. Why precious collection? The imperial tutor turned around and, seeing her, froze, while she was completely stunned, speechless. The emperor then put on a serious expression and said sarcastically, Don't peek, imperial tutor. Inside the palace, numerous officials stood in two solemn lines. Before them, the emperor sat, equally solemn. One official stepped forward and addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, I believe that Wang Yuan, son of Wang Buxa of the Youth Hero Society, who has repeatedly solved the 10 great cases, is capable of taking on important responsibilities. After speaking, the official knelt. The other officials followed suit, kneeling in unison. I agree, one said. The emperor, seeing this, stroked his beard with a smile and said, Isn't that Wang Buxa's family just a pack of hounds for Prince Yijing? Prince Yijing's power is truly vast. A figure stepped forward from the crowd. The imperial tutor quickly took a step forward and said softly, Your Majesty, I personally recommend Han Yuanzi, the top scholar of the current imperial examination, Wang Tuivin, Minister of Rights Hua Xianteng, and Gong Shenglian Haibin. Prince Yijing, standing beside them, heard this as a slap to the face. His eyes flashed with anger as he said, The imperial tutor is quite generous in recommending their own people, aren't they? The imperial tutor glanced at Prince Yijing and replied, I recommend talent regardless of affiliation. How can that compare to your highness, who promotes based on connections, disregarding criticism? Prince Yijing burst into laughter. The imperial tutor is truly the imperial tutor. When you recommend your own people, they are talented individuals, but when I do it, it's called forming cliques. The imperial tutor and Prince Yijing glared at each other, their gazes sharp. The emperor softly intervened. Enough. There's no need to argue. I have already chosen a suitable candidate for the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Unable to contain his anger, Prince Yijing retorted, Oh, I wonder who your Majesty has chosen. Don't let your closeness with the imperial tutor influence your decision. If word of this gets out, the other 3 nations will laugh at us, he continued. The nearby guards chuckled at Prince Yijing's words. The emperor's face darkened with anger. This Prince Yijing, indirectly insinuating that the imperial tutor is corrupt. Good thing I'm composed. The emperor then said softly, I appoint Prince Yijing's son as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Prince Yijing's son, Jing Cheng, was startled. Suddenly, the door opened, and Prince Yijing's son strode in. He knelt before the emperor and said softly, Your servant greets your Majesty. Long live the emperor. The emperor gestured with his hand, Rise. His face held a cunning expression as he thought, You old fox. I chose your son. Let's see what you have to say now. Seeing this, Prince Yijing knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, that is absolutely impossible. Wang Buxa, standing beside him, spoke up, The prince is still young and has no experience in officialdom. He doesn't understand the ways of an official. I believe we should consider this carefully. The emperor thought smugly, This old fox, Prince Yijing, is even wary of his own son. Truly a cunning one. He then unfurled a decree. The prince and the imperial tutor are known as the unparalleled duo. Wang Buxa, are you saying? The emperor's voice hardened. That you doubt the imperial tutor's competence? or that Prince Yijing doesn't know how to raise a son, that he is incapable of great things. Wang Buxa trembled, sweat beading on his forehead. This servant wouldn't dare. The emperor angrily threw down the decree, "If you wouldn't dare, then leave." Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from the doorway. "Elder sister is truly capricious." Did the late emperor know about elder sister's temperament when he chose her as the heir? Sitting on the throne, Yin Bai thought to herself, entering the palace without permission, it seems she anticipated I wouldn't punish her. At this moment, Princess Pingyang knelt and bowed her head, replying, "Elder sister, I missed you dearly, so I rushed into the palace without waiting for a summons. You won't blame me, will you?" Yin Bai spoke softly. "You and I are sisters. How could I blame you?" Princess Pingyang looked at Yin Bai and said, "While outside the hall, I overheard elder sister selecting a vice minister for the Ministry of Justice. I wonder if you would listen to my opinion." Hearing this, Yin Bai's voice hardened in anger. "Imperial sister has been away for many years, and suddenly you're concerned about court affairs. I wonder what your opinion might be." Princess Pingyang's eyes shone with confidence as she said, "If elder sister values this crown prince, surely." Suddenly, she looked at the crown prince, a feeling of familiarity washing over her. "It's him," she thought, remembering the time she was injured and the crown prince saved her life. The crown prince approached her and asked, "Are you all right?" She stood up and replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, an assassin charged forward with a knife. The crown prince rushed to shield Princess Pingyang. He was injured. She cried out in alarm, "Young master, you're hurt." The crown prince replied, "It's nothing." At that moment, a woman rushed over calling, "Master, master, are you all right?" Suddenly, the crown prince mounted his horse and rode away. Princess Pingyang ran after him, calling out, "Wait, may I ask your name? So I may repay you someday." The crown prince replied as he rode off, "Just a passerby, lending a hand." Back in the present, she thought, he appeared briefly in my life, then vanished like morning mist in the sunlight. I've searched for him for 3 years, and now we meet again like this. Yin Bai coughed, saying, "Imperial sister." She thought to herself, her eyes lit up at the sight of a handsome man. Princess Pingyang then said, "The crown prince is indeed an exceptional individual. I have no objections." Hearing this, Yin Bai announced, "Court dismissed." Elsewhere, Yin Bai sat sighing. At this moment, Princess Luan Yu approached, irritated. "What sin have I committed to have the same taste as Pingyang?" When I entered the palace, I saw the regent prince's crown prince leaving. Yin Bai asked in surprise, "What does that have to do with Pingyang?" Princess Luan Yu said, "I only exchanged a few casual words with the crown prince." Pingyang pulled him aside. Neither of them noticed me. Hearing this, Yin Bai rushed over there, peeking discreetly. Princess Pingyang embraced the crown prince, saying, "I don't believe you've forgotten me. The scar on your chest remains. That wound was because of me. I've been searching for you for so long, 3 long years." On a shimmering, romantic night in an ancient town, a large crescent moon hung in the sky, shining brightly alongside twinkling stars. Beneath the moonlight, cherry blossom branches bloomed, creating a beautiful scene. Lanterns were released into the sky. Inside a palace room, the emperor's robe slipped slightly, revealing her ivory collarbone. She said, "Spring nights are worth 1,000 gold pieces." Suddenly, her hand was pulled closer by the imperial consort. The emperor spoke, "Imperial consort, why are you just standing there? Come and attend to me. Are you happy being my imperial consort?" The emperor blushed, flushed like she'd drunk love wine. The imperial consort drew close, her hand touching the emperor's neck, her own face reddening as she said, "Happy." The emperor, her face beaming with joy, replied, "I'm very happy too. Since I was little, I've always liked things I couldn't have, and you seem so far out of reach." The emperor moved closer, stroking the imperial consort's hair affectionately. "Those I cherish have all left me, one by one. I'm so glad I finally have you. I cherished you before, and I will treat you even better from now on." The emperor's expression was a mixture of wonder and shyness. Hearing this, the imperial consort reached out and touched the emperor's full lips. The emperor started to speak, but the imperial consort interrupted, "Don't say anything." Without hesitation, she pulled the emperor close and kissed her passionately. "Don't say anything." The imperial consort kissed her, then grasped her hands tightly, pushing her down to the floor, her lips trailing down to explore the emperor's neck. The emperor's cheeks flushed crimson. Meanwhile, outside, 3 palace maids peeked in. One whispered, I see. The emperor is on top. The imperial consort is on the bottom. The three maids began to chatter excitedly. Nonsense. It's clearly the imperial consort on top and the emperor on the bottom. Don't block my view. I can't see anymore. Lost in their passionate embrace, the emperor and imperial consort suddenly heard the whispers outside the door. The emperor angrily shouted, "Who's there?" The emperor stormed over and flung the door open. Startled, the three palace maids fell to their knees, heads bowed, pleading, "Your Majesty, spare us." The emperor's voice boomed with authority. "Tonight is my wedding night. Are you servants trying to rebel?" The three maids stammered their explanation. "Your Majesty, please spare us. Everyone in the palace is taking bets on whether your Majesty or the imperial consort is on top. We just wanted to know the truth." The emperor declared, "Go place a bet on me being on top. 3,000 liang." A maid beside her responded with glee, "Yes, your Majesty." The emperor snapped, "Get out." The three maids scrambled away, "Yes, your Majesty," tumbling down the stairs. The emperor returned to the room, her face alight with excitement, thinking to herself, "I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm rich." She sat on the bed and removed her robe, revealing smooth skin. She climbed on top of the imperial consort and said coquettishly, "My consort, did you hear that? I'm worth 3,000 liang on top. Cooperate with me tonight, and we can make a fortune." The imperial consort replied softly, "Too bad. I already had Shao Si place a bet on me being on top for 3,000 liang." The emperor froze, stunned. She stood up, pointing at the sky, "I don't care. I want to be on top. I'm the emperor. Even if I wanted to be on the bottom, heaven wouldn't allow it." Thunder rumbled outside. "Who says I don't allow it?" The imperial consort embraced the emperor, whispering in her ear, "I don't care about such things. As long as your Majesty is happy." Hand in hand, they went outside to admire the night sky, lanterns floating amongst the falling cherry blossoms. The imperial consort spoke softly, "Life is short. I've seen many beauties, but the world is so vast. Why is it that only you, unlike any other, make my heart race and leave me so bewildered?" The emperor thought happily to herself, "With you by my side, I have the whole world." The imperial consort pulled Yin Bai close, planting a passionate kiss on her lips, one hand on her chest, and whispering in her ear as Yin Bai reveled in the pleasure. Yin Bai, flustered, looked around, thinking to herself, so the wound on him must be from Pingyang. Outside the palace, the regent prince's son and Princess Pingyang met. Princess Pingyang approached him, saying, "Crown Prince, think it over. 3 years ago, in Lanbing City, you saved me." The regent prince's son replied, "I apologize, Princess Pingyang, but I truly don't remember." She knelt down, her face etched with misery. "There must be a scar on your chest. You must remember me. Are you doing this for the emperor?" She gritted her teeth in anger. "It's all that damned useless emperor's fault. So debauched and absurd." Yin Bai, standing around the corner, overheard this, her face changing color. She sneezed, thinking she's scolding me? What does this have to do with me? Hearing the noise, the regent prince's son and Princess Pingyang turned to look at Yin Bai. Yin Bai awkwardly stepped out, scratching her head. "I just arrived. Forgot my memorials." "You two carry on." Liu emerged from below, calling out, "Your Majesty, we've been standing here for 2 hours." Yin Bai's face changed color, and she snapped, "Brat, would you die if you spoke less?" The regent prince's son bowed. "I'll take my leave." Princess Pingyang, furious, raised her fist. Seeing this, Princess Pingyang reached out to stop him. "Wait, Crown Prince." Princess Pingyang, her face flushed with anger, vented her frustrations. "Imperial sister, you did this on purpose. When we were young, you competed with me for hairpins, for affection, and even for the throne." Yin Bai retorted, Hey, wasn't it you who was competing with me? It's always been you coveting my things." Yin Bai sighed and continued, "Pingyang, your temper is too fiery. You always think others have wronged you. I sent you to Lanling for 3 years so you could reflect. I didn't expect you to become even more." Princess Pingyang angrily turned and left, throwing back, "I don't need your lectures. You should just worry about keeping your own throne. Don't come crying to me when someone takes it from you." Yin Bai and Liu watched Princess Pingyang's retreating figure. Yin Bai's face lost in thought. Liu tugged at her sleeve. "Your Majesty, let's go back. Let's go to Rain." "Your Majesty," "Your Majesty, you must get justice for me." Chengbai suddenly appeared, looking distraught, and clung tightly to Li Yu, making him gasp for air. "The two princesses took pity on this humble servant and wouldn't let me attend to you in bed. Tonight, you must flip my card." Yanbai stared, aghast, as if struck by lightning. "Where did this thing come from?" she muttered to herself. "I can't hit him, and I can't kill him. He irritates me every single day. Does Chengbai want me to die of nausea?" She quickly sat down behind Li Yu, covering her eyes with her hands, pretending not to see that can't see me. Chengbai scowled. "Little ugly thing, move aside. Don't delay my beautiful night with the emperor." Chengbai's face took on a sinister expression. Li Yu spoke in a serious tone. "Your Majesty, do you really want to bestow this treasure upon me? Is this medicine truly that good?" Li Yu held up a round candy, examining it in the sunlight. "A peerless beauty pill. Men who consume it will have radiant skin, and women who consume it will have strong bodies. Such a good medicine. I must enjoy it properly." Hearing this, Chengbai grabbed Li Yu's hand with a lecherous grin. "Kid, I think you're already adorable enough, so let me try this." Chengbai snatched the candy, popped it in his mouth, and swallowed it whole. He smugly thought to himself, "Am I even more handsome now?" Suddenly, Chengbai collapsed to the ground with a thud. Li Yu crossed his arms and said, "You should thank me. I've helped you solve a big problem." The emperor, seeing this, turned and asked curiously, "Such a good medicine? Why didn't I know about it?" Chengbai was using a large wooden bucket as a toilet. His face contorted in pain as he trembled. Li Yu said smugly, "A laxative. He won't be appearing before you for a month." Outside, dark clouds suddenly gathered and heavy rain began to pour. Inside a room, for people were chatting and playing mahjong. The emperor said, "I haven't even approved the memorials yet." Princess Jianha, resting her chin on her hand with a sullen expression, muttered, "Approve what? Isn't the Grand Tutor helping you with all of that?" 30,000. Li Yu flipped over a mahjong tile, a triumphant look on his face. "I win. Pay up." Princess Jianha stared blankly, then yelled with clenched fists, "Xiaoyu, you cheated, didn't you? How could you win 10 games in a row?" Li Yu feigned deafness, sticking his finger in his ear. Suddenly, a guard announced from outside, "Grand Tutor, you've arrived. I'll inform His Majesty." Hearing this, the emperor panicked, sweating profusely as he put away the mahjong tiles. "Quick, quick, quick, put it all away." The Grand Tutor entered, saying, "No need to tidy up. I've already seen it." He continued sternly, "Your Majesty's memorials are not yet approved. You are the ruler of a nation, and you must always be mindful of your words and actions. Furthermore, encouraging His Majesty to gamble and neglect his duties is a capital offense." Guan Yu, hearing this, pointed at the emperor and said dramatically, "Bai, you're in the wrong. The Grand Tutor has devoted himself to you, and yet you're here playing games. Do you deserve his love and guidance?" The Grand Tutor glanced at Guan Yu with a look of disdain. The emperor frowned and said, "You said we were one player short, so you wanted me to join the game." The Grand Tutor glared fiercely. "Is that so?" The other three, frightened, ran out, shouting, "Your Majesty, we dare not play with you anymore. Please discuss matters with the Grand Tutor." The Grand Tutor turned and placed a picture of the Crown Prince on the table, his hand resting on an imperial edict. "Your Majesty," he said, "I sent someone to the Dali Temple to observe the Crown Prince 10 days ago." The emperor approached the Grand Tutor, frowning. "Grand Tutor," he said, "did my appointment of the Crown Prince as junior minister of the Dali Temple displease you? I simply feel he is a talented individual." The Grand Tutor's expression softened. "Your Majesty is the emperor," he said gently. "Your Majesty decides, and I obey. How could I be displeased? It's just that Your Majesty doesn't understand." The Grand Tutor continued, "I have been observing the Crown Prince for quite some time, yet he has never uttered a single word in favor of the Regent Prince." The emperor frowned. "I've already said," he replied, "that although the Crown Prince and the Regent Prince are father and son, the Crown Prince is a good person." Grand Tutor, you making a mountain out of a molehill. The Grand Tutor held up a painting of the Crown Prince, the Regent Prince's son. He continued, "I instructed the observer not to be too inconspicuous. He was surely recognized. Even the most upright official would be disgruntled by the emperor's suspicion. Isn't it strange he hasn't reacted?" A guard entered and knelt, reporting, "Your Majesty, there's news from the Ministry of Justice. The Crown Prince is called in sick for 3 days." The case files have piled up. The emperor turned around, surprised. "What?" The guard stammered. "The Crown Prince's servant said." "Said out what?" she demanded. "Speak quickly." The guard had bowed to the floor, trembled. He said it's because the Grand Tutor sent someone. To avoid suspicion, the Crown Prince kept his doors open while working. The weather changed drastically, and he caught a cold. Hearing this, she worriedly approached the Grand Tutor. Grand Tutor, what should we do now? The Grand Tutor pondered, clutching the painting tightly, then said, I believe your majesty should pay a visit to this virtuous Crown Prince and see if he truly has caught a cold. Beneath the ancient eaves of the palace, figures waited in the falling rain for the emperor. A white horse-drawn carriage arrived. A close guard held an umbrella as she alighted. The regent prince furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. May I ask why your majesty has graced my humble abode? In the rain, the emperor replied, I heard the crown prince is gravely ill. I came to inquire about his health. Jing Dian, beside the regent prince, spoke with displeasure. Your majesty, one should not employ someone they distrust, nor distrust someone they employ. If you appointed Jing Chung to this position, then don't have others monitor him. Now, my younger brother is seriously ill. Has your majesty come to gloat? The regent prince frowned at Jing Dian's words. Jing Dian, how can you speak to the emperor in such a manner? Your majesty, please forgive my daughter's impudence, the regent prince said. The emperor replied, this is all due to my lack of foresight. Where's the crown prince now? The regent prince gestured with his hand. Please follow me. The rain suddenly stopped and the dark clouds dispersed. From within the residence came the sound of coughing. The emperor and her close guard proceeded towards the crown prince's room. The emperor looked worriedly at him, thinking, is he truly ill? It doesn't seem like he's faking. The crown prince, seeing the emperor, sat up, his voice weak. Your humble servant. Seeing this, the emperor rushed forward and took the crown prince's hand, her eyes filled with concern. You may dispense with the formalities. She suddenly recalled Princess Jianha's advice. Someone with a cold will usually have sweat on their chest. Just touch it and you'll know. It's impossible to fake. She then thought, I need to check. She pretended to fall, leaning against the crown prince. Their eyes met, and the crown prince frowned. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. A servant suddenly pinched her shoulder. She cried out, ouch. She stared, stunned, at the servant beside her. The servant spoke boldly. Let go of the crown prince. If there's any blame, let fall on me. I'm thick-skinned and well-padded. I'm not afraid of your wrath. The emperor signaled to her close guard. I haven't touched his chest yet. I want to try again. The close guard brought a hand to his chin, thinking, and immediately dragged that servant out. The emperor has been here for a long time and is thirsty. Quickly prepare tea for his majesty. The servant, with tears in her eyes, thought, my poor crown prince. Seeing this, the close guard kicked the servant out. Why aren't you going? Do you want your entire family executed? The servant cried out, ouch. Even after reaching the door, she lingered, looking back reluctantly, rubbing her backside. The crown prince covered his mouth with his hand and said, Your Majesty, please have a seat. The crown prince leaned against the wall, his robe slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his chest. The emperor sat down in front of him, worried. Your illness is quite serious. You must take good care of your health. As he spoke, he patted the crown prince's chest. The crown prince quickly pulled the blanket up to cover his chest. Suddenly, his hand brushed against the emperor's. He blushed, thinking, he's actually quite handsome. No wonder Bingyang has been longing for him for 3 years. Seeing the emperor lost in thought, the close guard coughed, signaling, it's time to attend to the main matter. The emperor was startled, as if struck by lightning. He anxiously thought, wait, why am I here again? The close guard then mouthed the words, sweat on his chest. He felt embarrassed when he saw Shui Linglong mouth the words, laughing robe. The close guard, helpless, couldn't bear to look directly. The guard who brought the water was also stunned by the scene. The emperor pulled down the crown prince's robe, revealing his firm chest. The guard yelled, Beast, let go of our crown prince. Immediately, the crown prince clutched his chest and coughed, blood splattering onto the bed. The emperor anxiously asked, What's wrong? Why is your illness so severe? Haven't you seen the imperial physician yet? The guard beside him shouted, Don't touch our crown prince. It's all because your majesty sent people to monitor him. The weather is cold, and the crown prince caught a chill because he opened the window while working. Hearing this, the crown prince forced himself to speak. Don't be disrespectful. Apologize to his majesty at once. The guard, with tears in his eyes, said, Your majesty, please forgive this lowly one. I know I was wrong. The emperor approached the crown prince and gently pulled his robe back up, saying, I understand. Please take care of your health, Crown Prince. I still hope you will continue to assist me. The Crown Prince lowered his head and replied, Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Turning to leave, he said, I will go to the Dali Temple and deal with those people. Rest assured and focus on your recovery, Crown Prince. The Crown Prince respectfully replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. He then instructed the guard, Quickly, see His Majesty off. The guard escorted the two of them out. Inside the room, the Crown Prince said, Come out. A person jumped down from above and knelt before him. Crown Prince, your subordinate doesn't understand. The Grand Tutor's men saw you working with the window open for over 10 days. Why did you soak yourself in the rain for a night to catch a chill? The Crown Prince sat leisurely, resting his chin on his hand. I opened the window while working to show the Grand Tutor that I am upright and do not wish to oppose him. As for getting drenched in the rain and falling ill, that was a warning. Jiasu asked, puzzled. A warning? The Crown Prince got out of bed and slipped his feet into his shoes. After I fell ill, the Emperor will demand that the Grand Tutor remove those people from the Dali Temple. Furthermore, he will become suspicious of the Grand Tutor's recent decisions. This is something that has never happened before. The Crown Prince placed his hand on Jiasu's shoulder and said, I want to warn the Grand Tutor. The Emperor is not a child who will never grow up. I am not a threat, but I can become one. Jiasu, his face flushed with admiration, said, Your Highness is truly intelligent. But why did you have to endure the rain all night? Couldn't you have simply feigned illness? The Crown Prince stood up and walked to the door, gazing outside, toying with a cherry blossom branch. He replied, You can deceive the Emperor, but can you deceive the Grand Tutor? He snapped off a blossom. The Grand Tutor is considered the head of the three dukes. Surely, he doesn't hold that title in vain. Outside the palace hall, the Emperor and the Grand Tutor met. Seeing the Grand Tutor, the Emperor said, The Crown Prince is truly ill, to the point of coughing up blood. The Grand Tutor replied, I have dismissed those from the Dali Temple. The Grand Tutor lowered his voice, a hint of suspicion in his tone. The Crown Prince's illness is somewhat peculiar. The Emperor pleaded, Grand Tutor, no, didn't you say do not employ those you doubt, and do not doubt those you employ? I find a Crown Prince to be extraordinary, like the Regent. Please, Grand Tutor, trust me. The Grand Tutor hesitated, Your Majesty. Your Majesty understands. The Emperor, with a pleading look in his eyes, said, Grand Tutor, you are not happy. The Grand Tutor turned away, replying, No, Your Majesty, I am very happy. Finally, Your Majesty has matured. You have learned how to employ people. He then smiled warmly and said, It is due to the Grand Tutor's diligent instruction. If there are no further concerns, I shall return to reviewing the memorials. The Grand Tutor watched the Emperor's retreating figure. The Crown Prince's ability to manipulate people's thoughts is truly remarkable. Even I and the Emperor have been played. A nearby guard spoke up, I do not understand. Please, Grand Tutor, enlighten me. The Grand Tutor held out his hand to catch the falling blossoms. His tactic of enduring hardship has only strengthened the Emperor's trust, because he wants to create discord between the Emperor and me. He closed his hand around the blossoms that I have educated His Majesty since he was 3 years old. 13 years now, and never before has His Majesty questioned or disagreed with my words. The guard respectfully said, Grand Tutor, perhaps His Majesty is merely momentarily captivated by the Crown Prince, thus affecting his judgment. The Grand Tutor gazed pensively at the cherry blossoms. Impossible. I understand His Majesty. The Crown Prince's actions serve two purposes. 1, to show his stance. He doesn't want to be my enemy. 2, to warn me. Turning away, the Grand Tutor thought to himself, but all of this is because His Majesty refuses to accept the officials I recommend. The guard exclaimed in surprise, Warn? The Grand Tutor's gaze was sharp, a warning not to stand his way. Otherwise, what awaits me will be more than just the Emperor's distrust. The guard shuddered, thinking to himself, people with high IQs are truly terrifying. The Grand Tutor continued, as for His Majesty. The guard quickly asked, What about His Majesty? The Grand Tutor lowered his eyes and sighed. People always desire what they cannot have. The Crown Prince's alternating closeness and distance, intimacy and aloofness, will leave His Majesty feeling unfulfilled, yearning for something unattainable. I only hope this isn't another one of the Crown Prince's schemes. He started to walk away, then turned back. New Year's Eve is in a few days. His Majesty will leave the palace. Protect him well. The guard replied clearly. On New Year's Eve, the atmosphere is enchanting, the sky ablaze with the brilliant fireworks and lanterns. The emperor, in flowing robes, stood before the ancient triple gate, leaving the palace. People released lanterns into the sky. The emperor spoke, "This New Year's Eve, the Grand Tutor has finally let me out. It's just." The emperor sighed, glancing around. "Why do I have to bring these two along?" Princess Luanyu and Princess Jinha, both dressed in beautiful attire, stood beside him. Princess Luanyu spoke excitedly. "First, we must eat. We need our strength to admire handsome men." Princess Jinha, with a determined look, declared, "We should go to the handsome men's quarter first. Eating isn't as important as admiring handsome men." Liu tugged on the emperor's robe and suggested, "Your Majesty, they've been arguing about this all day. Why don't we go to the handsome men's quarter, reserve a handsome man, and then take him with us to eat hot pot?" Princess Luanyu and Princess Jinha's eyes lit up as they looked admiringly at Li Yu, as expected of a prodigy. In the distance, a servant girl following a young noblewoman sneered softly, "That debauched monarch, always thinking about handsome men. How can someone like that be fit to be emperor?" The servant girl beside her covered her mouth, giggling derisively. She sighed dramatically. The other servant girl continued, "Exactly. How could someone like that be emperor? I heard that Princess Pingyang should have been the emperor." The three servant girls' voices grew louder. "That's right. Isn't it because the Grand Tutor is supporting her? Who knows if she and the Grand Tutor are in cahoots?" "Quiet. Don't let anyone hear you. That's a crime punishable by death for 9 generations. The young noblewoman sighed lightly. "What are you afraid of? My mother is General Jean Feng. She commands the troops. What can she do to me even if she finds out?" The two servant girls behind her laughed loudly. Suddenly, the emperor appeared before the young noblewoman and asked, "What if I appear before you?" The servant girls accompanying General Jean Feng's daughter gasped, covering their mouths in shock. Your Majesty." The surrounding crowd panicked and knelt. "It's the emperor. Long live your Majesty." The emperor spoke, "I've always heard people speak ill of me behind my back, but never to my face." The emperor approached the young noblewoman, tilting her chin up. "Who are you to criticize me?" The young noblewoman turned her head away disdainfully. "I'm not afraid of you." The emperor seemed surprised. The young noblewoman boasted, "My mother is General Jean Feng. She commands the troops, protects the Dalian kingdom, and has made countless glorious contributions. If you dare do anything to me, my mother will not let you off." The emperor said softly, "General Jean Feng? I have always respected her. I never expected the general's daughter to speak of me in such a way." The young noblewoman replied calmly, "I didn't mean to offend you, Your Majesty. Please forgive me." The emperor said angrily, "Then reward them with poison wine. Shui Lung Ling, 1 cup each. Not a single drop is to be left." All the young noblewoman's servants fell to their knees in terror, crying, "Your Majesty, spare us. Have mercy." The young noblewoman panicked and exclaimed, "I am the descendant of a great meritorious official. How dare you treat me like this?" The emperor replied calmly, "Am I not a debauched monarch? Of course I dare." The servant girl and Shui Lunglin approached and reported, "Your Majesty, the poisoned wine is ready." The emperor's voice rang out, "Then I invite the daughter of General Kim Fuang to sample this wine first." Shui Lunglin brought the wine glass closer. "Young lady, please drink this wine for a peaceful journey." Princess Kim Ha added with amusement, "Bon voyage. Don't be afraid. After drinking this wine, your intestines will rupture and you'll vomit blood. It'll only hurt a little." General Kim Fuang's daughter said fearfully, "No, I won't drink it. How dare you treat me like this? My mother won't spare you. My mother is General Kim Fuang. She protected the 1,000-year reign of Dai Lich." Shui Lung Lin angrily clamped her hand over the young woman's mouth and poured the wine down her throat. The general's daughter spat it out and angrily shouted, "You tyrant! Even as a ghost, I won't forgive you." The emperor, hearing this, said excitedly, "You could kill as a human, and I should fear you as a ghost." The general's daughter suddenly thought to herself, "Why isn't this poisoned wine as painful as I imagined?" The emperor spoke sternly, "In consideration of your mother's contributions, I only wish to discipline you. The wine just now was merely water from the release pond. I hope you remember today's lesson." Princess Lo Noyet turned and asked curiously, "Xiao Wu, what did Yin Bak mean by that?" Li Vu explained, "The water in the release pond is for the turtles to drink. His Majesty is implying she's a turtle." The emperor approached General Kim Phuong's daughter and said, "Shouldn't you be thanking me?" The general's daughter said with a disgruntled expression, "Thank you? In your dreams. You're just afraid of my mother, General Kim Phuong, so you don't dare kill me." "This isn't over yet," the emperor frowned. It seems General Kim Phuong is usually busy with official duties, without even the time to discipline her own daughter. He lightly lifted the general's daughter. "Then I shall help the general with some housework and teach her daughter a lesson." The emperor, seemingly angered, commanded, "Guards." The imperial guards rushed in respectfully. The emperor then ordered, "Bring General Kim Phuong's daughter into the palace and find a strict governess to discipline her. She must be taught the difference between sovereign and subject and what loyalty and righteousness truly mean." The guards acknowledged the order. The emperor turned and said in a lowered voice, "You are all dismissed." The people stood up and called out, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Princess Kim Ha suddenly grabbed his hand and said, "Your majesty, let's go. Don't let these insignificant people upset you. There are still many places we haven't visited today." The emperor said worriedly, "It's late tonight. We should return to the palace." Princess Kim Ha, her mind wandering to a Tang monk, exclaimed, "No, no, no. Tonight, a high monk from Foda Temple is giving a sermon. They say he's the 10th reincarnation of Buddha, and his fortune-telling is very accurate. Let's go have our fortunes told." The emperor pondered, but the imperial tutor said. Princess Kim Ha pulled him along. "What are you afraid of? The imperial tutor has the mouth of a snake and the heart of a Buddha. Has he ever truly scolded you?" Princess Lon Noyet turned to bid farewell to Shui Lung Lin. "You all return to the palace first. I'll be back shortly." Shui Lung Lin and Li Vu stared at each other, dumbfounded. At Foda Temple, Princess Kim Ha, wanting to go further inside, yelled, "Out of the way!" A woman standing nearby was annoyed. "What kind of person are you? Don't you know how to queue?" Princess Kim Ha retorted. This princess doesn't care for such tedious rules. She didn't bother arguing further with them, but turned and pushed the emperor onto a chair. Jin Ha said to Tuen La, "Master, please examine this young lady's fate." Tuen La placed a box of divination sticks in front of the emperor and said gravely, "Female benefactor, please draw a lot." Jin Ha gazed admiringly, thinking to herself, "This monk is truly handsome." The emperor then drew a lot. She said, "Here, master." Tuen La took the lot and read, "Koan above, Chin below, earthly peace on the left. The path ahead is hazy, unclear whether good or bad." The emperor, worried and confused, asked Tuen La, "What does that mean?" Tuen La replied, "Female benefactor, your life is destined for peach blossom fate." Princess Jinha whispered an explanation to the emperor. "Peach blossom fate is a top-tier destiny. Countless handsome men will live and die for you, move mountains and seas for you. Such a good fortune is rare." Tuen La continued, "However, the path ahead is hazy. The female benefactor must learn to let go. Otherwise, in the end, she will face the empire alone." The emperor thought with alarm, "Face the empire alone." Jinha slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Audacious! This rambling monk." Tuen La continued writing as he spoke. "This humble monk is merely interpreting the divination. The path ahead depends on the female benefactor's choices. There's no need to dwell on this monk's words. This is a world of cycles. Cycles have regrets, and they don't have regrets. Even if you are given more happiness, you may not be able to feel joy." Princess Jinha excitedly ran closer and asked, "Monk, tell me my fortune, specifically about relationships." Tuen La replied softly, "I apologize. This humble monk only performs 3 divinations a month. Any more, and they lose their accuracy." Jinha asked with a disappointed look, "So, the 3 divinations you do each month are always accurate?" Tuen La explained, "Not necessarily. The world is constantly changing. The future depends on the benefactor's choices." Princess Jinha said sadly, "Then I'll have to come back next month for a divination." Tuen La stood up to leave. The female benefactor needn't be so fixated. Fate will bring what it may. This humble monk takes his leave. Princess Jinha turned to comfort the emperor by, "Don't listen to that monk. What does he mean? Face the empire alone? You have me." Suddenly, an old woman appeared and said, "That's no ordinary monk. He's the sole disciple of the enlightened master of Foda Temple. It said he's the 10th reincarnation of Buddha. Everyone calls him the living Buddha. His divinations are never wrong." The emperor said confidently, "Even if it's accurate, so what? I am the emperor. My destiny is my own, not determined by the heavens." She turned to Jinha and said, "Let's go back to the palace." Princess Jinha seemed reluctant to return to the palace. She said, "Your Majesty, you go back first. I want to see what this photo Buddha is really like." Jinha then ran quickly into photo temple. She called out cheerfully, "Little monk, wait." Twin La turned around and said gravely, "How may this humble monk assist the female benefactor?" Princess Jinha gazed at him adoringly and said, "It's nothing. I just want a closer look at what the 10th living Buddha looks like. Such a handsome monk. Why spend your time chanting with oil lamps? Come back with me. I can offer you riches and glory." Twin La stepped back. "Female benefactor, please conduct yourself with propriety." Jinha flirtatiously said, "What are you shy about, little monk? Look at me. Am I not beautiful?" Twin La, holding his prayer beads, replied, "In this humble monk's eyes, female benefactor, you are like the grass and trees. All things in heaven and earth are beautiful." Princess Jinha suddenly rushed forward and embraced Twin La. "So, am I beautiful, or are the flowers and grass beautiful?" Twin La, with a troubled expression, said, "All are things of heaven and earth. There is no distinction between high and low, good and bad. It's getting late. This little monk should return." As Twin La turned to leave, Princess Jinha grabbed his prayer beads. She said, "It's late. You should understand that it's not safe for a young woman like me to return alone. Why don't you escort me back? You wouldn't be so heartless as to let me return alone in the middle of the night, would you?" Suddenly, the emperor rushed in and called out, "Jinha, why did you run off like that? I've been looking for you." Princess Jinha froze, thinking to herself, "My plan? You really have no sense of timing." Twin La spoke up, "The young lady is no longer alone now. This little monk will take his leave." Jinha put on a pitiful expression. "The two of us are still in danger. You wouldn't be so heartless as to let delicate flowers like us encounter flower thieves, would you?" The emperor said, "Who said it's just the two of us? I brought the entire guard detail. There's no need to trouble the master." The emperor pulled her away. "You're so heavy. You should eat less." Jinha was reluctant to leave, thinking to herself, "My duck is finally cooked." Back at the palace, the emperor, realizing his mistake, came to comfort Princess Jinha. "I didn't know you liked that little monk. Don't be angry anymore. I was just worried about your safety." Princess Jinha said resentfully, "I finally found someone I liked, and you ruined it." Princess Luanyu, playing in the snow outside, overheard and said, "The night before last, you had your eye on Minister Wang's second son. Yesterday morning, you forced yourself on a commoner, and you call this finally?" Princess Jinha angrily shouted, "This time it's true love." The emperor said, "Which time wasn't true love? Tell me, what is your definition of true love? And what about later?" Jinha quickly changed her tune and replied, "If we fall out of love later, we'll just break up amicably. What's the big deal? Why should I be held responsible for a lifetime?" The emperor approached her and said, "Sister, you're insulting true love like this. Do you even know what true love is?" Suddenly, a guard shouted, "Your Majesty, it's not good." General Kim Fuang and the three dukes are outside the hall, demanding an explanation from your Majesty. The emperor became tense. Why are they bothering the Grand Tutor? That General Kim Fuang is truly troublesome, daring to involve the three dukes. Princess Jinha calmly said, What about the three dukes? Isn't the Grand Tutor the head of the three dukes? With the Grand Tutor backing you, what are you afraid of?" The emperor, with a worried expression, said, "Back then, the three dukes helped me become emperor. They hold the late emperor's dragon scepter. I can't afford to disregard them." General Kim Fuang and the three dukes entered the hall. Everyone respectfully bowed. "We greet your Majesty." The emperor turned and walked towards the table. She sat down, holding a teacup, and spoke in a serious tone. No need for formalities. "What brings the three dukes and General Kim Fuang to see me?" General Kim Fuang spoke. "I heard that my daughter offended your Majesty and was brought to the palace. It is due to my inadequate discipline. I implore your Majesty to allow me to take my daughter back and educate her properly." The emperor calmly sipped his tea and replied, "I find that you are too busy with official duties to discipline your daughter. Therefore, I will help you manage her to prevent her from causing further embarrassment to General Kim Fuang outside the palace." General Kim Fuang's expression turned angry as he continued, "My daughter is still young and prone to impulsive, foolish actions, but she would absolutely never intentionally offend your Majesty. There must be some misunderstanding." The general looked at Shui Lung Lin sarcastically and said, Or perhaps she listened to the slanderous words of a certain someone. Today, I, along with the Grand Preceptor, the Grand Tutor, and the Grand Guardian, have come here so that I can assure you that my daughter is not the kind of woman your majesty describes. The emperor looked into his teacup and said, "So you are implying that I am lying?" The Grand Preceptor spoke, "General Kim Fuang, don't be hasty. First, let your daughter come out, and we'll ask her a few questions to understand the situation." Moments later, 2 guards brought Jean Ha to the hall. She rushed forward, crying and calling out, "Mother, mother, I thought I would never see you again." Seeing his daughter's haggard appearance, General Kim Fuang's face filled with anger. "It's all right. Today, the 3 dukes and I will help you. If you have any grievances, speak up." Jean Ha immediately pointed at the emperor and shouted, "It was the emperor! The emperor forced me to drink the water from the lake and accused me of disrespect, then brought me to the palace and mistreated me. Look at my hands. They're bruised and swollen. It must be because the emperor was so angry that he sent someone to discipline me." "Mother, look," the emperor angrily retorted. "Who do you think you are? I deliberately made things difficult for you. You disrespected me, and I was willing to overlook it, yet you continue to act so arrogantly and defiantly." Jean Ha gritted her teeth in anger. "It takes 2 to tango. It's clear that you found me displeasing and deliberately looked for trouble." The emperor, enraged, immediately slapped Jean Ha hard across the face. He said, "That slap was quite loud, wasn't it? How can anyone say it takes 2 to tango?" Jean Ha trembled and cried out in frustration, "Mother, Grand Preceptor, did you too see that?" The emperor said, "She said it takes 2 to tango. I was merely teaching her a lesson. Practical experience leads to understanding." The Grand Preceptor spoke coldly. "General Kim Fuang, your daughter has indeed shown disrespect to His Majesty. The late emperor entrusted us, the 3 dukes, to assist the emperor. Today, you came here to confront His Majesty and summoned us. What are your intentions?" The Grand Tutor spoke up. "The Grand Preceptor is right. General Kim Fuang's daughter has shown such disrespect to His Majesty and caused such a commotion on the streets. This is damaging to the Emperor's authority." The Grand Guardian, standing beside them, sternly added, "Furthermore, we are busy with official duties. Surely we shouldn't be bothered by His Majesty over matters concerning your daughter's upbringing." General Kim Fuang immediately knelt down. "I have failed in disciplining my daughter. I beg your Majesty and the 3 dukes for forgiveness." Jean Ha, surprised, called out, "Mother!" Before Jean Ha could finish speaking, General Kim Fuang slapped her across the face. He then said, "Apologize to His Majesty at once. How'd I raise you? Why don't you know how to respect your superiors?" The tearful young lady choked back her sobs and stammered, "Mother." She then turned and bowed her head. "This servant girl begs your Majesty and the 3 dukes for forgiveness." The emperor picked at his ear and said, "What did you say?" "The wind is too strong. I didn't hear anything." The young lady lowered her head and spoke louder. "This servant girl is still young and ignorant. I hope your Majesty will be magnanimous and forgive me." The emperor, cracking sunflower seeds, exclaimed louder, "My hearing hasn't been good lately. I can't hear you." The young lady immediately kowtowed, her forehead hitting the ground. "This servant girl knows her mistake and begs your Majesty for forgiveness. I am willing to accept any punishment." The emperor said smugly, "You said you wanted to be punished. I never said I wanted to punish you. Since you insist, I will comply with the will of the people. You are sentenced to make handicrafts every day and sell them at the market. You must earn no less than 500 taels daily, and all proceeds will go to the national treasury. You're not allowed to seek help from others, nor are you allowed to cheat." The young lady stammered in fear, "But I don't know any handicrafts." She thought to herself, 500 taels a day? Why don't you just rob me? The emperor enthusiastically encouraged her. "Then learn. I believe the daughter of General Kim Fuang, with her intelligence and grace, will certainly be able to do it. I will always support you." General Kim Fuang seethed inwardly, thinking the emperor is getting bold. But outwardly he resignedly said, "Thank you, your Majesty, for your grace." "Then this minister will take his daughter home." In the study, the emperor angrily threw a memorial to the ground. "That damned first prince. He dares to write a memorial scolding me over such a trivial matter. Sooner or later, I'll strip him of his power." Jinha spoke. If the first prince is making things difficult for you, then you should make things difficult for him. Deal with the thing he cares about most, which is his peerless son. Jinha leaned closer and said, I've calculated it. Tonight, with the moon bright and the wind high, it's perfect for enjoying some floral wine. The emperor roared in anger. You're telling me to take the first prince's son to a brothel? Are you insane? Inside the brothel, beautiful women danced energetically. A beautiful woman extended her hand in welcome. She said, customers, come in, come in. We not only have beautiful women, but also many fresh young men. Outside the brothel gates, the emperor led the first prince's son there. She said, Your Highness, let's go inside and see what's happening. The first prince's son was bewildered and said in a hesitant voice, Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you say you wanted me to observe the lives of the common people? The emperor turned to the prince and replied, Courtesans and young gentlemen are also my subjects. This is the first stop on our tour of observing the lives of the people. I'm also looking out for you. It's getting late, and for a young woman like me to be out at night with a young man like you, I'm worried something might happen to you. The first prince's son remained silent. The emperor took the prince's hand and led him forward, urging, Come on, I'll cover all the expenses tonight. Don't hold back. Inside the brothel, a song played, the boat draws near, hoping for a meeting, pouring wine, lighting lamps, starting the wedding feast, whispering sweet nothings again and again, embracing the pipa, hiding half the moon. The first prince's son and the emperor sat down to enjoy the melody. Suddenly, a young man approached the emperor and said in an affected tone, This young lady is truly beautiful. I wonder if I could invite you for a drink. The emperor cheerfully pulled out the banknotes. She patted the first prince's son's head and said, Good boy, serve me well here, and I'll reward you handsomely. The first prince's son leaned against the emperor with an adorable expression. The emperor turned, resting a hand on their chin, and said, Your Highness, you needn't be so formal. I'm not the king, and you're not a subject. The courtesans approached first Prince Yijing, the red-clad beauty gently trying to get close, softly saying, Young master, may I keep you company tonight? Yijing remained calm and firmly said, No need. The red-clad courtesan acted coyly. Young master, don't be so aloof. You're so handsome. A smile would surely be captivating. Yijing stood up and backed away, his voice calm as he said, Please, show some self-respect, ladies. Seeing this, the emperor laughed. Your Highness, mentioning self-respect in a place like this is disrespectful to it. The emperor waved a hand dismissively. We're here for pleasure. Relax. Don't act like it's your first time here. This is embarrassing. The emperor stood up, a look of displeasure on her face. You don't like either of the top courtesans? What kind do you like then? Someone like Pingyang. Yijing thoughtfully replied, What do you mean by that, Your Majesty? The emperor's expression turned envious, her tone sarcastic. Didn't I hear that 3 years ago, Your Highness saved Pingyang? A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. The emperor seethed inwardly, thinking, girls change their minds so quickly. What match made in heaven? If you two were a couple, it would be a disaster. Yijing remained composed. He softly said, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Princess Pingyang and I only met by chance. There's no relationship between us, let alone talk of marriage. The emperor exclaimed brightly, It seems I've meddled too much. She looked after a departing figure, a thoughtful expression on her face. Turning back to Yijing, she laughed. Let me offer you a drink, Your Highness, as an apology. The emperor prepared to pour Yijing a drink, but he suddenly covered the cup and declined. Your Majesty, I can't drink alcohol. Even a drop will intoxicate me. You really don't need to do this. The emperor looked surprised. What? Yijing calmly said, Your Majesty, I know you brought me here only to upset my father. The night scene was poetic with a bright full moon, red lanterns hanging high, and peach blossoms drifting in the wind. The emperor and Yijing sat down to admire the view outside. Yijing expressed his feelings to the emperor. He softly said, Actually, my father would at most reprimand me, but what Your Majesty wants to provoke is my father's military power and his reputation. The emperor poured herself a drink and said pensively, If you speak so frankly, Yijing won't just be reprimanded. Hearing this, Yijing's lips curved into a small smile. The emperor continued with a melancholic expression, Actually, I didn't bring you here just to annoy Yijing. Yijing looked surprised. Ditto? What other intentions do you have, Your Majesty? She rested her chin on her hand and sighed. Forget it. What's the point of talking? You can leave. Yijing stood up and turned to go. The emperor watched him leave, silently thinking. He's really leaving. She stood up, tears welling in her eyes. It's good that he's gone. The emperor walked to the railing, drinking and gazing at the full moon above. She murmured, I'll drink alone. There are so many handsome men here. It's not a great loss. She turned around and shouted, quickly bring some girls over here. Today, I must get thoroughly drunk. Suddenly, First Prince Yijing turned around, holding a handkerchief, and gently called, Your Majesty. She turned back and asked in surprise, Why haven't you left yet? The prince replied, This subject never said I wanted to leave. The night is dark and the dew is heavy. This subject went to the carriage to fetch a cloak for you. The prince gently draped the cloak over the emperor. She blushed, embarrassed. The prince is so considerate. Come, tonight we drink till we drop. The prince bowed his head and calmly replied, This subject cannot drink alcohol. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. The emperor looked at the prince with infatuation. She generously replied, All right, I won't force you. The prince's eyes were deep. She pondered, wanting to see him drunk, but it seemed too blatant. The emperor, tipsy, her eyes sparkling, looked at the prince and asked, I'm very curious why you don't drink alcohol. The prince, with a cold expression, replied, Because when this subject was 8 years old, my mother died in a wine cellar. Hearing this, the emperor was startled and dropped her wine cup. She anxiously said, I'm truly sorry. First Prince Yijing calmly said, It's all right. Your Majesty can drink alone. This subject will sit beside you, and we can both admire the beautiful scenery from up here. At the First Prince Yijing's residence, a loud, angry voice could be heard from outside the door. First Prince Yijing's father looked somewhat furious. How dare the crown prince visit such a disreputable place? He raged, his voice rising. Since when did he dare associate with such riffraff? This is truly disgraceful to our family. Beside him, a guard nervously stammered. The crown prince, with his majesty, went there. First Prince Yijing's father angrily grabbed the guard's collar, his eyes sharp. His Majesty? He seethed with rage. This emperor is truly capable, daring to interfere with the first prince's residence. Late at night at the brothel, Yin Bai, drunk, was being supported by the prince. She slurred, I'm telling you, one day, I'll take back First Prince Yijing's military power and execute his entire clan. First Prince Yijing calmly looked at her and softly said, Your Majesty, you're drunk. Yin Bai's cheeks were flushed, her eyes glazed over. She teased, I'm not drunk. I'm telling you, tonight I'm very happy. She immediately revealed, her voice soft between me and Pingyang. Before she could finish her sentence, she vomited directly onto the prince. He froze, sweat dripping down his face. Yin Bai, overcome by drink, clutched her head and groaned. My head hurts so much. She leaned against the prince's shoulder. Do you think I enjoy being emperor? I'm forced to do this. If I were an emperor, I'd be dead. I want to be a good emperor, but the officials and the people all scrutinize me. She whined, revealing her inner thoughts. After becoming emperor, I realized that the emperor can't do anything. Everyone says I'm a bad ruler. Look, I haven't burned books or buried scholars. I haven't levied heavy taxes. So why am I considered a bad ruler? Yin Bai leaned against the prince, her hand gripping his robe tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. First Prince Yijing looked at her with heartache. Your Majesty, you've had too much to drink. I'll take you back to the palace. Yin Bai angrily retorted, No, I'm not going back to the palace. I don't want to go back. Don't be unsteady and distraught. She collapsed against the crown prince. The crown prince immediately caught her and asked with concern, Where do you want to go? Yin Bai uttered, To your house. Subtitles provided by the Amara.org community. I want to go to your house. Time passed until the hour of the rat. At the Prince Regent's residence, the Crown Prince supported Yin Bai and knocked on the door. The door slowly opened. The Crown Prince's guard rushed out to open the door and froze in shock. Your Highness, this is... The Crown Prince immediately said, The Emperor is drunk. Quickly prepare a guest room. Have my father and sister gone to bed yet? Hearing this, the guard frantically nodded. The Prince Regent and the princesses have retired for the night, Your Highness. The Crown Prince said with gentle eyes, My father is a light sleeper. Speak softly. Don't wake them. Beside him, Yin Bai suddenly pushed the Crown Prince's hand away from her body. She called out to him, Look, iron heels roam far and wide across my vast land. I still want to live for 5 more years. At this point, Yin Bai stumbled out into the courtyard, shouting and dancing. Hearing the commotion, the Prince Regent suddenly awoke and asked, What's happening? Jing Dian is sleeping. She's dreaming. She said, There's a ghost. Jing Zhu sat up angrily to who's so bold? Do they want to die? Jing Man also angrily shouted, what kind of demon dares to cause a disturbance at the Prince Regent's residence? For hours later, a drunken yin bai sang loudly, a laugh amidst the blue sea, crashing waves roll on both shores. The entire Prince Regent's family sat in the main hall. Suddenly, Jing Man covered her ears and snapped irritably. She's been singing for 4 hours. Hasn't she stopped yet? The sound of singing rises. Waves crash against the sky. Only heaven knows who wins or loses. Furious, she immediately rolled up her sleeves and stormed out. Don't stop me. I have to give her a piece of my mind. I've had enough of this all-night racket. Seeing this, Jing Dian said, just go. Deal with her now, and then our whole family will have to pay the price. Jing Man turned back inside and, pulling her hair up in frustration, said, she's given me a breakout. Eldest sister, don't you suspect she's doing this on purpose? Her gaze shifted toward her father as she called out, Father, say something. I can't stand it anymore. If Jing Chung has to marry someone like this, I'll disown him. Suddenly, Jing Zhu raised her hand with a determined look. Me too. The Prince Regent frowned, feeling uneasy, but he gently reassured them, just bear with it. In the Prince Regent's dining hall, Yin Bai stretched comfortably and stood at the doorway, cheerfully saying, good morning, everyone. Yin Bai sat down. Jing Dian yawned repeatedly. Seeing this, Yin Bai thought in a muddled way, what's wrong with everyone? Why do you all look so pale? The Prince Regent put on a cheerful face and said, it's nothing, Your Majesty. Please have a seat. Immediately afterward, Yin Bai poured wine into a cup. She replied, I'm so sorry for troubling your residence. Yin Bai held the cup of wine and looked up. I'll drink this as an apology to the Prince Regent's 3 daughters. They immediately and frantically try to stop her. Don't drink. There's no need to apologize. We can talk things out. No need for alcohol. If you get drunk again, you'll have to stay at our house for another day. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince took the wine cup from her hand. He gently said, Your Majesty, drinking too much will harm your health. Please have some food. Yin Bai's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She replied, Thank you, Crown Prince, for your concern. After breakfast, I hope you can escort me back to the palace. Yin Bai glanced at the Prince Regent. She thought to herself, Old fox, if your son escorts me back, you won't dare to touch me. The Crown Prince replied clearly, After the meal, I will escort your Majesty to the carriage. He spoke softly, Your Majesty, this way, please. He bowed, I shall see your Majesty off. Yin Bai boarded the carriage and left. Jing Man propped her chin in her hand, pondering, she really is beautiful, but a bit too hyper. And she's the emperor. If my little brother became the empress's consort, he'd definitely be bullied by her. As the carriage traveled down the road, Yin Bai gazed admiringly at the Crown Prince. He's so handsome, she thought. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's expression tensed. This isn't right, he exclaimed. This isn't the way back to the palace. Yin Bai was bewildered. What? Just as the Crown Prince pulled back the curtain to look outside, a sword suddenly lunged forward, pointed directly at his throat. The assassin collapsed to the ground. The Crown Prince urged the horses onward. Yin Bai stared blankly out the window. The Crown Prince grabbed her hand. Your Majesty, forgive me. He said that I don't know when the driver was switched. The horses are spooked. Hold on tight to me. We're jumping. He pulled her close and spurred the horses on. The horses stumbled and fell, sending Yin Bai tumbling onto the Crown Prince. At that moment, a volley of arrows rained down on them. Damn it! The Crown Prince shoved Yin Bai out of the way, saving her life. Assassins rushed forward to attack him. He quickly dispatched several of them. An assassin perched in a tree aimed his bow at Yin Bai. Seeing this, the Crown Prince threw himself in front of her to shield her. Yin Bai asked anxiously, Crown Prince, are you all right? The Crown Prince grasped her hand. Your Majesty, run. The assassins shouted after them. We must kill the Emperor. The two escaped into a cave. Yin Bai asked worriedly, Crown Prince, are you all right? You're bleeding profusely. The Crown Prince reassured her, I'm fine. Then he pulled the arrow out himself. Yin Bai asked, You don't feel any pain? The Crown Prince tore a strip of cloth. Would you please bandage this for me, Your Majesty? After she bandaged his wound, he began to cough. Tears welled up in Yin Bai's eyes. I'm so sorry, she said. I'm so sorry. The The crown prince quickly comforted her that it's nothing. From the moment I was born, I was destined to sacrifice myself for the great Li, for you. This wound is insignificant. He added, don't worry, your majesty. Even if I am broken to pieces, I will protect you. Yanbai asked, how can you be so stoic? You didn't even call in sick when you were gravely ill before, and today, with such a serious wound, you haven't even flinched. Are you truly as indifferent as people say? The crown prince replied, no one is born indifferent to pain. Since I was a child, my father taught me that even if Mount Tai crumbles before me, I must not be afraid, and if a deer runs past, I must not rejoice. I must not be surprised by sudden appearances, nor angered by unwarranted events. Yanbai then asked, then why didn't you cry out in pain just now? The crown prince began to recount, when I was young, I fell and cried out in pain. My father punished me by making me kneel on a chessboard for an entire day. From then on, I didn't dare to cry or complain about pain. Gradually, it became a habit. Yanbai, hearing this, couldn't hide her surprise and asked, how old were you at that time? The crown prince calmly replied, 5 years old. Yanbai then said, it's normal for a 5-year-old child to fall and cry in pain. How could the prince regent be so cold and heartless? At this, the crown prince stood up that my father is famous for his ruthless methods, and that reputation is certainly not unearned. He treats all 4 of us as siblings the same way. Yanbai took his hand and said, your father isn't here. I won't laugh at you. If you're in pain, you can cry out loud. The crown prince coldly withdrew his hand and said, thank you. Yanbai turned away awkwardly at So, who exactly wanted to assassinate me. She thought to herself, it can't be Pingyang. If something happened to me, Pingyang would be the first suspect, and she also has feelings for Jingcheng. It's not the Prince Regent either. Even if he wanted to kill me, he wouldn't choose the moment I was returning to the palace from his residence. The crown prince then said, your majesty, the assassin wasn't from the Great Li. Yanbai asked, how do you know? The crown prince picked up the arrow. You can tell from the shape of the arrowhead. This is how the Yin people make their arrows. This method is very crude, bearing the mark of the New Ran people. The New Ran live on the grasslands and possess great strength. Therefore, their arrowheads are usually flat. He then handed the arrow to Yanbai. She thought to herself, the weapon-making methods of the 4 nations are national military secrets. How does he know so much? People say that from the age of 4, the Prince Regent's son began to memorize geography, military strategy, and battle formations, mastering all 6 arts. His talent is unparalleled, with a photographic memory, a true legend. This person might be even more terrifying than his father. At this moment, a group of people chased after them. See where you can run. The crown prince calmly said, run? Why should we run? We've been waiting for you here for a long time. The assassins were stunned. Waiting for us? The crown prince smiled and said, otherwise, how could we send you back to New Ran? Hearing this, one of the assassins stammered, how do you know we are New Ran people? The crown prince continued, not only do I know you are New Ran, but I also know you are relatives of the king and have a good relationship with the Wu Emperor. Our emperor doesn't want to see war between our 2 countries. I'll spare you today, so why don't you leave quickly? The assassin replied, we've reached a dead end. Want to slip away quietly? At this moment, one of them was suddenly attacked. The crown prince then asked, well, still not leaving? Do you want me to escort you back to New Ran? The remaining assassins were too scared to move. One of them drew his sword and pointed it at the crown prince. Don't believe his words, everyone. This person is scheming. Before he could finish his sentence, he too perished. The crown prince smiled, if you want to die, I don't mind helping you along. The remaining assassins were terrified and drenched in sweat. One of them shouted, go. The crown prince turned to Yanbai. Your majesty, let's go. We can't stay here too long. I only had 2 poison hairpins, and I've used them both. With that, the 2 quickly fled. The assassins suddenly turned back and shouted, where are they? They dare to trick us. Quick, kill the empress. Yanbai anxiously helped the crown prince. They're catching up. We need to go. Just then, the 2 of them accidentally slipped and tumbled down a rocky slope. Sometime later, the crown prince woke up. A woman beside him said, you're finally awake. Your wife was so worried about you. The crown prince was startled. My wife? Just then, Yanbai entered and said, you're finally awake. You lost a lot of blood and were unconscious for a day and a night. Seeing this, the woman smiled. You 2 talk. I'll go prepare lunch. The crown prince sat up in a daze and asked, what happened to his majesty? Yanbai recounted proudly. After we fell down the cliff, we were rescued by a farming family. This village is bustling with people and activity. I told them we were husband and wife visiting relatives and were attacked by bandits. After lunch was ready, the woman called, "Come and try this. It's authentic farm food from our village." The crown prince said, "Your Majesty, miss, your lips." Yanbai quickly sat down and explained, "My surname is Huang. He calls me miss as a sign of respect." Hearing this, the couple looked bewildered. The husband served his wife some food. "Dear, eat this. It's good for you." The wife noticed the two of them and said, "You two are so shy. You don't seem like a married couple. Why are you so distant with each other?" Yanbai quickly explained, because he's married into my family." Hearing this, the woman exclaimed, "These poor boys from remote areas who marry into wealthy families should treat their wives well, especially since Miss Huang clearly looks like someone of high standing." Then she whispered to Yanbai, "But usually, these poor boys have all sorts of terrible relatives or a cruel mother-in-law. You should be careful." Yanbai put her arm around the woman and said, "Sister, you're so right. I don't really have a cruel mother-in-law. He has a father and 3 older sisters. His father is always finding fault, not only lecturing me daily about my lack of understanding, but also forcing me to do this and that." The woman said, "You shouldn't put up with that. I've also heard that the sisters-in-law in these situations are very difficult to deal with, and you have to deal with 3 of them." Yanbai nodded, "Exactly." She hugged the woman and started to cry. "You're absolutely right." Seeing this, the husband said, "Dear, that's their family business. Besides, I think this young man is quite capable. The young lady sitting here isn't." Before he could finish, his wife smacked him on the head. The husband cried out, "Ouch." The wife said angrily, "None of you men are any good. Go wash the dishes." Later, the crown prince carried the stack of dishes to wash them. The husband said, "Let me do it, brother." Then the husband carried the dishes away, saying, "My wife can be a bit blunt. Don't mind her. Marrying into a family isn't so bad. At least you can climb the social ladder." The crown prince replied, "Don't worry about it." Later, he went out to the base of a tree where Yanbai was. Yanbai said sheepishly, "Your Majesty, I didn't mean to speak ill of you just now. It was just to deceive them." She sniffed a peach blossom branch and kept praising, "It smells so good." The crown prince smiled. "Your Majesty, don't move." Yanbai asked in bewilderment, "What?" The crown prince calmly said, "There's a green snake behind you." Hearing this, Yanbai screamed, "A green snake? Is it venomous? Now what?" Yanbai asked. The crown prince said, "Your Majesty, don't move. Green snakes often eat heartbreak grass, so their eyesight is poor. They can only attack moving things." Yanbai asked shakily, Then what should we do? I can't stay still forever." The crown prince continued, "I hear that after being bitten by a green snake, your whole body rots and you die." Hearing this, she became even more frightened. You have to think of something." The crown prince gently approached Yanbai. She blushed. "How can you help me get rid of the snake by getting so close?" The crown prince said, "Once this kind of snake appears, it won't leave until it smells blood. Your Majesty, just don't move." Then he shielded her with his hand. Yanbai's eyes teared up. "What are you going to do?" The crown prince calmly replied, "This official will offer my hand for it to suck blood." Yanbai was stunned. "What? You'll die." The crown prince said in a deep voice, "The Dali dynasty cannot be without a ruler." Therefore, hearing this, she immediately pushed him away. "No need." The scene suddenly became quiet as peach blossoms fell. Yanbai fell, landing on top of the crown prince. Suddenly, a rope fell from above, landing on Yanbai. She stood up in fright and ran as if chased by a ghost, yelling, "Ah, snake, snake!" The rope fell to the ground. Yanbai stopped and stared in fear. Seeing this, she picked up the rope and went to the crown prince. She said, "Crown prince, you told me this was a snake." The crown prince leaned against a tree and said indifferently, "Your Majesty, my eyes were playing tricks on me. I mistook it for a snake." Yanbai pouted angrily, thinking to herself, he must have done it on purpose. Didn't I just say something wrong? Does he need to be so vengeful? Suddenly, Danyang came running over and said softly, "Young lady, it's time for dinner." At this moment, an idea popped into Yanbai's head. She immediately put on her acting skills. Yanbai wiped her tears with a handkerchief as she walked, feigning grievance. "Wasn't it just a slip of the tongue? Why did you lie to me?" The crown prince froze, calling out in bewilderment, "Your Majesty?" Yanbai then smiled slyly. Danyang asked anxiously and softly, "What's wrong?" She embraced Yanbai and asked, "Did he bully you?" Yanbai hugged her and cried loudly, her eyes sparkling with tears. "Elder sister, you were right. Yanbai turned her face away, her eyes brimming with tears. Men are all bad. Seeing this, Dai Nyang ran to the crown prince and yelled, "You country bumpkin, what's wrong with you? Such a good young lady agreed to marry you, not minding your old man and 3 elder sisters. And you lied to her." Yanbai stuck her tongue out at the crown prince mockingly. He was stunned. Before he could speak, Dai Nyang angrily said, "What do you mean, apologize now?" Yanbai smiled triumphantly. Dai Nyang gritted her teeth. "Why are you still standing there dumbfounded?" Behind her, Yanbai instantly resumed her act of coquettishness. Dai Nyang's voice hardened. "Apologize. She's such a good young lady." At this moment, the crown prince cupped his hands and bowed his head slightly, saying softly, "I apologize, Mississippi. I was wrong." Dai Nyang turned and said gently, "You have to teach this kind of man a lesson, or you'll suffer later." "Oh, right. Your relatives are here." Suddenly, Jingman ran over happily, waving and calling, "Little brother, I found you too." The crown prince stared blankly. "Third sister." Jingman ran over and bowed her head in greeting. "Your Majesty, I greet you." Dai Nyang whispered in her ear, "Young lady, is this the aunt you were talking about? Just one look, and you can tell she's harsh." Jingman pointed to herself confidently. "Me? Harsh?" She snapped. "Hey, I'm not. Does that old woman want to die?" Dai Nyang said angrily, "So fierce. Young lady, you must have had a difficult life. And to encounter such a bad family on top of it." Jingman turned back and said, "Me? Harsh? Me? Bad?" She angrily rolled up her sleeves. You explain yourself clearly, or don't blame me for being impolite." Just then, the crown prince intervened. "Third sister, it's a long story. Why don't we talk as we walk?" He pulled Jingman away. At this moment, Yanbai spoke cheerfully. "Elder sister, I must be going. I'll repay your kindness in saving my life later." Dai Nyang's eyes were filled with worry. "Take care, young lady. A family of freeloading country bumpkins like that will be trampled on sooner or later. Look at their third sister. With such a fierce and harsh demeanor, you can tell she's nothing good." Meanwhile, Jingman angrily shouted, "Don't stop me. I'm going to kill her." Shui Lung Lin, the emperor's personal guard, was standing at the palace gate. The 3 of them returned together. Shui Lung Lin ran over with a worried expression. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "I was worried sick." Yanbai laughed heartily to reassure her. "I'm fine." Suddenly, the crown prince bowed his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I have safely escorted you back to the palace. I'll take my leave now." At this moment, Shui Lung Lin's eyes were suspicious. "Safe?" The crown prince's words are certainly unusual. "Your prince regent's residence is truly a den of tigers and dragons." Jingman, hearing this, angrily retorted, "You?" She was about to charge forward when the crown prince grabbed her hand tightly and said, "Third sister." She turned to look at the crown prince blankly, then left with him. The crown prince bowed his head and said, "I'll take my leave." As they walked, the crown prince followed behind third sister. Jingman fumed as she walked. Why should we listen to his insults? Even though she's the emperor, she not only scolded the court official who assisted her, our father, but also scolded eldest sister and second sister. Why do you always side with outsiders instead of your own family? Suddenly, Princess Bingyang ran over and called out, "Crown Prince." She approached him with a worried expression that I heard you were attacked. Are you all right? Have they caught the assassins? The crown prince furrowed his brow and replied, "Thank you for your concern, princess. I am fine." Suddenly, Princess Bingyang held the crown prince's hand gently and said, "I'm glad you're all right. I heard you were attacked. I sent so many people to look for you, but they couldn't find you. It's good that you're safe." Seeing this, third sister thought to herself, "These royal orioles and swallows are certainly entangled." Jingman turned abruptly and said, "Little brother, let's go. We need to return to the residence." Seeing this, the crown prince immediately withdrew his hand and turned to leave that I'll take my leave. At the same time, Jingman said, "Little brother, let me tell you, I choose the emperor." Jingman suddenly thought of the emperor with a brood of children and turned to him excitedly. "Trust third sister. One look, and I knew the emperor is a good breeder." The crown prince, walking ahead, calmly said, "Third sister, be careful what you say. Insulting the royal family is a crime punishable by 9 familial exterminations." Seeing the crown prince walking ahead, Jingman called out loudly, "Little brother, wait for me. I was just joking. Why are you walking so fast?" Elsewhere, in the imperial palace, Princess Bingyong watched the crown prince's retreating figure. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Not reconciled, are you?" Princess Bingyong turned around angrily and said, "Come out." Trin Bitch, standing at a distance, continued, "If I were you, I wouldn't be reconciled either. The emperor is only 2 years older than you, but she already has the world, while you face this predicament. You met the crown prince 3 years earlier, but now she wants to compete with you for him." Trin Bitch leaned closer to her ear and continued, "Why does she want everything? One can't be so greedy." Princess Bingyong asked suspiciously, "Why is it you? Could it be that you sent the assassin this time?" He leaned against her shoulder and asked confidently, "Surprised? Don't be. I'm here to help you. As long as you join forces with me, the emperor's position will surely be shaken. Once you have the kingdom, what's there to fear about lacking men?" Princess Bingyong uncomfortably pushed his arm away and said in a harsh tone, "Rely on you?" Trin Bitch replied, "Of course, I can't do it alone. Behind me is the entire Nunin kingdom." Princess Bingyong scoffed, "Nunin is just a small country. How can it manipulate the powerful Dai Luke dynasty?" He said confidently, "We can't manipulate it, but you can. You were once a contender for the throne with such imposing momentum." She turned away dismissively. Trin Bitch tried to persuade her, "Our emperor wants to annex the northwest of Dai Luke and the 30 southern districts of Namlang." Suddenly, Princess Bingyong turned around with a look of interest and said, "Your emperor only wants such meager benefits." Trin Bitch replied, "Of course not. Ever since the current emperor ascended the throne, she sent General Loitrake to attack Nunin, making life difficult for our people. Now, with the prolonged drought, the bones of our people pile up like mountains. We only hope that after signing a peace treaty with Nunin, our two countries will never invade each other again. Princess, this is a good deed that benefits the country and its people. Please consider the common people." In the study, Yanbai sat by the window, melancholically muttering to herself, "Send Chu Nin's most handsome man, Trin Bitch." At that moment, Princess Lone Noyette appeared beside Yanbai and said playfully, haven't you figured out what to do about letting that guy share your bed? What's gotten into you? Did the assassin damage your brain?" Yanbai, looking tired, remained silent. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Your Majesty." Trin Bitch, who had been hiding behind the curtain, stepped out and said softly, "Your humble servant, Trin Bitch, has arrived to attend to your Majesty." Seeing this, Yanbai employed her seduction tactics, gently pulling her robe open to reveal one smooth shoulder and her long legs. Trin Bitch's heart pounded as he rushed forward, saying, "Your Majesty, you finally remembered this humble servant. I will serve your Majesty well." Yanbai, with a seductive look, gestured gently with her hand and said, "Come here." Trin Bitch quickly approached, calling out, "Your Majesty." Then Yanbai said, "Take it down for me." Suddenly, Tui Lung Lin appeared from behind and kicked Trin Bitch in the back, sending him sprawling. Tui Lung Lin drew his sword and held it to Trin Bitch's throat. Trin Bitch stammered in fear, "Why, your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" Yanbai stood up, descended the steps, and said softly, "Nunin dared to send someone to assassinate me. Surely they considered the consequences." She sternly commanded, "Someone go and tell the Nunin king that if he doesn't give me a satisfactory answer this time, I will send troops north. And you." She glanced at Trin Bitch and declared decisively, "Kill him." Trin Bitch cried out in terror, "Your Majesty, I know nothing. I only have a heart full of admiration for you. Please spare my life." Suddenly, Princess Bin Duong appeared, her face panicked, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you can't." Yanbai looked bewildered. "Huh? Why not?" Princess Bin Duong explained, "The Nunin king already knows about this and has started an investigation within the palace. It was his younger brother who wanted to usurp the throne and made a move. The Nunin king has sent a large tribute of gold and silver as an apology. Moreover, the Grand Tutor also said that now is the time for rest and recuperation, not for war." Yanbai responded with a look of disdain, "Thank you, Imperial Sister, for the reminder. I also remember it's been a long time since I've rewarded you." Yanbai approached, her eyes gleaming, and said, "In that case, I'll reward you with Nunin's most handsome man." Princess Bin Duong froze. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She thought to herself, being a princess isn't so bad after all. I've been tricked. His Majesty set me up. Yanbai wanted an excuse to send this trouble away. Elsewhere, Princess Loneit said excitedly, "Mother, Yanbai tried for so long, and finally, she's gotten rid of him. Suddenly, the Imperial Guard announced, "The Grand Tutor has arrived." Yanbai, overjoyed, ran and called out, "Grand Tutor!" The Grand Tutor, his face etched with worry, inquired, "Your Majesty, I heard you encountered trouble and rode day and night to return. Are you all right?" Yanbai spun around for the Grand Tutor to see. She said excitedly, "I'm completely fine, not a hair out of place. It was the Crown Prince who saved me." Hearing this, the Grand Tutor's face changed, and he frowned. "The Crown Prince?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. "The Prince Regent's Crown Prince has arrived." The Crown Prince entered, clasped his hands, and bowed. "Your servant greets your Majesty." "Long live your Majesty." The Grand Tutor walked to the Prince Regent Crown Prince and softly said, "I heard the Crown Prince was injured while saving his Majesty. Why is the Crown Prince in the palace instead of recuperating at home?" The Crown Prince calmly replied, "The Imperial physician said I should walk around more." The Grand Tutor looked sharply at the Crown Prince and said in a stern voice, "Walk around more means coming to the Imperial Palace. Is that so?" The Prince Regent's Crown Prince took out an invitation and said softly, "I came to the palace to deliver this invitation." He presented the invitation to Yanbai. "It's for my father's 50th birthday. I hope your Majesty and the Grand Tutor can attend." Seeing this, Yanbai laughed heartily and took the invitation. "Rest assured, Crown Prince, the Grand Tutor, and I will be there." The Crown Prince politely clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, your Majesty. I shall take my leave." As the Crown Prince turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out, "Crown Prince, please wait." The Grand Tutor, walking behind the Crown Prince, said, "Crown Prince, His Majesty is of age to marry. Have you given this any thought?" The Crown Prince quickly replied, "There's no need for the Grand Tutor to probe me. His Majesty's preferences are not something a servant like me can presume to guess." The Grand Tutor said coldly, "That is only natural. The Crown Prince is not a suitable match for His Majesty." This official only wishes to warn the Crown Prince. With the Regent King's current power, a pure relationship between you and His Majesty is impossible. Hearing this, the Crown Prince's expression turned somber. He recalled the banquet where Yanbai, drunk, had declared, "Sooner or later, I will seize the Regent King's military power and exterminate his entire clan." The Crown Prince murmured, "In that case, it seems loyalty and filial piety are mutually exclusive. It is my fate." The Grand Tutor said with a serious expression, "It is good that the Crown Prince understands. I hope that from now on, the Crown Prince and His Majesty can maintain a proper distance between ruler and subject." He turned to the Crown Prince and asked, "Did you summon me today solely for the sake of Dali's future? Do you not have any personal motives?" The Grand Tutor looked bewildered and asked, "What does the Crown Prince mean?" The Crown Prince continued, "Grand Tutor, you understand me as I understand you. I have never believed in fate, nor have I ever submitted to it. Farewell." The two quickly turned and left. Meanwhile, Princess Loniet stood behind a wall, gazing admiringly at the Crown Prince. She whispered, "So handsome. I really want his autograph. He's one of Dali's two most exceptional gentlemen." Li Vu, standing beside her, said with a disdainful look, "If I were a few years older, those two wouldn't stand a chance. There wouldn't be any two most exceptional gentlemen then." Lone Noyet turned to him, puzzled. "Then what would it be?" Li Vu grinned, smugly point one peerless beauty. At the Regent King's residence, Princess Jianha ran up to Yanbai, pleading earnestly, "Bai, please help me." Princess Jianha held out a letter to Yanbai and said, "That young monk is praying for blessings on the Regent King's birthday. I can't enter the Buddhist temple. Can you deliver this love letter to him for me?" Yanbai glanced at the letter and replied lightly, "Today is the Regent King's birthday celebration. You're causing trouble. I can't do this right under the Regent King's nose." Princess Jianha continued to plead, "It's just going to see a monk. What's so funny about that? Please help me. I beg you." Yanbai relented, "Only this once. There won't be a next time." Inside the Buddhist temple, Xianla sat meditating. As Yanbai entered and looked at him, she thought, "He's so focused. It's best not to disturb him." Yanbai quietly placed the letter down and turned to leave. Suddenly, Xianla spoke, "Benefactor." Startled, Yanbai turned around with a gasp. She walked back, snatched the letter, and opened it. She froze as she read the single word inside. "Date." She angrily threw the letter down, thinking, "Jianha, you tricked me. What kind of love letter is this?" The letter landed right at the entrance. Just then, the Regent King and the Crown Prince entered. The Regent King frowned angrily and said, "Your Majesty, this is a sacred Buddhist temple. You cannot be so frivolous. Even if you have affections for someone, you should choose from among the noble sons. A monk is a man of the cloth. Your choice is rather inappropriate." Yanbai thought, "This damned Regent King, he'll pin any ridiculous accusation on me." Yanbai approached him and said softly, "Your lordship is right. I was being inappropriate. I know my mistake." The Regent King replied with a look of apprehensive disapproval, "Your Majesty is young and too playful. I hope you will learn to conduct yourself with more decorum." Yanbai calmly and serenely said, "Indeed, I was remiss. Actually, I quite like the modest and gentlemanly demeanor of the Crown Prince." Suddenly, Yanbai approached the Crown Prince and gently placed a hand on his chest. The Crown Prince, with the dragon and phoenix physiognomy, is welcomed by everyone in the realm. She thought to herself, "Old fox, don't blame me. You were the one who put me in a difficult position first." Leaning against the Crown Prince, she said, "Why don't you attend to me tonight, Crown Prince? What do you think?" Yanbai considered the Crown Prince a plaything. She thought, "If I make your son my plaything, let's see where you'll put your face." Hearing this, the Regent King was furious, but he still replied gently, "It is Jing Cheng's good fortune to be able to serve your Majesty." "Jing Cheng, serve his Majesty well." The Crown Prince replied, "Yes." Yanbai was stunned, thinking, "Why isn't this how I imagined it?" Back at the Imperial Palace, Yanbai returned to her bedroom and took off her cloak. She walked slowly, muttering, "I'm exhausted. Every trip to the Regent King's residence is more tiring than attending court." She collapsed onto the bed, hugging a pillow. "My own bed is still the best." Outside, the sound of the door opening. The Crown Prince gently called from outside. "Your Majesty." Startled, Yanbai said from inside, "Crown Prince, have you mistaken a room?" The Crown Prince bowed his head and replied, "I have come to attend to your Majesty as instructed." Yanbai recalled the events at the Buddhist temple. She had said, "Why don't you attend to me tonight, Crown Prince?" Yanbai said to the Crown Prince, "On second thought, this scenario is a bit strange." Yanbai prepared to undress. Suddenly, the Crown Prince approached and said, "Your Majesty, allow me to assist you." Yanbai retreated in alarm. "Wait a moment. This matter of attending to me, we should consider it carefully." Hugging a large ham, she thought, "Although I like beautiful men, I know that once I sleep with you, my throne will be in jeopardy." The Crown Prince said in surprise, "Am I not as good as the master from Buddha Temple?" Yanbai stammered awkwardly, "No, it's not that," she thought to herself. "What's with his reaction?" The Crown Prince replied, "Then why?" "Your Majesty desired me, and now you want me to leave. If word gets out." Suddenly, the Crown Prince leaned close to Yanbai's ear and said, "Where will the Regent King put his face?" Yanbai recoiled in fear and fell backward. The Crown Prince immediately rushed to catch her. He whispered, "Don't move. My father's spies are on the roof." The Crown Prince took out a pebble and said, "Your Majesty, listen carefully." The Crown Prince immediately threw the pebble at the roof, creating a hole. A guard on the roof could be seen, looking pained and angry. Yanbai immediately started acting. What was that sound? How frightening. Suddenly, the guard on the roof imitated a cat's meow. "Meow, meow, meow." The Crown Prince calmly said, "It was just a stray cat. Your Majesty, your night is short. You should rest early." Yanbai looked at the Crown Prince with wide eyes, thinking, the Regent King is really going all out this time, just to test whether I am truly as obsessed with beauty as the rumors say, neglecting the court, and even pushing my own son into this situation. Suddenly, the Crown Prince said sternly, "Take off your clothes. If we're putting on a show, we need to commit." Yanbai gently caressed the Crown Prince's cheek and said, "With the Crown Prince being so forward, wouldn't it be rude of me to refuse?" She immediately undressed, revealing a soft, white back. The Crown Prince moved closer. "Your Majesty's body is precious. It's only right that I attend to you." They embraced. Yanbai softly murmured, "It seems the Crown Prince isn't as indifferent to worldly desires as I thought." Suddenly, a guard's voice rang out, "The Grand Tutor has arrived." The Grand Tutor opened the door and called, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss." He stepped inside and stopped dead in his tracks upon seeing the scene. The Crown Prince, the Regent King's son, glanced at him. The Grand Tutor has quite the refined taste, wanting to observe firsthand. Or perhaps you wish to offer some guiding suggestions? The Grand Tutor bowed his head coldly. "I came to remind your Majesty that all matters require careful consideration. You are the Emperor and cannot act on mere whims. Yanbai nodded in response. I understand. The Grand Tutor bowed again. Then I shall take my leave. Yanbai watched the Grand Tutor's retreating figure, her eyes welling up. She immediately chased after him. Wait. I need to speak with you. Suddenly, the Crown Prince rushed forward and swept her into his arms. Yanbai gasped. Hey! The Crown Prince carried her away. Tonight is the night for the bedding ceremony. Matters of state can be discussed with the Grand Tutor tomorrow. The Crown Prince carried her to the bed and gently laid her down. Yanbai spoke nervously. You aren't actually going to... The Crown Prince propped himself up on one arm, his expression calm. Why is your Majesty so shy? Wasn't it you who suggested the bedding ceremony? Yanbai thought miserably, this cursed mouth of mine. I just wanted to provoke the Regent King a little, and now I've walked right into the lion's den. She mumbled, didn't you say it was just an act? The Crown Prince leaned closer. An act. He slowly undressed, revealing a toned chest that could also become reality. Yanbai pushed him away in alarm, turning her face aside. Wait, don't take your clothes off. Even if you do, I won't look. She thought to herself, I absolutely will not fall for the Regent King's son's honey trap. Yanbai covered her face, repeating, not looking, not looking. The Crown Prince slowly leaned in close to her ear and whispered, you have two choices. 1. We fake it to deceive my father's spies, and afterward, I won't hold you responsible. Your Majesty can continue to live freely as before. Yanbai glanced at him. And the second, the Crown Prince replied, 2. I'll find a way to avoid the bedding ceremony. Your Majesty won't be harmed in the slightest, and there won't be a trace of evidence in front of my father. You just need to choose. Immediately, without hesitation, Yanbai said, I'm sorry. I choose the second option. The Crown Prince covered her mouth with his finger in no need to apologize. You are the emperor and must prioritize the bigger picture. Yanbai worried, I chose the second option. Will your father blame you? The Crown Prince spoke. If the Grand Tutor hadn't come tonight, would your Majesty have chosen the first option? Yanbai tensed. The Crown Prince's expression turned melancholic. It's all right, as long as your Majesty is happy. Suddenly, the candle was extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Then the Crown Prince pulled out a knife and stabbed himself. He cried out in pain, catch the assassin. Yanbai looked at him with concern. Are you all right? Her eyes brimming with thought. Yanbai mused, why didn't I think of this before? If either I or the Crown Prince were injured for any reason, the bedding ceremony certainly couldn't continue. His second option was to sacrifice himself for me. The Crown Prince stood up and shouted, seize the assassin. Protect His Majesty. The guards rushed in and asked, where's the assassin? The Crown Prince pointed towards the window and said, he jumped out the window and escaped. Chase after him. Protect His Majesty. Meanwhile, at the Prince Regent's residence, the Prince Regent sat solemnly and asked, was there truly an assassin? A guard knelt and replied, the candles suddenly went out, Your Highness. It was too dark to see clearly. When this subordinate entered, the Crown Prince had already been attacked. A thorough search inside and outside the palace revealed nothing. The daughter of General Jinfeng was strolling leisurely with some princesses. The general's daughter covered her mouth and said, who does the Crown Prince think he is? He'd rather injure himself than consummate the marriage. It's clear how much he loathes her. A princess beside her chimed in, exactly. She has no idea how much she's being laughed at behind her back. General Jinfeng spoke calmly. Perhaps the Crown Prince injured himself on purpose to avoid the bedding ceremony. It's understandable. Who would want to serve a tigress? At that moment, Yanbai, passing by in her carriage, overheard the conversation. Parting the curtain, she called out with a displeased expression, Shui Lingling, go slap her for me. Shui Lingling immediately got down and approached the general's daughter, slapping her across the face. The general's daughter cried out in fear. What are you doing here? Yanbai said, if I weren't here, how could I have heard your true words? Suddenly, the general's daughter knelt before Yanbai and said, this servant knows her fault. I won't dare do it again. Yanbai's voice hardened. Not dare? Insulting the royal family is a crime punishable by death. She lightly lifted the girl's chin with her fan. Tears welled up in the general's daughter's eyes. Yanbai calmly asked, how should I punish you this time? The general's daughter, her fists clenched, angrily retorted, are you letting your power go to your head? If the Crown Prince comes forward and says he willingly requested the bedding ceremony, I'll slap myself 300 times and submit to your judgment. Otherwise, you're just persecuting innocent people. Yanbai angrily flung her hand away. I am the emperor. Even if I wanted your entire family dead, you would have to accept it obediently. She turned her face away and added, what right do you have to bargain with me? As she walked away, she ordered, issue a decree to General Jinfeng. He is to slap his daughter 30 times before the hour of Chun, as punishment for her treasonous words. Yanbai then boarded her carriage and departed. Inside the carriage, Princess Luan Yu said confidently, what a waste. Why didn't we bring her back to the palace for a proper lesson like last time? Yanbai sighed wearily. She was deliberately provoking me. She wanted to be brought to the palace. I think she provoked me last time for the same reason. Princess Luan Yu exclaimed angrily. Is she insane? Opposing the emperor is a capital offense. What does she have to gain? Yanbai leaned against the carriage window, gazing outside. She said, I don't know. Investigate it. Princess Luan Yu replied, understood. At that moment, Princess Bing Yang's voice rang out. Miss Lu Huang, His Majesty didn't fall for your scheme this time. How pitiful. Last time, you angered His Majesty because you wanted to enter the palace to see Feng Hua. Did you even get to see him? Miss Lu Huang turned, her face surprised as she spoke. How did you know? Princess Bing Yang said confidently, in the spring of the second year of the Jiaping era, you went on a spring outing and fell in love at first sight with Minister Feng's son. Later, to curry favor with His Majesty, Minister Feng sent Feng Hua into the palace as a consort. For the past 3 years, there's been no news of Feng Hua. Do you think he's... Princess Bing Yang leaned closer and whispered in her ear, dead. Miss Lu Huang was shocked. Impossible. You're lying. Princess Bing Yang turned to leave, then paused and said, I'm not lying. His Majesty has 56 consorts. Even if he's not dead, with his unambitious personality, he certainly wouldn't be living well. Miss Lu Huang's face was filled with worry. Suddenly, Princess Bing Yang glanced at her and said, I imagine if it weren't for His Majesty, you two would be married with children by now. An old married couple, wouldn't you? Miss Lu Huang, flustered and angry, clenched her fists, silently muttering, His Majesty. At the Prince Regent's residence, the imperial physician had just finished treating the crown prince and was packing up to leave, when Jing Dian suddenly walked in and stood before him. She asked blankly, Hey, imperial physician, is that it? He's all good. Should we prescribe a few more doses of medicine to make him vomit blood, have splitting headaches, and a high fever or something? The imperial physician looked bewildered, thinking to himself, is your brother a drama queen? Jing Dian said, this won't do. We need to stick some long needles in him, make him look utterly pathetic. The crown prince stood there, dumbfounded. Suddenly, Jing Dian approached the crown prince with a dangerous glint in her eyes. She said excitedly, quick, make yourself look miserable. His Majesty is coming soon. Let me tell you, His Majesty is a woman, very soft-hearted and easily moved. If you want to compete for favor, you must first make her feel guilty and heartbroken. The crown prince was bewildered. Compete for favor. That's right. Didn't you agree to the bedding ceremony because you wanted to be the imperial husband? She immediately made the crown prince's appearance even more pitiful. The inner palace is full of men. You have to use some tricks to get His Majesty's attention. The crown prince hurriedly explained, I don't want to be the imperial husband. Jing Dian squeezed the crown prince's cheeks. You don't want to be the imperial husband? Then why did you agree to the bedding ceremony? What's the point of being a man if you don't fight for favor in the inner palace and don't want to be the imperial husband? She immediately started to undress the crown prince with a mischievous look. Come on, little brother, pull your collar down a bit. Suddenly, a guard's voice rang out. His Majesty has arrived. Yanbai entered, looking worried. Crown Prince, are you all right? Seeing this, Jing Jian quickly ran over and frantically pulled Yanbai aside. He's not all right. He's been vomiting nonstop. He had a high fever last night. His hands were burning, and he almost died. The imperial physician only just managed to save him this morning. Jing Dian looked towards the crown prince with teary eyes, then suddenly pulled his robes open again, thinking worriedly, he's really making people worry. Yanbai said anxiously, Crown Prince, you don't need to get up. Suddenly, Yanbai's cheeks flushed red as she said shyly, seeing that your spirits are much better, I'm relieved. Beside her, the crown prince seductively ran a hand through his hair. Yanbai thought resolutely, he's definitely trying to seduce me. I won't be fooled. Jing Dian approached with a smug look and whispered, I'll take my leave then. Call me if anything comes up. She went outside. Yanbai asked, Crown Prince, why did you help me deceive your father and put on this act for me? The crown prince calmly replied, Want to know? Yanbai nodded. Indeed. He extended his hand and gently beckoned. Come here. Yanbai approached, and the crown prince, also the prince regent, said anxiously, closer. This is the prince regent's residence. Some things can't be overheard. Yanbai leaned closer, bending down to his ear. The crown prince leaned in, pretending to speak. Yanbai looked bewildered. Huh? What? He replied. There are some things I only say once. If your majesty doesn't hear clearly, then let it go. Afterwards, Yanbai went to where Princess Luanyu sat, looking dazed. Princess Luanyu, eating watermelon, asked, What did the crown prince say to you? Inside the palace, everyone was chattering excitedly. Just then, a young nobleman ran over, looking confident. Head eunuch, you said His Majesty would leave through the north gate to visit the Prince Regent, right? Suddenly, another young nobleman, Tion's son, appeared beside the head eunuch and said, His Majesty said he likes my calligraphy. Do you think he'll pass by here again? He fell in love with me at first sight. Do you think he'll let me attend him tonight? Suddenly, Tion's son cried out in fear. Later, when the men in the harem see how favored I am, they'll all want to kill me, poison me, assassinate me. I don't want that. I don't want to be an imperial consort. Suddenly, a plainly dressed young nobleman walked over with a smug look. Dream on. Who do you think you are? His Majesty even praised my good looks. At that moment, a young nobleman holding a makeup brush said irritably, Move. You're bothering my makeup. Suddenly, another young nobleman arrived, hairy and dancing. He said quickly, Look at my pose. Is it beautiful? Graceful? Can it attract His Majesty's gaze? Just then, the emperor's carriage approached. A handsome and refined young nobleman appeared, gesturing and saying, Ah, beautiful flower, separated by a layer of clouds. I am willing to be a blade of grass upon your grave. He thought to himself, His Majesty will definitely be captivated by my voice. At this moment, Yanbai looked out from the carriage, bewildered. What the hell? Immediately, the head eunuch stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, the 56 study companions of the harem welcome Your Majesty back to the palace. Yanbai, having noticed a particular young nobleman, said, Who is that? He looks quite good, very unassuming. The head eunuch replied, Understood, Your Majesty. That is Feng Hua, son of Minister Feng. He is skilled at the guqin. Your Majesty previously praised his playing. Yanbai, standing before the palace gates, said in a daze, Oh, back to the palace. Feng Hua and the head eunuch entered the palace. As the doors opened, the head eunuch immediately bound Feng Hua's hands and feet. Suddenly, Yanbai entered and shouted in alarm, What's going on here? The head eunuch bowed and said, Your Majesty took a liking to young Master Feng today, didn't you? So, this servant took the liberty of anticipating Your Majesty's wishes and brought him here as a gift. Feng Hua angrily shouted, Tyrant, I will not submit, even in death. Tyrant, I am only your study companion. You cannot treat me like this. Yanbai said, What have I actually done to you today? And what can you possibly do to me? Immediately, she gestured, Shui Lung Lin, change my clothes. Seeing this, Shui Lung Lin went over and undressed Yanbai. Meanwhile, Feng Gongzi huddled fearfully in a corner and shouted, You tyrant, don't come over here, don't come over here. Even if I die, I won't be humiliated by you. Shui Lung Lin approached him and said, Being able to serve His Majesty is a blessing you've cultivated for several lifetimes. Aren't you grateful? Hearing this, Yanbai gently stroked Shui Lung Lin's head. She said, Wouldn't it be nice if all the men in the world were as sensible as you? Suddenly, a voice rang out, Your Majesty, it's terrible. Head eunuch Wang ran in to report. News from outside the palace. General Kim Feng has been assassinated at the Kim Feng residence. The scene was filled with grief and loss. Yanbai went to offer condolences to Miss Lu Huin, gently saying, The death of General Kim Feng grieves me deeply. Our nation has lost a talented general. I hope you will all try to bear this sorrow. A voice called out, Your Majesty. Yanbai, holding the memorial tablet, said with tears in her eyes, I will definitely capture the assassin and avenge General Kim Feng. Beside her, Miss Kim frowned angrily and said, Such crocodile tears, pretending to be compassionate. Seeing this, Yanbai turned and snapped, What did you say? Suddenly, the officials knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive her. Miss Kim spoke out of extreme grief and inadvertently offended your authority. Yanbai said with a cold expression, There's no need for such fear and panic. I don't bite. She turned to Miss Kim. What did you say? Speak. I pardon you. Miss Kim, with tears welling up, said angrily, "I dare to ask your majesty, are you here today to mourn my mother, or to take the tiger talisman?" Yanbai replied, "Of course, I'm here to mourn General Kim Feng." Suddenly, Miss Kim cried even louder. "Then why did your majesty, upon arriving, immediately send someone to take my mother's tiger talisman?" Yanbai glanced at her and said, "Since when was this tiger talisman your mother's? Is your Kim family planning a rebellion?" Miss Kim looked up, tears streaming down her face. "I misspoke." Seeing this, Yanbai leaned down and whispered, "I know what you suspect. You suspect I assassinated your mother for the tiger talisman." Miss Kim, with a pained expression, said, I wouldn't dare." Yanbai continued, "Wouldn't dare? It's written all over your face. Let me tell you, this tiger talisman originally belonged to the royal family. Why would I kill someone for something that's already mine?" She walked towards the door, then paused and added, "Furthermore, I wouldn't need to go to someone else's house to retrieve something that belongs to the royal family." Miss Kim asked, "Uncles, aunts, you all follow my mother for so many years. Today, her death is unclear, and His Majesty certainly cannot escape suspicion in this matter." A guard beside her spoke up, "Miss, this matter needs further discussion." Immediately, she shouted angrily, "When my mother promoted you all those years ago, did she need any discussion? Now that she's been murdered, you're all cowering in fear. That tyrant has been on the throne for quite some time now, yet what has he done for the country? The throne rightfully belongs to Princess Bingyang." Yanbai departed. On the way back, she saw people running in chaos. "The refugees have gone mad. The refugees have entered the city." Yanbai anxiously asked a commoner, "What's happening?" The commoner replied, "A mob of refugees has stormed the capital. They're looting everything. They've gone mad. Young lady, go home quickly, or you'll be robbed." Suddenly, a woman carrying a child bumped into Yanbai. The commoners rushed over, exclaiming, "She's got money. Rob her." Just then, the Prince Regent's son appeared and grabbed Yanbai's hand. He urgently called out, "Your Majesty, run." The Prince Regent's son and Yanbai fled into an alley. Out of breath, Yanbai stopped to rest. She asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Suddenly, Yanbai looked at him, bewildered, and asked, "Why are you dressed like this?" The Prince Regent's son calmly replied, "The Dali Temple received a report last night about a dozen refugees murdering someone. It's rather strange. I'm infiltrating the refugees to investigate." Yanbai pondered thoughtfully. Wasn't the relief aid, the money and grain, already delivered? Wiping her sweat, she continued, "Who was in charge of escorting the supplies this time?" The Prince Regent's son replied, "General Kim Feng." Yanbai said worriedly, "I'm going to the refugees to see where they've taken the relief aid." Immediately, Yanbai, the Prince Regent's son, and Shui Lung Lin went to investigate the refugees. Meanwhile, a well-dressed old woman looked on with surprise. She said to two guards, "What a pity, such a stunning beauty. If it weren't for this famine, he'd certainly be a rare find. Bringing him to the Nin brothel would surely make him a top attraction." She thought of the renowned courtesan, Kini Hoa. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "I've decided. I'll buy him. He can entertain guests tonight." Her guards rushed over and clapped the Prince Regent's son on the shoulder, saying, "Madame Wang has bought you. You won't have to suffer hunger and beatings anymore. Serve the customers well. And you can even have 3 meals with meat every month." Madame Wang hurried over. "Ooh, not bad at all. Such fine skin, and so handsome." Young noblewomen love toying with this type of man. The Prince Regent's son angrily shook off Madame Wang's hand. "Get your hands off me." Madame Wang chuckled that, "Oh, don't be so hasty. Do you know how many strong, spirited, pretty boys have become docile in my hands?" Suddenly, Yanbai grabbed the old woman's hand. She declared, "I've already bought him." The Prince Regent's son froze, dumbfounded. Madame Wang looked regretful. "That I apologize, young lady. I didn't know you'd already bought him. Could you perhaps resell him to me? We can negotiate the price. How about 50,000 taels?" Yanbai's eyes lit up as she looked at the Prince Regent's son. 50,000 taels. She thought to herself, "He's worth that much." Madame Wang said confidently, 50,000 taels of gold. Armenian brothel has no shortage of money. Yanbai's eyes widened in delight. Gold. She thought, the capital's top brothel truly lives up to its reputation. So much money. The Prince Regent's son turned and sighed. Yanbai called after him excitedly, "Wait for me. 50,000 taels." Seeing the Prince Regent's son leaving, Madame Wang shouted, 120,000 taels then, young lady. Just sell him to me. You'll get half price at the Nan brothel from now on. Yanbai hurried after him. Don't be angry, she said. I'm not actually selling you. Beside Shui Lung Lin, a voice chirped, Your Highness, your second spring has begun. Yanbai patted her shoulder consolingly. Don't be like that. You could honestly become a courtesan. She immediately leaned closer to the Prince Regent's son. Come on, courtesan, give this young lady a smile. At this, the Prince Regent's son cheekily moved closer, leaning against Yanbai. Yanbai stammered shyly, What are you doing? The Prince Regent's son embraced her. Yanbai blushed, stunned. Holding her tighter, the Prince Regent's son whispered in her ear, Your Majesty, you must remember, no matter what happens later, you only need to remember 12 words. Hearing this, she asked in bewildered confusion, Which 12 words? The Prince Regent's son whispered in her ear, Weed out the roots, counter violence with violence, fight fire with fire. At this moment, the two embraced tightly in a marketplace. The cries of street vendors rang out, candied hawthorns, steamed buns, hot steamed buns. As an old man selling candied hawthorns walked past the Prince Regent's son, he quickly grabbed a skewer. Just then, a frantic voice shouted, Pay us now, or we'll tear down this charity hall. Natural disasters and human calamities are all due to the emperor's lack of virtue, heaven's retribution. Pay us, loot it. Yanbai, passing by, asked curiously, What's going on here? Why are so many refugees looting like this? The Prince Regent's son replied, The provisions have vanished, and the charity hall has no food to distribute. Some people are taking advantage of the situation, inciting the refugees to loot supplies and start a riot. Yanbai thought to herself, stunned, so this is fighting fire with fire. Immediately, her expression turned serious as she turned to Shui Lung Lin and said, Quickly find the Grand Tutor and have him dispatch troops. Arrest all the refugees causing trouble and execute the ringleaders without exception. Shui Lung Lin replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Yanbai turned away, eating as she asked him, Did you already know what would happen? You even knew what I would do. The Prince Regent's son calmly replied, General Kim Feng died tragically, and her former subordinates embezzled the military provisions. Some people are taking advantage of this disaster to incite riots. As for what Your Majesty would do, this subject dare not presume to guess your sacred intentions. Yanbai immediately responded with a playful expression. Dare not? You've seen right through me. The Grand Tutor, including your father, the Prince Regent, each of us has been calculated by you, every single one of us. Hearing this, the Prince Regent's son lowered his head. If the Grand Tutor were standing here today, would Your Majesty question him like this? Yanbai immediately said, No, you two are not the same. The Grand Tutor and I have relied on each other for 13 years. Everyone under heaven could betray me, but he absolutely would not. She lowered her eyes, looking heartbroken. I truly don't know how to trust you. You're too frightening. I've never known what you desire. You possess extraordinary talent and the authority of the Prince Regent. Suddenly, the Prince Regent's son kissed her. Yanbai was stunned. After the kiss, he said, For 2 years, Your Majesty can trust this subject. Yanbai asked suspiciously, and after 2 years, the Prince Regent's son calmly replied, We'll talk about 2 years from now when the time comes. This subject cannot make any guarantees. I wonder if the charming male courtesan from the Pleasure District Service today was to Your Majesty's liking. Yanbai said with a dubious expression, I absolutely will not take responsibility for you, and I certainly won't pay you. Yanbai arrived at the gate, where 2 guards blocked her way, shouting, Audacious! Do you know where this is? Yanbai frowned and replied, Call your superior to meet me. Immediately, an official came out and knelt down. Your Majesty, this old official greets Your Majesty. Yanbai gestured for him to rise. Sir, please rise. General Kim Feng has passed away. You have been diligently aiding the suffering refugees. Suddenly, the official's eyes filled with tears. This humble official is ashamed. The number of refugees is increasing daily. Money and provisions are limited. This official implores Your Majesty to save these refugees. Yanbai smiled radiantly and said softly, That is a given. Please summon all the officials involved in refugee relief. I wish to discuss strategies with you all. She then comforted the official. General Kim Feng has passed away. The position of commander of the Kim Feng army is vacant. At this point, Yin Bai gently patted his hand and said, "You are General Kim Feng's most accomplished disciple. It is fitting that you temporarily fill this position." The official immediately replied with joy, "This official will attend to it at once." Lu Huang was right. The little emperor truly can't do anything and has come to beg us to do the work. By now, all the officials had gathered. Yin Bai and the Prince Regent's son sat solemnly. Yin Bai spoke, "The number of refugees is increasing and the national treasury is empty. Therefore, I decree that the court officials contribute gold, silver, and cloth to aid in disaster relief. You officials in charge of refugee relief, step forward and set an example." One official spoke up, "Your Majesty, there truly is no money left. My family is so poor that we've resorted to eating my wife's beloved cat. I only have a bowl of thin gruel a day and have lost over 15 pounds. Yin Bai took a sip of tea and said softly, "You officials frequently take birds for walks and frequent brothels. How is it that you have no savings at all?" Hearing this, the officials became flustered. Natural disasters and human calamities bring suffering to the people, and the officials suffer as well. "We beg your Majesty for understanding." Yin Bai continued calmly, "It's all right. If you cannot produce the funds, perhaps your relatives and family members would be happy to pay for your lives." The officials looked at each other and murmured, "What does your Majesty mean by this?" Suddenly, soldiers armed with weapons entered and surrounded the officials. Yin Bai then gave a signal to go and inform their relatives and family members to assess the value of these officials' lives. A low price, execute them directly. A high price, execute them as well. Hearing this, the officials were terrified. "Your Majesty, you are treating human lives like grass. This will only frighten the court officials." Yin Bai sat sternly and replied, "In any case, I am a dissolute emperor. One more unjustified killing won't matter." She then glanced at the Prince Regent's son and said sarcastically, "Indeed, Your Highness, I've given your father another reason to reprimand me." The Prince Regent's son was stunned. One seemingly frightened official asked, "Why would we be killed regardless of the price?" Yin Bai said softly, "A low price clearly indicates foolishness and ignorance. A high price clearly indicates long-term corruption and depravity. It's best to eliminate them all." Suddenly, a guard brought in an incense burner with a bundle of incense sticks. Yin Bai announced, "The time limit is 3 sticks of incense. After that, those without a price will also be executed." She suddenly had an idea and said unexpectedly, "You officials can buy your own lives. As for the price, that depends on how much you think your lives are worth." At the Kim Feng residence, a guard rushed in to report, "Miss Lu Huang, His Majesty has sent someone with an invitation for the eldest miss to set a price for her uncles." Hearing this, she panicked. What? She thought, who gave His Majesty that idea? The guard said, "You're invited to set the price. After 3 incense sticks, those without a price will be executed." Miss Lu Huang thought angrily, "Damn it, she foiled my plan again." Immediately, Miss Lu Huang went out and ordered the guards, "Prepare the second plan. I don't believe that dissolute emperor will always be this lucky." Elsewhere, Yin Bai and the Prince Regent's son were walking together. Yin Bai asked softly, "Brother, Prince Regent's son, how was it? Was my aura just now imposing enough?" The Prince Regent's son calmly replied, "Your Majesty naturally possesses imperial authority." Suddenly, a group of people carrying sticks approached, shouting, "Hurry up, that's the tyrannical emperor. Kill her." The group surrounded the Prince Regent's son and Yin Bai, beat her to death. It was she who sent soldiers to kill so many refugees. She wants to kill the refugees. Kill her. Yin Bai said fearfully, "I didn't kill the refugees." The Prince Regent's son held her hand tightly and said, "They are not refugees. They are all assassins. Try to use the refugees to kill your Majesty." Yin Bai worried, "Who exactly wants to kill me?" At this moment, an assassin with a knife said, "See where you can run, Tyrant." Suddenly, the sound of a galloping horse was heard. The assassins panicked. "What's that sound?" General Li Zhe and his demonic cavalry arrived. With a cold expression, he said, "Kill all the rebels who dare to offend His Majesty without exception." Li Zhe dismounted and bowed. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "This general has returned." Yin Bai was stunned. "Why has General Li Zhe returned?" General Li Zhe said softly, "I heard rumors that you summoned the Prince Regent's son for intimate company." This subject rushed back from the southern Southern Ling army without stopping. Yanbai waved her hand. Your news is quite timely, General. Li Zhe glanced at the Prince Regent's son. If my news wasn't timely, the position of imperial consort would have been taken by someone else. Li Zhe immediately approached Yanbai and embraced her, saying, Your Majesty, this general will not leave again after returning this time. Li Zhe remembered something and whispered in her ear, By the way, Your Majesty's words cannot be taken back. Yanbai asked blankly, What words? Li Zhe said, Before this general went to war, Your Majesty said, The day the army returns, I will remove the general's armor. Hearing this, Yanbai covered her mouth and thought, My foul mouth. Li Zhe said confidently, This general has not failed Your Majesty's grace. Not only have I recovered the lost territory, but I have also conquered 30 southern Ling counties and the land south of the Zhanshui River. Li Zhe gently touched Yanbai's shoulder. This general has no great ambitions. Just give me the position of imperial consort. The position of secondary consort can be decided between the Grand Tutor and the Prince Regent's son. This general is very generous. Yanbai said, unhappily, have you already arranged my entire harem? Suddenly, the Prince Regent's son stepped forward and took Li Zhe's hand. The Crown Prince said softly, Did General Li Zhe conquer the 30 counties of Nanling and the land south of the Zhanshui River? Your Highness is taking credit for Yanbai's achievements. Wasn't it His Majesty who tricked the Warren envoy out of those lands? General Li Zhe asked coldly, Are you implying you achieved this for His Majesty with your silver tongue? You two keep tugging Yanbai back and forth. Li Zhe's expression was displeased. If it weren't for this general's strategic deployments over the past 5 years, with your meager abilities, you wouldn't have gained a single inch of land. The Crown Prince said softly, Is that so? The general's valor and imposing manner truly leave me in awe. Yanbai exclaimed helplessly, Do you two have some sort of grudge? Why do you argue every time you meet? You are both fine men of Dali. Why can't you get along? The Prince Regent's son, upon hearing this, replied, Indeed. On the other side, General Li Zhe said with an annoyed look, It's just someone preaching. At this moment, Li Zhe approached Yanbai with an excited expression and said, Your Majesty, have you considered how to hold a welcoming feast for me? Yanbai said softly, Today's riot cannot be ignored. Someone tried to assassinate me during the chaos. She continued, approaching him, General, you must be tired from your long journey. We will hold a welcoming feast for you tomorrow. Li Zhe said, Then I shall await Your Majesty to remove my armor from me. Elsewhere, a knocking sound was heard. Then a voice called out, Little monk, look at me, look at me. Princess Jianha entered and embraced Xianla. She looked at him and said, Compared to the bodhisattva in your heart, who is more beautiful? At this time, Xianla was chanting scriptures. When Princess Jianha suddenly took off her outer robe, she said to him, Look at me. She approached Xianla, removing her outer robe, and said softly, You are nervous. You are afraid. What are you nervous about? Xianla clenched his fists, stopping her, and said softly, Please, madam, show some self-respect. Princess Jianha looked at him with infatuation. This princess has no self-respect in this matter. Immediately, Princess Jianha tore off her clothes. Serve me well, and I will reward you with fine clothes, jade, and riches. Compared to this Buddhist austerity, how much more joyful life can be. Suddenly, Yanbai rushed over and knocked on the door, calling out, Jianha, help me investigate General Feng's daughter. The Prince Regent's son opened the door first. At this moment, Yanbai was surprised to see the two embracing. Xianla hurriedly put his clothes back on and stammered, Please, madam, show some self-respect. Seeing this, the Prince Regent's son turned away. Glancing at Yanbai, who was staring intently, he immediately covered her eyes. Yanbai, bewildered, removed the Prince Regent's son's hand. Why are you covering my eyes? You can cover your own. Immediately, the Prince Regent's son used his other hand to cover Yanbai's eyes again. See note evil. Yanbai was sitting by the lake feeding the fish, when suddenly a sobbing voice rang out. Why do you always ruin my plans? Princess Jianha sat beside her angrily. Yanbai comforted her, who knew you would actually bring that monk back. Princess Jianha said with a sullen expression, What do you want from me? Yanbai said softly, About the Kim Lu Huang investigation I asked you to do last time. How is it going? At this moment, Princess Jianha remembered. How should I put it? Is there a court lady named Feng Hua in your palace? Suddenly, Yanbai held her head and thought. Let me think. Princess Jianha said softly, forget it. You have so many memorials in your palace, and your memory isn't good. You definitely don't remember. Anyway, Kim Lu Huang likes that Feng Hua. Last time, she deliberately angered you to enter the palace. It was also because of him. Princess Jianha laughed loudly. Kim Lu Huang is truly infatuated. Even I, as her father, am moved. Night fell. A loud voice rang out, summon Kim Lu Huang. Inside Yanbai's chambers, Feng Hua was tied up, kneeling before Yanbai. She asked, tell me, what must I do to make you behave? Shui Lung Lin, standing behind Yanbai and massaging her, spoke up, your majesty can do whatever you want. At this moment, Miss Lu Huang was entering from outside. She entered and knelt, bowing her head respectfully. This subject greets your majesty. Lu Huang looked up and exclaimed in surprise. Feng Hua. Yanbai walked down and said, what's this? You know each other. She stepped closer. Miss Lu Huang trembled in fear. What do you want to do? Yanbai leaned down and interrogated. You incited your uncles to cause trouble, sent people to infiltrate the refugees and start riots, arbitrarily seized the relief supplies, and even dared to attempt to assassinate me. Yanbai playfully scratched Lu Huang's head and said, each incident, one by one, isn't enough for you to die 100 times over. She stood up and continued seriously, but in consideration of your mother who protected the country and risked her life for the late emperor, I will spare your life for now. I will even reward you with this man. Hearing this, Miss Lu Huang's eyes teared up as she stammered, your majesty. She thought suspiciously, why is she suddenly treating me so well? Yanbai said softly, your mother's death has nothing to do with me. I absolutely will not let a meritorious official of Dali die unjustly. I'm also searching for the murderer. When I find them, I will bring them before your mother's spirit, so you can personally take revenge. But for now, you'd best advise your uncles to behave themselves. Otherwise, Miss Lu Huang asked curiously, this subject has always opposed you. What? Yanbai paused as she walked past, saying angrily, you oppose me, firstly because of what's in your heart, and secondly because of your mother. I can understand that, but if you continue to make mistakes, I absolutely will not show mercy. Hearing this, Miss Lu Huang kowtowed and said, thank you for your grace, your majesty. Then this subject will await your finding the murderer. Elsewhere, Princess Bin Duong angrily smashed a bowl. She growled, why is the capital so peaceful? Why aren't those refugees causing trouble anymore? Where's Kim Lu Huang? Trin bitch, sitting beside her, sipped her tea and said, her, that idiot? She was bought off by His Majesty with a man. Now, not only is she not causing trouble, but she's even using her family fortune to distribute aid to the refugees. Hearing this, Princess Bin Duong became even angrier. I'll just wait and see how long she can hold onto the throne. Feng Hua and Miss Lu Huang were standing outside, talking. Lu Huang asked anxiously, how have you been living in the palace these past few years? Has anyone bullied you? Feng Hua replied, no. His Majesty hasn't summoned us. He's not obsessed with men, like the rumors say. Miss Lu Huang sighed in relief and smiled. After she finds the murderer who killed my parents, after I've taken my revenge, we'll leave this place together. We'll travel the mountains and rivers, go wherever we want. Suddenly, Princess Bin Duong walked up and said, where do you think you're going? Didn't you say you wouldn't betray me? Miss Lu Huang stood up and called out, Princess, I don't want to get involved in your past grievances with His Majesty anymore. I also didn't tell His Majesty about your scheme. I just wanted to wait until the murderer was found. Miss Lu Huang looked at Feng Hua affectionately and said, let's run away together, Feng Hua. Hearing this, Princess Bin Duong clapped her hands and said in a low voice, run away? Well, it's a pity you'll never have that chance. Miss Lu Huang asked her in bewilderment, what do you mean? She stood up and walked forward. Princess Bin Duong said softly, didn't you want to find the murderer? That's why I'm here. Upon hearing this, Miss Lu Huang exclaimed in surprise, you're the murderer. Princess Bin Duong took out a dagger from her sleeve and said softly, not exactly. To be precise, I'm a mastermind behind it all. Seeing this, Feng Hua cried out in alarm. Watch out! Feng Hua rushed forward and pushed Miss Lu Huang out of the way. She fell to the ground, and instantly, Feng Hua was stabbed in the heart by Princess Bin Duong and collapsed. Miss Lu Huang watched in despair and cried out, Feng, Hua. Princess Bin Duong approached and lifted Miss Lu Huang's chin. Oh, you know why I wanted to kill you. Miss Lu Huang said angrily. You're jealous of me. Princess Bin Duong scoffed, and Miss Lu Huang flung her hand away. I have love, which you don't. The Empress Dowager didn't love you. She passed the throne to His Majesty. You searched for the Crown Prince for 3 years, and he loves His Majesty too. He doesn't even remember who you are. You're so pathetic. You deserve it. You've deserved it your whole life. Unrequited. Princess Bin Duong raised her hand, speaking as she prepared to strike. Unrequited. I don't accept that. She immediately stabbed Miss Lu Huang. Blood trickled from the corner of Miss Lu Huang's mouth, and she collapsed at Princess Bin Duong's feet. Before closing her eyes, she whispered, Feng Hua. She remembered his image, then closed her eyes. Princess Bin Duong, her face smeared with blood, laughed sinisterly. I don't accept it. The throne was originally mine. The Crown Prince was mine too. Everything was stolen by His Majesty. She ordered, bury her east of the Hucheng River and bury that man west of the Hucheng River. I want them to be separated even in death. Elsewhere in the palace, Yin Bai and Shui Lung Lin were holding a celebratory banquet. Yin Bai raised his wine cup and said, General, you have toiled hard in this campaign. This cup is to you. Li Zhe raised his cup in return. Serving your majesty is no hardship. Li Zhe glanced at the Crown Prince and called out, Crown Prince, why are you only drinking tea? Even His Majesty and the Grand Tutor have wine. Your actions show a lack of respect. The Crown Prince calmly replied, my apologies, I cannot drink alcohol. Surely the general won't make things difficult for me over this. Seeing this, Yin Bai thought to himself in exasperation, not again. Do these two have some sort of feud? Li Zhe stood up, his expression stern. I asked the Crown Prince refusing to give me face. The Crown Prince glanced at him and replied with a smile, it's not about not giving you face. It's a medical condition. I apologize. Hearing this, Li Zhe was taken aback, then quickly summoned the imperial physician. Is the Crown Prince truly arrogant, or is he truly ill? Yin Bai spoke up. General, the Crown Prince has said it's a medical condition, so it is. There's no need to make things difficult for him. Li Zhe's face fell at these words. His Majesty has spoken. It seems this general is making things difficult. He then sat down at the table. The Crown Prince, relieved, bowed. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Li Zhe sighed and took a sip of wine. Yin Bai, noticing his expression, softly asked, General, why the sigh? Li Zhe frowned. Seeing Your Majesty's concern for the Crown Prince makes this official jealous. The Crown Prince spoke up. His Majesty has been showing me a great deal of concern lately, especially towards esteemed officials like the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor, sitting beside them, continued to sip his tea leisurely. The Crown Prince glanced at him and added softly, just like the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor looked up in surprise. Why drag me into this? Li Zhe, nibbling on a pastry, turned to him. Grand Tutor, you're already 26. Why haven't you married? Would you like this official to help you find a match? The Grand Tutor calmly replied, the foundations of the state are not yet secure. I dare not marry. Your Highness is already 18. I hear the Prince Regent has selected several marriage prospects for you, all of which you've refused. Why is that? The Crown Prince smiled at the Grand Tutor. Perhaps it is simply not yet my fate. What about the general? 12 years in the army. Do you not desire a beautiful woman by your side? Li Zhe stood up abruptly, declaring, I want to be the imperial consort. Everyone stared in astonishment. Yin Bai, startled, sprayed wine from her mouth. Shui Lung Lin thought to herself, idiot. Yin Bai coughed lightly. Noticing this, Shui Lung Lin looked at her in surprise. Yin Bai beckoned her closer. Shui Lung Lin leaned in. Your Majesty, what is it? Yin Bai's expression turned serious. Secretly investigate whether those three have any grudges against each other. Shui Lung Lin replied, yes, Your Majesty. The three men stared intently at them. Leaning against Shui Lung Lin, Yin Bai thought, why are their gazes so strange? Something feels off. Li Zhe clasped his hands respectfully. I hear the Imperial Guard Shui is highly skilled in martial arts, with unparalleled lightness of foot. Would you be willing to spar with this general? Shui Lung Lin responded calmly. How could I compare to the general's prowess on the battlefield? I wouldn't dare. The Crown Prince, holding a grape, smiled. A friendly spar, stopping before any real harm is done. Why not dare? The Grand Tutor spoke with a cold expression, and no weapons are allowed within the palace. Please sit down and enjoy the dancing. Yin Bai clutched her head in exasperation. This is giving me a headache. Yanbai sat dejectedly by the window. Princess Kim Ha's voice drifted in from outside. Bai, you said you had a nightmare. A nightmare about 10,000 lost souls. Seeing Twin La and Princess Kim Ha approaching, she replied with surprise, oh yes. Twin La approached, placing his hands together. Ba. Greetings. Yanbai looked weary. You may dispense with the formalities, master. These past few days, I've been dreaming of 10,000 lost souls. I hope you can perform a ritual to appease them and pray to the heavens for the protection and prosperity of our great Li. Twin La replied softly, yes. So it was your majesty having their fortune told that day. Princess Kim Ha glanced at him with a sorrowful look. Why couldn't it have been me in his eyes? She said to Twin La, your Buddhist hall is at Jijiao Hall. I'll take you there. Twin La glanced at her and softly replied, thank you, benefactor. On the way, Princess Kim Ha said, she's my friend. You're not allowed to like her. Hearing this, Twin La asked in bewilderment, what is benefactor talking about? Princess Kim Ha said shyly, I saw your gaze linger on her. You've never looked at me like that. If you want riches and honor, I can give them to you too. Twin La calmly replied, all beings are equal in this poor monk's eyes. Therefore, this poor monk looks at everyone the same. Princess Kim Ha exclaimed in dissatisfaction, but just now you clearly looked at her differently. Twin La remained indifferent. We've arrived at Jijiao Hall. This poor monk will go and perform the Buddhist rituals. Benefactor, please feel free to do as you wish. Having said that, Twin La adjusted his robes and went inside, leaving Princess Kim Ha alone, gazing at his back. Inside the palace, Yanbai sat before a mirror, applying makeup. Princess Kim Ha stood beside her and said, Bai, you already have so many people. I finally found someone I like. You're not trying to steal him from me, are you? Yanbai smiled and replied, steal what? What do you have that I don't? Why would I want to steal from you? Kim Ha's eyes were filled with sorrow. That monk. I can share everything with you. I can give you anything, but not that monk. Yanbai chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, I prefer people with hair. Suddenly, Princess Lone Noyet entered and exclaimed, oh my, you're all here. As she stepped inside, she tripped, losing her balance and falling forward. A scroll she was carrying fell to the ground. The scroll landed beside Yanbai, unrolling to reveal a portrait of the Regent Prince's son. Princess Lone Noyet stood up, flustered, and explained, You don't misunderstand. She approached Yanbai and said, Bai, many noble ladies in Dali are fans of the prince's son. They collect many portraits of him. They forced me to take this. Yanbai picked up the portrait and said, misunderstand what? Hearing this, Princess Lone Noyet said happily, it's good that you don't misunderstand. The three of us grew up together. You are more important to me than anyone else. Yanbai placed the portrait back in Princess Lone Noyet's hand. She softly said, I trust you. We've been sisters for 16 years. How could that compare to a man? Princess Kim Ha excitedly went to Jijiao Hall to find Twin La. Standing outside the hall, she called, Monk, Monk. She opened the door and saw him chanting scriptures. She asked cheerfully, Little monk, are you happy in here? Why not come out of the palace and play with me? Twin La turned to look at her and calmly replied, in reply to benefactor, this poor monk is very happy here. Princess Kim suddenly froze. She noticed a red mark on his neck. Worried, she rushed over and asked, you what happened here? Twin La said with a cold look, it's nothing, just a mosquito bite. Suddenly, Princess Kim Ha imagined Yanbai kissing his neck, thinking to herself, with a knowing smile and a look of spring in her eyes, could it be the emperor? Furious, Princess Kim Ha grabbed Twin La's collar and demanded, I'm warning you, the emperor is my best friend. Stay away from her. Twin La calmly replied, the emperor is a revered figure. This humble monk wouldn't dare approach her. Does the princess have any other matters? Kim Ha stammered, irritated, Jian, Twin La, I genuinely like you, but my friendship with Yanbai is also genuine. If you dare do anything behind my back with Yanbai, I will kill you. Hearing this, he frowned and said, Princess, this humble monk doesn't understand what you're saying. Kim Ha released his collar. She stated seriously, you'll understand. I won't betray Yanbai. I could betray everyone for her. You're nothing but a plaything. Be aware of your place. I'll come to see you this afternoon. With that, she turned and left. After she left, dark laughter echoed through the room. Such touching friendship, Twin La murmured, his eyes filled with sorrow. Do we really have to do this? Chungbai approached and replied calmly, of course. Think about your identity. Think about your country's and family's plight. What's wrong? You can't bear to do it? Are you afraid that you've truly become compassionate and merciful after spending so long in the Buddhist monastery? Twin Law turned away, his voice filled with sadness. I can't bear to use her. Chung Bai continued, you made her misunderstand the relationship between you and the emperor today. You have no other path now. The path is beneath your feet. Even if you don't want to walk it, you must. An assassin should have an assassin's awareness. Hearing this, Twin Law responded, indeed. Who would have guessed that the disciple of the 10th patriarch Buddha is the world's greatest assassin? Elsewhere, at the Tu Chuan Palace, Li Zhe rushed in. A guard stepped out and said, General, please wait for this servant to announce your arrival. The emperor and the crown prince are discussing matters inside. Li Zhe glared angrily. Step aside. This general is also here to discuss matters with the emperor. Inside the palace, Yin Bai and the crown prince were having tea. Yin Bai said, all right, I understand the Dali Temple situation. The guard's voice echoed from outside. Your Majesty, without your permission, no one is allowed inside. Hearing this, Yin Bai stood up and went to open the door. She asked, what's the matter? Li Zhe stood outside, speaking angrily. I heard the emperor and the crown prince are discussing matters. This must. Yin Bai interrupted. Correct. I am with the crown prince. Yin Bai turned back to look inside, then said in bewilderment, what's going on here? At that moment, the regent prince's son suddenly pulled aside his robe, revealing his chest. Li Zhe plucked a flower and murmured, as expected of the emperor, so commanding. He took the seat next to the emperor and continued with a smile. Discussions even extend to the bed. The regent prince's son calmly put his robe back on. The emperor is truly commanding. Please be gentler next time. Hearing this, Yin Bai's face darkened in frustration. What the hell? I didn't do anything. Suddenly, the guard outside announced, the Grand Tutor has arrived. The Grand Tutor entered, holding a stack of memorials, and called out, Your Majesty. The regent prince's son slipped his shoes back on and said, the Grand Tutor certainly has exquisite timing. Every time I come here, I seem to run into you. Hearing this, all three of them froze, dumbfounded. Li Zhe thought to himself with a sullen expression, every time. Li Zhe angrily shouted at Yin Bai. Why didn't Luo Tu Yuan have to announce his arrival? Why did you stop me at the door? Yin Bai responded indifferently. The Grand Tutor is my teacher. At this moment, the Grand Tutor stood at the door bewildered and asked, what's going on here? Li Zhe spoke sternly. Your Majesty, didn't you promise me you wouldn't cause any more trouble? Hearing this, Yin Bai panicked. Grand Tutor, please believe me. I haven't done anything. Suddenly, the regent prince's son walked up behind her. He leaned down and kissed her cheek, then whispered in her ear, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he calmly left. Yin Bai was instantly frozen in place, feeling this time even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away the shame. Ugh. Li Zhe watched the regent prince's son's retreating figure. Fuming point one day, I'll twist that Jing family fox's head off and use it as a soccer ball. How dare he compete with me for the empress's hand? The Grand Tutor walked over and placed a memorial to the throne in her hand. Your Majesty, this is an urgent report from the border. I'll take my leave. After saying this, the Grand Tutor coldly departed. Yin Bai anxiously chased after him to explain, Grand Tutor, you're not angry, are you? I swear I didn't do anything. The Grand Tutor suddenly stopped and calmly replied, I trust you. Hearing this, Yin Bai was stunned. Huh, you're not angry? The Grand Tutor looked at her with a worried expression. I believe your Majesty knows her limits. However, the situation within and outside the court is constantly changing. No matter who it is, your Majesty must be cautious and on guard. Yin Bai pondered upon hearing this that I understand, but why did he do that? The Grand Tutor continued softly. He probably wanted to provoke me or General Li Zhe. It's also possible he wanted to provoke the Regent Prince. Yin Bai contemplated thoughtfully. The Regent Prince's son is shrewd and cautious. He wouldn't be so childish. The Grand Tutor said worriedly, the more he acts like that, the more childish he'll become when he's at his wit's end. Yin Bai's eyes widened in surprise. Can the Grand Tutor be childish too? He reached out and caught a falling flower petal, then calmly replied, everyone can be childish, and I am no exception. Yin Bai asked curiously, then what's the most childish thing the Grand Tutor has done? Probably. Every night, I find myself unable to sleep peacefully. At the Zhao Jing Palace, outside the window, Princess Kimha embraced Twin Law and softly said, Master, oh master, I've met so many men, but you're the only one who has truly captured my heart. Twin Law clenched his hands. stopping her. Princess, this humble monk has long since renounced worldly desires. Princess Kim-ha looked directly into his eyes, blushing. You say your eyes are empty, but I see myself reflected in them. Twin La averted his gaze. Please, Princess, compose yourself. Princess Kim-ha reached out and caressed Twin LA's face. Don't look away from me. She rushed forward and embraced him. You chant your sutras, and I'll do what I like. We won't disturb each other. You can talk to me. I'll eat vegetarian with you. That way, you won't be lonely, and neither will I. Suddenly, Princess Kim-ha playfully pulled open Twin LA's robe. A silk handkerchief fell out from within. She picked it up, bewildered, and asked, "What's this?" Twin La hurriedly explained, "The Emperor came here to offer incense the other day. I accidentally picked up her handkerchief. I was planning to return it to her the next time she came to offer incense." Hearing this, Princess Kim-ha became angry. She turned and retorted, "You're lying." At this moment, Twin La was put his clothes back on. He bowed his head and replied, "This humble monk wouldn't dare speak falsely." Princess Kim-ha snapped, "Then why didn't you leave the handkerchief in the temple, but instead carry it with you all the time?" Twin La uttered, "Umitba, this monk forgot." Princess Kim-ha, her hand trembling with anger, stood up and ran out, leaving Twin La behind with a guilty expression. Elsewhere, the Crown Prince and Yin Bai were playing Go. Yin Bai said softly, "Your Highness, you've lost again. Your Go skills are also quite ordinary. Turns out there are things you don't know." The Crown Prince replied calmly, "I'm not a god. Of course there are things I don't know." Hearing this, Yin Bai asked in surprise, "But the rumors say you know everything. You're so intelligent. Why aren't you skilled at Go?" The Crown Prince looked at the Go piece in his hand, his eyes melancholic. "Because from the time I began to understand things, my father started punishing me by making me kneel on a Go board. Over time, I developed a sense of aversion to Go. In my heart, Yin Bai murmured, 'How cruel. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its cub, yet he could do such a thing.' Suddenly, the Crown Prince placed a Go piece on the board and said, 'Your Majesty, you've lost.' Suddenly, a handkerchief fell onto the Go board. Princess Kim-ha angrily shouted, "Tell me, what is the meaning of this?" Yin Bai asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong?" Princess Kim-ha glared at Yin Bai and demanded, "Have you been to the Buddhist temple? And did you lose a handkerchief there?" Yin Bai replied calmly, "I have indeed been to the Buddhist temple, but I don't recall losing a handkerchief." Hearing this, Princess Kim-ha became even angrier. She immediately overturned the Go board. "That you're lying. Don't think I don't know what you and Twin La have been doing. Did you summon him for intimate relations?" Yin Bai asked in astonishment, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Princess Kim-ha said angrily, "I'm not talking nonsense. Why did you do that behind my back? You know I like Twin La. Why are you treating me like this?" Yin Bai's voice hardened in anger. "How have I treated you? From childhood until now, what have you wanted that I haven't given you? And today, you raise your voice at me because of a man?" Princess Kim-ha crossed her arms and replied sternly, "Don't forget, if it weren't for me and Lone Noyet, you wouldn't be alive today. You clearly know I like Twin La." Yin Bai said seriously, "I did not summon him." Princess Kim-ha shouted angrily, "You're still lying to me. Twin LA's eyes and heart are now all on you. Do you take me for a fool?" Yin Bai's eyes flickered with sadness. "Why would I lie to you? All under heaven belongs to me. What if I did summon him? I said I didn't, and I didn't." Hearing this, Princess Kim-ha became even more furious. "Your Majesty, you finally admitted it. I blame myself for not being magnanimous enough. Between sisters, there's nothing that can't be shared." Yin Bai stood up in anger, slamming a hand on the table. "Kim-ha, use your pig brain to think for a moment. Why would I lie to you?" Princess Kim-ha sneered. "Yin Bai, you've deceived the entire world, and now you want to deceive me? Since childhood, you've been attached to the Grand Tutor, and Twin La resembles him so much." She turned away and continued, "The Grand Tutor is your teacher. You cannot defy ethics and morality. You are the emperor of a nation. If you toy with men like your father, the people of the world will ridicule you. You're using Twin La as a substitute. Indeed, it's a blessing for a subject to share a man with the emperor." Hearing this, Yin Bai gritted her teeth in anger. "Jian-ha, don't you dare get ahead of yourself." Princess Jian-ha turned to the Crown Prince and said, "Your Majesty is in quite the mood. After finishing with one, you summon another. Who will be next, the general or the Grand Tutor?" Immediately, Yin Bai walked over and slapped Jian-ha. She raised her voice, "I allow you to disregard etiquette and customs, but don't go too far." Princess Jian-ha wiped the wound on her mouth. Her face darkened. "I was wrong. I'll take my leave." After saying that, she immediately ran off. The crown prince also bowed his head in respect. I also asked for leave. Yin Bai, her face grim, followed after him and asked, Crown Prince, do you also think I'm as absurd as that? The crown prince turned back and said coldly, I wouldn't dare. Yin Bai looked bewildered. Wouldn't dare? In your heart, what kind of person am I? The crown prince smiled and replied, the emperor. Hearing this, Yin Bai said with frustration, what does being the emperor mean? The crown prince calmly explained, the emperor is the one who holds all the power in the world. They can do as they please. At this moment, a guard approached, holding memorials and bowing his head to report, Your Majesty, today's memorials. The crown prince continued, therefore, Your Majesty doesn't need to be bound by ethics and morality. If you like the grand tutor, then. Hearing this, Yin Bai turned back in a daze and asked him, What did you just say? I only heard about the memorials just now. The crown prince bowed his head respectfully. Nothing. I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned and left. Yin Bai sat on the swing, angrily ordering, someone lock Tuan-La in a dungeon. At this moment, the Grand Tutor arrived and said, Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? She said softly, It's all his fault that such a big rift has formed between Jianha and me. I don't care if he did it intentionally or not. I absolutely will not tolerate it. Hearing this, the Grand Tutor gently explained, Your Majesty, the master from Buddha Temple is supported by the populace and enjoys high prestige among the common people. You absolutely cannot lose the hearts of the people over this matter. As the emperor, you cannot be capricious. Yin Bai stopped swinging her feet and said, Yesterday, the crown prince said, I am the emperor and can do as I please. The Grand Tutor let out a surprised oh. Since you were 3 years old, I have been teaching you. Have I ever lied to you? Why? After just a few words from the crown prince, has your majesty's trust in me wavered? Even if your majesty doesn't consider the people, you should consider Princess Jianha. She is so infatuated with Tuan-La. If you lock him in the dungeon, there will be no way for the two of you to reconcile. Hearing this, Yin Bai hesitated. She got up from the swing and walked to the Grand Tutor, asking Grand Tutor, if I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have spoken so freely. Immediately, she gave the order, someone send word down. The master is performing a ritual in the palace. No one is allowed to approach the Buddhist hall. Anyone who dares will be killed. Shui Lung Lin immediately replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Elsewhere, Princess Jianha went to see Tuan-La. She arrived at the door and was stopped by 2 guards. Princess, you cannot enter. Jianha angrily scolded. Open your damn eyes and see who this princess is. The guard fearfully replied, The Empress Dowager has given orders. No one is allowed to enter the Buddhist hall. Jianha's eyes sharpened. The emperor ordered Tuan-La to be confined. The guard awkwardly explained. The emperor said the master is performing a ritual and no one is to disturb him. Jianha stomped back to her room, fuming. At that moment, a mama brought food. From inside, Jianha's voice rang out, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. The emperor is doing this on purpose. The mama entered the room and placed the food on the table. She softly said, Princess, don't be angry. If the emperor is unkind, don't blame us for being unrighteous. Princess Jianha protested. She's been my childhood friend. I can't do that. The mama walked to her side and said sternly, It's precisely because your highness is so good to her, always protecting her since childhood, that she dares to hurt others so casually. Jianha immediately embraced the mama, tears welling up. Mama, I never thought she would treat me like this. The mama comforted her. I raise you with my own hands. Seeing her bully others breaks my heart. How could she bully people like that? No, we can't let her get away with this. Princess Jianha wiped her tears and said, She's the emperor. What can I do to her? The mama softly replied, We can endure a little hardship. At the palace, a guard approached and reporting to Your Majesty, the crown prince says he is not available today. Hearing this, Yin Bai angrily thought, Where have I offended him? He ignores me for no reason. I even shamelessly invited him for a stroll, and he dares to refuse. How outrageous! Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her from behind. General Li Zhe's voice said, The crown prince isn't free, but this general is. He won't attend to Your Majesty, but this general attending is the same. Come here, Your Majesty. You once promised to undress this general's armor. Yin Bai's eyes widened in bewilderment. Where did this guy crawl out from? Li Zhe immediately started to undress. Seeing this, Yin Bai panicked. Li Zhe, what are you doing? She immediately covered her eyes and said, "What do you mean by undressing in broad daylight?" Li Zhe calmly replied, "Attending to your majesty." At this moment, in the Tuchuan palace, Yanbai was fastening his clothes, saying, "Don't be like this. Listen to me." Li Zhe sulked. "Why? You can summon the crown prince to attend to you. Why not me? I even agreed to let you take a secondary husband, and even agreed to you conveniently taking the grand tutor as well. Can't you feel my true feelings for you?" Li Zhe's eyes teared up as he continued word chap, "Ly, truly, the most heartless is the imperial family." Yanbai immediately sat down to comfort him. "It's not like that." General Li Zhe turned around, disgruntled, and asked, "What's the meaning of this? Does His Majesty think I'm not as handsome as the crown prince?" A maidservant's voice came from outside. "The crown prince is known as the most handsome man in the world." Hearing this, General Li Zhe roared angrily. "This old man, in all his radiant glory, is more handsome than that pale-faced pretty boy by a mile. Are your eyes eaten by dogs? Why don't you like a real man and instead fawn over that pasty-faced dandy?" Yanbai hurriedly explained, "General, you misunderstand. It's not like that." Li Zhe turned away in a huff. "Then what is it? Does His Majesty think I'm inferior to the crown prince in some way? Why do you get to spend the night and not me?" She said softly, "He didn't spend the night." General Li Zhe looked disbelieving. "Impossible. I heard at the border that the crown prince spent the night with His Majesty. He was carried out of the imperial bedchamber." The general turned back with a gleam in his eye and said, "His Majesty really knows how to play. How exciting. And to think he completely wore out that pretty boy." He imagined Yin by whipping the crown prince. "Aya, that hurts." Li Zhe thought to himself, His Majesty must have had some fun that night. And then imagined a tiger bench being used. He pictured the crown prince tied to the bench, crying out in pain, "Your Majesty, mercy." Another image flashed through his mind. The crown prince tied up and bent over, with Yin by looking possessive and saying, "I'll take good care of you." He mused, or maybe it was role play. Immediately, Li Zhe spread his arms and rushed towards her. "Come here. I'm not afraid. I'm physically superior to that pale-faced boy by tens of times." Suddenly, not seeing Yanbai, he asked blankly, "Your Majesty?" Yanbai sighed, "General, how much of this inappropriate material have you been watching?" Li Zhe declared proudly, "I want to be Your Majesty's consort, so naturally, I must be knowledgeable in the ways of vying for your favor." Yanbai quickly explained, "He didn't spend the night. He encountered an assassin that night. That's why he was carried out." General Li Zhe immediately moved closer, pressing against her and pulling her into an embrace. "Then allow this general to be the first to attend to Your Majesty tonight." Yanbai fearfully pulled back. "Wait, General, no." Suddenly, a guard entered with a letter and announced, "Reporting to Your Majesty, Princess Jian Ha has sent a letter. The jasmine flowers in the mansion are in bloom, and she invites Your Majesty to enjoy them." Seeing him, Yanbai was stunned. The guard, witnessing the scene, widened his eyes and quickly retreated. "I'll take my leave." Yanbai, tearing up, hurriedly called out, wait a moment. Go tell her I've received the message." The guard thought fearfully, "What do I do? I think I've seen something I shouldn't have." Li Zhe said, "What a mood killer." But hearing that the pale-faced one didn't spend the night is good news. Yanbai sighed, "General, can you think about something else? Like your ideals and ambitions? Don't just focus on spending the night." General Li Zhe rubbed his hands together excitedly. "My life's goal is to become the emperor's husband. My second goal is to raise cats. And my third is to win battles." In the kitchen, a woman entered carrying food. The woman approached Head Maid Wang and asked, "Head Maid Wang, do we have an important guest in the palace today?" Head Maid Wang replied, "The princess has invited His Majesty to enjoy the flowers. That's the most important guest in the world. You may leave now. I'll take care of things here." The woman then left. Immediately, Head Maid Wang's face turned sinister. She took out a packet of mung bean powder. Head Maid Wang recalled Princess Jianha's instructions. "Mama, this mung bean powder won't kill anyone, will it? I only want to teach Yanbai a lesson, not take her life." Wang Mama poured the powder into the bowl of porridge, whispering, "Mung bean powder, inside, this is poison from the fangs of a venomous snake. Colorless, odorless. My son, mother will avenge you." In Princess Jianha's room, Yanbai and Shui Lunglin were sitting at the dining table. Princess Jianha said, her voice trembling, "Bai, I was wrong that night. I shouldn't have argued with you because of Twin La. Please forgive me and release him." Yanbai picked up a teacup and said softly, "I wasn't angry with you. We grew up wearing the same pants. I know you were just momentarily upset with me. I don't blame you. At that moment, headmaid Wang entered, carrying food. She said softly, "Your Majesty, the princess said you like carp. She specially prepared this for you." She walked over and placed the dish on the table. Suddenly, Shui Lung Lin stepped forward, dipped a testing stick into the food, and then examined it. He then reported, "Your Majesty, there's no poison." Princess Jian, how was surprised that you're too cautious. In my residence, that how could I possibly harm you? Yinbai picked up some food. Suddenly, Shui Lung Lin said, "Your Majesty, you've caught a cold these past few days. You shouldn't eat early spring carp. Please take care of your health." Hearing this, Yinbai angrily put down her chopsticks and said loudly, "Such delicious carp, what a pity." She looked up at headmaid Wang and said softly, "Jianha doesn't want to eat it, and I can't eat it. Nanny, you have it then." Headmaid Wang trembled with fear. "This?" Yinbai asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the carp?" Princess Jianha thought deeply. Did Mama put collar medicine in the carp? Collar medicine is very potent. Mama is old that I'm afraid it will kill her. Immediately, she said softly, "Bye. Mama hasn't been feeling well these past few days. Please don't make things difficult for her." Yinbai replied, "My word is my bond. Why should I take back what I've said? Refusing to eat is defying an imperial decree. Defying an imperial decree is tantamount to treason. Treason is punishable by death for 9 generations." Headmaid Wang was terrified and immediately knelt down, pleading, "Your Majesty, spare my life. I'll eat it." She picked up the bowl of carp soup, her voice trembling. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." Princess Jianha, seeing the awkward situation, said, "Bye. We had an unpleasant argument the other day. I offer you this cup of wine." Yinbai replied, "I have matters of state to attend to and cannot drink. I was very happy to visit your residence today. I shall return to the palace." Yinbai and Shui Lung Lin left. Princess Jianha said, "Safe travels." As the two departed, Princess Jianha seemed displeased and thought, "She didn't touch anything today. She clearly has ulterior motives towards me. I thought we could be sisters for life." Headmaid Wang thought to herself, "You tyrant, you wouldn't have guessed that I didn't poison the food. The suspicion you sowed today will make the princess abandon you completely." Suddenly, Headmaid Wang coughed up blood. She was shocked and terrified. "Impossible, I didn't poison it. My whole body feels like it's being cut by knives." Elsewhere, Yinbai exclaimed, "The food wasn't poisoned, the silver needle was." Back in Princess Jianha's room, she sobbed, "Mama, don't scare me." Suddenly, Princess Bingyang walked in. "She's dead." Princess Jianha angrily gritted her teeth. "What are you doing here?" Princess Bingyang sneered, "That I'm just here to remind you. Mama's fate will be twin LA's fate." Hearing this, Jianha frowned, "That I won't listen to you and harm my friend." Princess Bingyang chuckled, "Suit yourself. It's not my man who's going to die anyway." Before leaving, she added, "Oh, I forgot to remind you. A monk breaking his vows is a grave offense, even more so for an enlightened monk. Do you think his fate will be death by 1,000 cuts or being torn in two?" At Sui Xian Palace, Yinbai slammed her hand on the table in anger. "Insolent! Who dares to cuckold me?" Her face flushed red. "I'm going to kill her." Princess Luanyu, flustered, explained, "The situation is like this. Recently, many women have seen the crown prince going to the Qing. Accompanying him was," she recounted confidently, "I even saw some of them preparing rooms. They might have a tryst with the crown prince." Yinbai irritably interrupted, "He hasn't come to see me for so long. He got some nerve." With that, she stormed out of the room. "Let's go. Leave the palace." Outside the palace, the crown prince and Princess Bingyang met. Princess Bingyang said softly, "What a coincidence to meet your highness here today." The crown prince looked somber. "Miss Jin's and Feng Lu's bodies have been cremated together on my orders." Hearing this, Princess Bingyang was startled. "What do you mean?" The crown prince glanced at her. "Princess, they were innocent. Moreover, you've implicated too many innocent people." Princess Bingyang's eyes widened. "You know everything?" The crown prince replied, "I only know that you instigated General Jin's daughter to cause trouble." Princess Bingyang raised an eyebrow. "Where's the proof?" The crown prince lowered his voice. "There's no proof. Instigating someone only takes a few words. Where there be proof? I only hope that your highness can be self-aware and not make things worse." Hearing this, Princess Bingyang's gaze dropped. She grabbed his sleeve, tried to hold him back. "That I did all of this for you. Why are you so unfair to me? Clearly, I knew you before Yinbai." The crown prince's expression remained unchanged. "Princess, don't use me as a substitute for your ambition." Princess Bingyong said heartbrokenly. Why can't it be me? Does she have even half the bearing of an emperor? Compared to her, I'm much more suited to be emperor. Where is she better than me? The crown prince replied, in heart and character. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. What a lively street today. Princess Yin spoke. Fancy meeting the two of you here. She tapped her fan against the crown prince's chin. Are there any courtesans serving today? I'm quite lonely. Yin smiled, touching the crown prince's chest. Your highness's blessings seem endless. The crown prince chuckled softly. Your majesty jests. Yin shyly covered her mouth with her fan. What did I jest? Your eyes look so melancholic, crown prince. You rushed to find the princess as soon as you left me. Why? Am I not as beautiful as my royal sister? Hearing this, the crown prince comforted her. Your majesty possesses a captivating beauty beyond compare. At the same time, Princess Bingyong was extremely angry. Of course, elder sister is more elegant. How dare I compare myself? She continued politely. I sought the crown prince today because I have a few words to say. Please grant me permission, your majesty. Hearing this, Yin closed her fan and tapped the crown prince lightly on the nose. Then I'll wait for you at Suisian Palace. With that, Yin quickly left. The crown prince touched his nose. What is the matter, princess? Princess Bingyong frowned. I just want to ask if you have any memory of me at all. The crown prince replied, none. Princess Bingyong's eyes welled up with tears. Then why did you save me in the first place and even get injured for me? She turned her face slightly. There's still plenty of time, crown prince. I can wait. At Suisian Palace, Lise nudged the grand tutor beside him. The grand tutor turned and asked, what is it? General Lise whispered, you're so calm, grand tutor. Don't you know why His Majesty is holding a banquet at Suisian Palace? The grand tutor replied, His Majesty has his reasons. Lise looked at him seriously. His Majesty is holding this banquet at Suisian Palace today for Jingcheng. The grand tutor seemed unconcerned. So what? General Lise continued. This clearly shows that Jingcheng has captured the emperor's heart. Just think, if Jingcheng becomes the empress, the regent's power will grow even greater. That would be a disaster for the 100,000-year legacy of our great Li. Therefore, he chuckled softly. Therefore, Jingcheng's highest position can only be a consort, not empress. At this point, Li Zhe came up with a plan. You and I will join forces and get rid of Jingcheng. I'll be the empress, and you can be the consort. For the sake of the nation and its people, you shouldn't refuse, right? After all, you and Jingcheng's father are enemies. Later, if the regent causes trouble for you in court, you can reward his son with a white silk ribbon in the harem. He tried to persuade him. Surprised? Unexpected, Li Zhe proudly thought to himself, whoever gets favored the most, this general will bring them down. One of the survival rules of the harem. Meanwhile, the crown prince said coldly, I just happened to be passing by and helped out, that's all. Hearing this, Princess Bingyong's eyes teared up. It's just, forget it. Such a small act of kindness from you cost you half your life. She looked at him sorrowfully. But it's all right. Elsewhere, at Suisian Palace, the grand tutor glanced at him. General, you think far ahead. Lise said smugly, he's too deep and scheming. He's definitely not the harmless type. I'm just taking precautions. At that moment, the regent arrived and bowed. Yin seated said rise. Just then, the crown prince seemed to realize something, and he glanced over suspiciously. The crown prince stood up and said softly, your servant greets your majesty. After speaking, he immediately approached the grand tutor. Grand tutor is here too. It seems your majesty is truly fond of the grand tutor, bringing him everywhere. Is a grand tutor usually this free? The grand tutor looked up and calmly said, your majesty invited me to the banquet. I dare not refuse. Hearing this, the regent's son, the crown prince, remained calm. So is all for his majesty. It seems his majesty and the grand tutor truly have a deep and meaningful relationship. 13 years spent together day and night. It's enough to make others envious. Nearby, Yin whispered to Shui Lin, puzzled. What's the grudge between them? Why is the crown prince targeting the grand tutor and General Li Zhe targeting the crown prince? Shui Lin chuckled softly. Perhaps their horoscopes clash. At this moment, Li Zhe spoke up. Your majesty, you said you would inspect my army camp today. Is that still true? Yanbai replied firmly, certainly. I also want to see the iron cavalry you brought back. Li Zhe continued, the soldiers have been waiting for hours. At the same time, the Grand Tutor sipped his tea and softly said, Your Majesty, you haven't handed in today's assignment yet. Hearing this, Yanbai broke out in a sweat and slumped. I really don't want to do my homework. General Li Zhe angrily roared, Grand Tutor, we agreed to deal with outsiders together. Why are you targeting me? His Majesty clearly promised to go with me. The Grand Tutor teared up, I'm not targeting you. I'm just following protocol. Li Zhe loudly protested. Inspecting the troops is also a top priority of state affairs. His Majesty cannot refuse me. Then the Grand Tutor said, Then please, Your Majesty, return early and make up the lesson tonight. Hearing this, Li Zhe felt as if struck by lightning. The Grand Tutor is the scheming one. Returning at night to make up the lesson. What's the difference from returning at night for intimate company? On the other side, the regent's son, the crown prince, was drinking wine when he suddenly fainted, leaving the Grand Tutor and Li Zhe stunned. Li Zhe peered at him. Honestly, if you're weak, stay out of the wind. He sniffed the crown prince's body, 0.1 cup of wine, and he's like this. Li Zhe continued to pull at the crown prince's mouth, that he can't be faking it, wanting to spend the night with his Majesty. Can he? Just then, Yanbai spoke up. What happened? The crown prince can't drink alcohol. Who put wine in front of him? The guard immediately knelt down. This servant is guilty. This servant didn't know. Please spare my life, Your Majesty. That night, Yanbai was caring for the crown prince, while the Grand Tutor and General Li Zhe stood guard outside the door. Li Zhe glared angrily at the Grand Tutor. We were both trying to gain favor, but that kid benefited. His Majesty was supposed to go to the army camp with me today, then return for your makeup lesson. Now look, he has to go and take care of him instead. The Grand Tutor glanced inside. The crown prince should be awake by now. Let's go check. At that moment, Yanbai's eyes teared up. Crown Prince, you're finally awake. Thank goodness you're all right. The Crown Prince brought a hand to his head. This the dragon bed. Yanbai was taken aback. The Crown Prince sat up. This subject has been on Your Majesty's dragon bed 3 times now. I like to do something. Yanbai asked worriedly, What do you want to do? The Crown Prince grasped her hand. Attend to Your Majesty, of course. He pulled her closer. My third sister said that only by becoming Your Majesty's man can one lie down and get promoted. A man who doesn't know how to compete for favor in the harem is a fool. This subject thinks my third sister is quite right. The Crown Prince gazed at her intently. Are you embarrassed? There's always a first time for everything, Your Majesty. There's no need to be shy. Yanbai pushed him away with an annoyed expression. Your Highness, please stop this. The Crown Prince immediately chuckled at her clothes. This official is keeping watch over Your Majesty. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening was heard. The Crown Prince, upon hearing it, quickly embraced her. He pulled Yanbai down. Startled, Yanbai fell right into the Crown Prince's arms, much to his delight. Yanbai, however, was flustered. At the same time, the other two entered. The Grand Tutor calmly spoke. Your Majesty, please get dressed. There is an urgent report in the Imperial study. Li Zhe, standing beside him, bit his lip in anger. That little vixen is truly cunning. He frowned. Your Majesty certainly has refined tastes. This official will not linger here and disturb you further. At this point, Yanbai hurriedly stood up. Suddenly, the Crown Prince grabbed her hand and said, Your Majesty, matters of state can wait until tomorrow. Tonight, you should rest well. Yanbai turned and asked, Your Highness, what are you trying to do? The Crown Prince looked at her longingly and immediately embraced her from behind. This official is on the dragon bed. Naturally, I desire Your Majesty's favor. Yanbai glared at him with displeasure. Have you not caused enough trouble? Every time you enter the palace, you throw my harem into chaos. The Crown Prince whispered, Is Your Majesty blaming this official? Yanbai glanced at him. I simply find Your Highness's behavior excessively disruptive. You shouldn't look at me like that. At this moment, looking into the Crown Prince's eyes, Yanbai thought, Why do I feel he is so sorrowful? Just then, the Crown Prince said, It's nothing. This official simply finds Your Majesty exceptionally beautiful tonight. Yanbai stood up. I'm going to the Imperial study. Your Highness should return to the Prince's residence. Hearing this, the crown prince grabbed her hand. The imperial study can wait. There's no rush. Yanbai frowned. The grand tutor is waiting for me with an urgent matter. The crown prince lowered his head. This official also has an urgent matter with your majesty. Yanbai raised an eyebrow. What is it? The crown prince replied, I cannot say. Yanbai sighed. Shui Lung Lin, protect me. Immediately, Shui Lung Lin rushed forward and held a knife to the crown prince's throat. He coldly commanded, let go. The crown prince looked at him with a determined gaze. And what if I don't? Shui Lung Lin frowned. Anyone who disrespects his majesty will be killed without mercy. Sadness flashed in the crown prince's eyes. Killed without mercy? Your majesty, is this your command? Yanbai grimaced. Shui Lung Lin, without my order, you are not permitted to act rashly. Shui Lung Lin responded with, yes, your majesty. At this point, Yanbai took the crown prince's hand. Your highness, please let go. The crown prince stood up and suggested, if this official speaks briefly, could your majesty wait a moment before going to the imperial study? Seeing this, Yanbai became somewhat annoyed. The grand tutor is waiting for me. The crown prince's gaze dropped. The grand tutor will have plenty of opportunities later. He thought to himself, but this official will not. By now, Yanbai had lost patience. Your highness, there are limits to these jokes. If it weren't urgent, the grand tutor wouldn't have asked me to change clothes at this very moment. Suddenly, Shui Lung Lin charged forward. Your highness, forgive me, but no one can disobey his majesty's commands. Immediately, Shui Lung Lin shoved him forcefully, and the crown prince, caught off guard, fell backward. Having no other choice, he released Yanbai's hand. The crown prince stumbled painfully. Seeing this, Yanbai worriedly ran over and asked, Are you all right? Why didn't you dodge? She frowned slightly. Imperial physician. The crown prince gritted his teeth. It's nothing, just a dislocated bone. It'll be fine after it's set. He then bowed his head that I'll take my leave. I wish your majesty good health. Yanbai looked at the crown prince's retreating back in confusion. Thought what's wrong with him? Shui Lung Lin replied, this subordinate doesn't know. At the regent king's residence, the crown prince stood before the door. He opened the door and entered. Suddenly, the regent king threw something to the ground. He angrily said, You still know how to come back? This king thought you wanted to stay in the deserted palace. You helped the little emperor deal with so many matters. Why have you returned now? The crown prince calmly replied, Father's words are harsh. One who receives the king's salary must worry about the king's worries. Moreover, father has stripped me of all my positions in the court and the army. Your intention is to say that if I want to be promoted, I can only rely on myself. Hearing this, the regent king frowned. The power this king possesses will be yours after 100 years. Why do you repeatedly defy me? The crown prince turned his face away. Am I not just a chess piece? Now, I'm probably a discarded chess piece. Seeing this, the regent king slammed the table in anger. He stood up and shouted, As long as you obediently listen to this king, whatever you want, isn't it just a matter of reaching out your hand? At this moment, the crown prince's eyes teared up. What I want, father cannot give. Moreover, he glanced sideways. I cannot trust someone who watched with indifference as the crown prince was murdered by others. The regent king's expression turned serious. How do you know? The crown prince replied sadly. The night mother died, I was hiding on the rafters of the wine cellar. The haunting memory flooded back. She was drugged and thrown into a wine vat, and I was right there on the rafters above the vat. I faced her. I watched her die with her eyes open, blood flowing from her mouth. I watched all night, and I haven't dared to touch a drop of alcohol since. That face continued to haunt him. The crown prince's eyes were filled with sorrow that I still remember father beating me many times because I wouldn't drink alcohol. You call me useless. He extended his hand. Father, I know you threw mother into the wine vat. Do you know what she mouthed to me? An 8-year-old child? The regent king was taken aback. What? The crown prince stammered. She said, Hold on to your necklace. Don't blame your father. The regent king turned away. Nonsense. Regarding your mother's matter, this king was indeed wrong, but I don't regret it. Suddenly, a voice from the doorway called out, Father, what is second brother doing in the front courtyard? Seeing this, the crown prince approached his father and said, Some things are enough for me to bear alone. Don't let my sisters know. On the other side, Jing Dian stood at the door. She asked, What are you two talking about? It's time for dinner. The regent king looked at the crown prince. It's time for dinner. Meanwhile, in the study within the palace, Yanbai addressed the Grand Tutor softly. Grand Tutor, what urgent matter do you have to report? The Grand Tutor lowered his voice. The Princess Royal has returned from her travels. Hearing this, Yanbai seemed elated. My imperial aunt is returning? This is wonderful news. She is my father's younger sister. No matter what, I must ensure she is well taken care of. The Grand Tutor continued seriously. Firstly, she is your Majesty's imperial aunt. Secondly, she is the only person the Regent King is wary of. Therefore, we must ensure her safe return to the capital. Yanbai brought a hand to his chin, pondering. She is that formidable? After my ascension, she has been traveling frequently. A worried expression spread across the Grand Tutor's face. The Princess Royal is known for her domineering nature. Once she returns, she will absolutely not allow any outsiders to contend for the throne. The court will no longer be solely under the Regent King's control. He glanced at Yanbai. I hope her return won't bring misfortune. Yanbai spoke calmly. Grand Tutor, you are being overly suspicious. My imperial aunt would never do anything to harm the royal family. The Grand Tutor sighed. I hope I am wrong. Yanbai continued, should I have the Regent King's residence monitored to prevent them from assassinating my imperial aunt on her way back? The Grand Tutor replied, it's best if no one from the Regent King's residence comes near the Princess Royal. Yanbai asked with concern, are you referring to the Crown Prince, Grand Tutor? The Grand Tutor frowned. Indeed. The Crown Prince is far too close to your Majesty. I fear. Yanbai interrupted. Grand Tutor, I know what to do. The Crown Prince. She worriedly thought, I'm afraid he won't pay me any attention during this time. At this moment, the Princess Royal and her soldiers were approaching the capital. Suddenly, an army appeared ahead, surrounding them. A soldier rushed to the carriage and reported, Your Highness, Princess Royal, there's an ambush ahead. The entire vanguard has been annihilated. The Princess Royal's voice rang out, advance. The young woman beside her exclaimed worriedly, Your Highness, there's an ambush. You must consider your own safety. Inside the carriage, the Princess Royal spoke confidently, I am the heavens. Those demons and monsters stand no chance. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince and Jia Su were observing from a cliff. The two silently watched the army below. The Crown Prince murmured, the Princess Royal is extremely arrogant. Arrogant people usually have the qualifications to be so. Jia Su turned and asked, Your Highness, what should we do now? The Crown Prince calmly replied, we must crush her arrogance completely. Kill them all. Hearing this, Jia Su's expression turned grim. But the Princess Royal's Fei Zhuan army is invincible. Even if His Highness the Regent King had 1,000,000 armored soldiers, they wouldn't be a match. We only have 8,000 men. The Crown Prince continued, his expression unchanged. We don't need 8,000. 80 will be enough. Just then, a guard ran up and knelt to report, Your Highness, the Princess Royal has entered the forest. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince immediately ordered, set the forest ablaze. The guard bowed, Yes, Your Highness. Jia Su, with a worried look, said, Crown Prince. The Crown Prince reassured him. Since ancient times, battles haven't been won solely through brute force, but also with intelligence. There's a reason for the saying, heaven's time, earth's advantage, and man's unity. At the same time, the Princess Royal's troops were preparing to enter the forest when suddenly a guard ran out from the forest, his face filled with panic. Your Highness, Princess Royal. Your Highness, Princess Royal. A great fire has broken out in the forest ahead. The entire Flying Standard unit has been annihilated. The Princess Royal abruptly drew back the curtain. What? The lady in waiting beside her exclaimed worriedly, Your Highness, let's go. She immediately ordered, protect the Princess Royal. The soldiers responded in unison, Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, in the palace, a guard rushed in and reported, Your Majesty, Grand Tutor, a great fire has engulfed the Yanchuan Pass forest. The Princess Royal's whereabouts are unknown. The rescue troops are blocked by the raging fire. The Emperor, Yanbai, exclaimed in surprise, What? Yanbai turned to the Grand Tutor anxiously. Why is this happening? The Grand Tutor calmly replied, Brilliant, truly brilliant. Yanbai asked, puzzled, Grand Tutor, what do you mean? The Grand Tutor answered, This person is indeed a rare talent. The Princess Royal's Flying Standard unit is like birds soaring in the sky, raining down arrows from above, unmatched by any. However, he explained, by setting the forest ablaze, the resulting smoke and flames render the Flying Standard unit useless, even in the sky. Furthermore, the airborne unit becomes difficult to control, colliding with each other in chaos, defeating themselves. Yanbai was stunned. Grand Tutor, this isn't the time to admire their tactics. She thought to herself, am I the only one who's concerned? At this moment, the sound of galloping horses echoed through the forest. Hearing the commotion, the Princess Royal called out, wait. Sensing movement, she opened the curtain with an annoyed expression. Who's there? Come out. At that moment, the Crown Prince and Jiasu arrived. The Princess Royal was surprised that it's you. The Crown Prince calmly asked, why so surprised? The Princess Royal stepped down from the carriage and approached the Crown Prince. You destroyed my flying standard unit. The Crown Prince didn't deny it. Indeed, the Princess Royal was astonished. Impossible. You're only 18. Even your father wouldn't have such skill. The Crown Prince, with an arrogant look, said, Your Highness, you should have foreseen this day 10 years ago. Hearing this, the Princess Royal was furious. 10 years ago. The Crown Prince lowered his head, a pained expression on his face. Today is the anniversary of my mother's death. The Princess Royal was taken aback. You're here to avenge your mother? She murmured, It's true. Your mother did nothing wrong. Her only mistake was taking my place. The Crown Prince frowned slightly. What does she have to do with this? Wasn't it the late Emperor's decree? The Princess Royal let out a soft laugh. Why did the late Emperor issue such a decree? She shouted. Wasn't it because your mother was jealous of me? She went to the late Emperor and claimed that if I married the Regent King, we would seize power and threaten the throne. The Princess Royal caught a falling leaf. That's why she became the Regent King's wife. Tears welled up in the Princess Royal's eyes. Life. If only, she reminisced, the 4th year of the Pengyuan spring. The Regent Prince, riding like the wind, carelessly splashed the Princess Royal as he passed. Infuriated, the Princess Royal drew her sword. Damn him! Her servant tried to soothe her. Your Highness, we snuck out of the palace today. We should return now. However, the Princess Royal was still fuming that I've never met such a rude man. I must teach him a lesson. Just as she was about to strike, the Regent Prince arrived and grabbed her wrist. He stared at her. You dare attack me? Do you know who I am? The Princess Royal retorted haughtily, Apologize for my dress. The Regent Prince, his expression calm, replied, Then I'll compensate you with 100 dresses. I've never met such a wild woman. You're quite interesting. In the end, a marriage decree, he married another. My groom was someone else. 10 miles of red silk. From now on, my beloved is a stranger. Back to the present. The Crown Prince said, Even without my mother, you and my father could never be together, even if the threat to the throne is real. The Princess Royal gave a bitter laugh. True. She looked up at the sky. That's why I always think, why am I not the Emperor? The Princess Royal covered her face. If I were the Emperor, I wouldn't have to watch the man I love paint another woman's eyebrows. Her eyes widened with resentment. The Regent Prince's son bowed his head. Your servant bids farewell to your highness. He approached Jiasu. He sighed. Let her go peacefully. The Princess Royal suddenly laughed loudly. You know what became of the one who forced me to this point. The Regent Prince's son turned back. That I don't want to know. The Princess Royal frowned. There was once a gentle general with unparalleled martial arts. His end was 1,000 arrows, piercing his heart. The son paid little attention to her words. It. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiasu immediately drew his sword. The Crown Prince turned his head. At that moment, a dart flew from somewhere and embedded itself in a tree. A sword was suddenly placed against the Crown Prince's shoulder. It was Jiasu. Your Highness, I apologize. I am the one the Regent Prince placed by your side. The Regent Prince's son was not surprised and owned need to apologize. It was my oversight. He then called out, Father, if you're here, come out. The Regent Prince rode forward, his face stern. Upon arrival, the Regent Prince quickly dismounted. He approached the Princess Royal. You've returned. The Princess Royal, with an arrogant expression, crossed her arms. Indeed, your son is not at all like you were in your youth. His schemes run much deeper. The Regent Prince bowed his head. I have failed in teaching my son. I beg your Highness's forgiveness. My foolish son is young and ignorant. I am willing to bear all responsibility for his mistakes. She glanced at the son. You calculated everything, but did you calculate the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? The son's eyes were filled with sorrow. I just never expected that my father would start guarding against his own son from the time I was 8 years old. He glanced at Jiasu, and I never expected that the companion who grew up beside me, as close as brothers, would betray me. Jiasu avoided his gaze. Everyone has their own master. Suddenly, a guard announced, "The emperor has arrived. The Grand Tutor has arrived." At this moment, Yanbai descended the stairs. Excitedly waving her hand, she asked, "Is everyone here? Are we having conference?" Seeing the Princess Royal, Yanbai happily ran over. "Imperial Aunt, you're finally back. I missed you so much." The Princess Royal looked surprised. "Why are you here?" Yanbai, with a worried expression, replied, "Isn't it because I missed you? I heard you were attacked. Were you hurt? Where's the assassin?" The Princess Royal raised an eyebrow. "Your Majesty, you're pretending to be confused when you clearly know. Isn't the assassin right here?" Hearing this, Yanbai looked around. "Where?" Suddenly, she saw the Regent Prince's son. He frowned. Yanbai excitedly called out, "Your Highness, you're here too. I was just saying I wanted to go drink flower wine with you." As she finished speaking, she saw Jia Su holding a sword in front of the Regent Prince's son. Yanbai furiously shouted, "Insolent dog! How dare you point your sword at the prince?" Hearing this, the Princess Royal was extremely surprised. "Your Majesty, stop pretending. The assassin attempted to murder a member of the imperial family, a crime punishable by death." She sneered, "Execute his entire clan." The Princess Royal frowned. "Death can be avoided, but living with this crime will be difficult." The Regent Prince's son bowed his head. "That I beg your Majesty for punishment." In the 3rd year of the Giant Pain era, the Regent Prince's son plotted rebellion. His title was stripped, and he was exiled to Lingnan for 3 years. Later, in the prison, Yanbai went to see the Regent Prince's son. "Didn't you say you wouldn't lie to me for 2 years?" The prince, his face covered in wounds, said, "I'm always lying to you." Yanbai's eyes were filled with heartache. "Why did you try to assassinate the Princess Royal?" The Regent Prince's son lowered his head. "That a personal grudge. It doesn't count as a lie." Yanbai was taken aback. "What grudge?" The prince, tears welling up in his eyes, looked at her and cried, "I can't say." Seeing this, Yanbai became angry. Could it be that the Princess Royal's return threatened the Regent Prince's power? The prince said calmly, "If your Majesty believes that, then so be it." Yanbai was worried. "What are you trying to do?" The Regent Prince's son gave a bitter laugh. "That I'm wondering if you'll come to see me off tomorrow." Yanbai was surprised, huh? The prince stood up and cupped his hands respectfully. "That it's nothing, your Majesty. It's late and cold. Please return to the palace." Yanbai then left. The Regent Prince's son couldn't hold back his tears. Suddenly, the Grand Tutor arrived. "Why didn't you tell her?" The prince looked blank. "Tell her what?" The Grand Tutor's voice was low. "Tell her why you tried to assassinate the Princess Royal." The prince looked up. "What's the point?" The Grand Tutor replied, "At least Her Majesty wouldn't misunderstand you." The Regent Prince's son sat down, his eyes filled with regret. "Isn't it better this way? Me and Her Majesty having a conflict. Isn't that what you wanted to see?" The Grand Tutor denied it. "I'm not that despicable." Suddenly, the prince asked, "Grand Tutor, do you like her?" The Grand Tutor remained silent, offering no reply. Seeing this, the Regent Prince's son stood up and encouraged him. "If you like her, pursue her. She likes you too." The Grand Tutor chuckled softly. The Crown Prince continued, "Although you are 10 years older than His Majesty, an older husband and younger wife isn't unheard of." The Grand Tutor's eyes filled with sorrow as he asked, "Why are you saying so much today?" The Crown Prince turned away. "Probably because I have to leave the capital tomorrow." He frowned. "I suddenly don't want to leave." The Grand Tutor looked at the Crown Prince sympathetically. "Being stripped of your title and exiled to Lingnan, you can't blame His Majesty. All the civil and military officials are watching. She has to give the world a clear explanation." Hearing this, the Crown Prince turned back. "That I don't blame her. She's doing what an emperor should do." He lightly touched the Grand Tutor's shoulder. "I just feel that you, Grand Tutor, are too stubborn. Look at General Lija. He fights for what he wants freely." The Grand Tutor's expression turned cold. "It's not the same person, not the same matter. You can't lump everything together. The general's freedom is because he's powerless. You dare to fight because you've abandoned your principles." The Crown Prince's expression was one of unwillingness. "That I can't." The Grand Tutor said indifferently, "I am the foundation of Dali. I don't know when I started to like someone. It's getting deeper and deeper." The Grand Tutor turned to leave. "Tomorrow. Have a safe journey." The Crown Prince replied, "Thank you, Grand Tutor. I have a request. Don't tell His Majesty the reason I did this." Hearing this, the Grand Tutor stopped in his tracks. Why? The Crown Prince lowered his head. Isn't it more beneficial to you, Grand Tutor? That way, you're the only one by His Majesty's side. Early morning at the Imperial Palace, the Grand Tutor arrived at the door of Yin Bai's chambers. The servant guarding the door softly said, Grand Tutor, only you can comfort His Majesty now. Since returning, His Majesty has confined himself in the bedchamber, not sleeping all night. The Grand Tutor said, you may leave. Yes. Inside the room, Yin Bai was crumpling up a piece of paper and throwing it away. Liar. So annoying. Just then, the Grand Tutor entered. Your Majesty. Yin Bai looked up in surprise. Grand Tutor. Seeing this, the Grand Tutor immediately guessed, you're still blaming the Crown Prince. Yin Bai puffed up her cheeks in anger. The Grand Tutor said, Your Majesty, have you ever thought, if he had succeeded in assassinating the Princess Royal, who would ultimately benefit? Hearing this, Yin Bai was surprised. Huh? At that moment, the Grand Tutor broke his promise to the Crown Prince. He recounted, it was for you, because of you, that he did this. Perhaps it will be better not to tell you, but I feel Your Majesty should make your own choice. Yin Bai was stunned. The Grand Tutor replied, indeed. Her eyes weary, she asked, how do you explain this, Grand Tutor? The Grand Tutor calmly said, I once said that the Princess Royal's return could restrain the Regent Prince, but this is no different from using a tiger to suppress a wolf. He lowered his head. Have you ever considered this? The Crown Prince is the Regent Prince's son, no matter what. He attempted to assassinate the Princess Royal. Once the Regent Prince's house and the Princess Royal are at odds, if the Princess Royal were to die because of this, the Regent Prince's house would be severely punished for assassinating a royal family member. Yin Bai was bewildered, and if he hadn't succeeded, the Grand Tutor frowned. If he hadn't succeeded in taking the Princess Royal's life, the Crown Prince would certainly face death. So, Yin Bai interrupted, the Regent Prince will become completely hostile towards the Princess Royal. In any case, this assassination attempt benefits both of them. And I'm a fisherman. Yin Bai started to cry, but I don't want to be the fisherman. Well, why does he have to do this? The Grand Tutor continued, Your Majesty, why don't you understand? Yin Bai looked bewildered. Understand what? The Grand Tutor replied, he misunderstood that Your Majesty has feelings for me. He wants to use his own power to eliminate two major troubles for Your Majesty. Once you have no more enemies, you can do whatever you want. Yin Bai immediately remembered the Crown Prince's words. An emperor is one who holds the power of the world in their hands. So, Your Majesty doesn't need to care about common etiquette. If you like the Grand Tutor, then, she burst into tears. So that night, the Crown Prince stopped me from leaving. Yin Bai's eyes were brimming with tears. That night, he thought he wouldn't be coming back, so he wanted to keep me there a little longer. She clenched her fists. So that's how it is. Suddenly, a guard approached. Your Majesty, it's time for the morning court. Yin Bai flatly refused. I'm not going. I have something to do. The guard frowned. Your Majesty, this is the Princess Royal's first morning court since her return. The Princess Royal is already waiting outside the hall. Yin Bai approached the Grand Tutor. Grand Tutor, I'll leave the morning court to you. With that, she hurried away. Outside, Princess Luan Yu and the prodigy were eating pastries. Seeing Yin Bai, Luan Yu said, Why is she running so fast? The prodigy, Li Wu, replied, To see someone off. Princess Luan Yu laughed loudly. Unintentionally, I've been given a headache by all this romance. Xiao Wu, you're the best. Every day, you eat, drink, and wander with me without any worries. Even now, I still can't understand what Yin Bai is thinking. The prodigy, Li Wu, pondered. Warm years and beautiful times. He said, What's there to think about? Two men, one stunning, one warm, both hard to give up. Luan Yu replied, What about the general? He replied, He's just a fool. At this time, at the south gate, the Crown Prince's sisters were talking. Suddenly, a guard spoke. Your Highness, Princess, please speak quickly. We must leave here for Lingnan. Jing Diane's eyes were filled with sadness. Jing Cheng, tell me, even now, I still can't believe you did this. Why did you want to assassinate the Princess Royal? The Crown Prince, looking haggard, said, Eldest sister, I did it. He looked into the distance with expectant eyes. Seeing this, Jing Jian said to him, His Majesty is in the morning court. She won't come. Hearing this, the Crown Prince's eyes were filled with sadness. He softly said, Yes, I know. Jing Dian exclaimed. You know, yet you still wait for her. The crown prince replied, I'm not waiting. Sister, I'll go first. Take good care of father for me. Jing Dian's heart ached. All right, don't worry. Take care on your journey. The crown prince entered the south gate. On the other side, Yanbai rode towards the south gate on horseback. She urged, hurry up. The crown prince looked expectantly for Yanbai, but then softly said, let's go. Immediately, the three siblings left. The south gate closed. Yanbai arrived and, seeing Jing Dian, asked, Princess, where is the crown prince? Seeing this, Jing Dian was annoyed. Your Majesty arrived just in time. You've been gone for 3/4 of an hour, and you're only just arriving now. Hearing this, Yanbai was surprised. Gone for 3/4 of an hour? Immediately, she turned and sped off. Seeing this, Jing Man shouted, Your Majesty, you won't catch up? He's already passed through the South Jade Pass. Yanbai and Shui Lung Ling rode like the wind towards the South Jade Pass. Shui Lung Ling softly called out, Your Majesty, we've reached the South Jade Pass. Don't chase him anymore. Hearing this, Yanbai said sadly, If only I hadn't been so capricious last night. Shui Lung Ling comforted her. This isn't your fault. The crown prince said it himself. You are the emperor, and the emperor should be free to act as they please. Returning to the south gate, Yanbai walked back. She passed by the crown prince's sisters. Jing Man anxiously asked, Your Majesty, did you catch up? She hesitated. Suddenly, Jing Jian spoke. Knowing this now, what was the point earlier? Hearing this, Jing Man exclaimed angrily, Elder sister, say less. His Majesty is not feeling well right now. Jing Dian retorted, Even if His Majesty is not feeling well, she still sits upon the throne and enjoys the world. Jing Cheng is so pitiful, banished by Your Majesty to the remote and mountainous Lingnan for 3 years. As he was leaving, he couldn't even see Your Majesty one last time. Your Majesty, were you too ashamed to see him? Yanbai replied, Why should I be ashamed? Jing Dian's eyes flashed with anger. What a question, why? You are the emperor. All under heaven belongs to you, let alone a single subject. A subject commits a crime, you want to punish them. He did so much for you, and now you banish him to that place. Hearing this, Yanbai angrily ordered, Princess Jing Dian, for your insolence, you are confined for 1 month. Jing Man anxiously spoke up, Your Majesty, my elder sister is outspoken. She didn't mean to offend Your Majesty. Yanbai turned and said softly, If not for the crown prince, Princess Jing Dian's punishment would be more than just confinement for a month. Princess, please control yourself. I am the emperor. How I deal with my subjects is my prerogative. It's not your place to argue. Jing Dian angrily asked, Jing Cheng saved you from danger multiple times, risked his life to protect you. Such devoted affection, Your Majesty. Do you even understand? Hearing this, Yanbai was taken aback. Jing Dian continued, If Your Majesty doesn't understand, it's fine. 3 years from now, when he returns, please stay away from him. 3 months later, Yanbai and the Grand Tutor were working in the study. Yanbai turned and asked, Grand Tutor, I've finished reviewing today's memorials. Please take a look. The Grand Tutor replied, Your Majesty, you've truly matured a lot. Yanbai's eyes were filled with sorrow. It's time to grow up. Suddenly, Princess Luanyu ran to the door and cheerfully called out, Yanbai, come here. I'm taking you out of the palace for a trip today. The Grand Tutor said to her, Go on. You haven't left the palace in 3 months. Yanbai immediately grabbed a book and covered her face. That I don't want to go. I'm reading. Seeing this, Princess Luanyu used her ultimate persuasion tactic. Yanbai, I heard the enchanting male troupe has arrived with a group of stunningly beautiful men. All sorts of types. Yanbai said with indifference. Not interested. Luanyu whispered, I heard there's a stunning courtesan there. No one has seen his real face, just his back, and it's already captivated everyone. Today's the first day he's revealing his face, and all the noble ladies in the capital have gone crazy. Rooms are selling for 5,000 gold pieces, and I managed to snag 2. It's a rare opportunity. Are you going? Yanbai said suspiciously, Why do I feel like something's off about what you're saying? Princess Luanyu hovered around Yanbai and whispered, Nothing's off. You're the emperor. How would I dare deceive you? Yanbai said with a disgruntled expression, I'm not going. Suddenly, Princess Luanyu burst into tears. If Your Majesty doesn't go, I won't even be able to enter the main gate of the Nen Quarter. She recalled what the madam at Nen Quarter had said. You've been eating and drinking for free at my Nen Quarter for a month. You've taken turns teasing all my boys. From now on, You're completely blacklisted unless His Majesty decrees otherwise. You're not allowed to step foot in my Nin quarter again. Princess Luan Yu wiped her tears and said, "It's all Jianha's fault. He always says he doesn't have any money, and now I'm blacklisted too." Yanbai asked in surprise, "What did Jianha do?" Luan Yu replied, "Jianha was shut out by you, and he was heartbroken, so he invited me to Nan quarter." Yanbai prompted, and then? She then remembered the young gentleman clinging to her, saying, "My lady, I am willing to remain chaste for you. Wait for me," she said, and then she left her heart, but not her money. Yanbai asked in astonishment, "So this time you want me to go and pay your bill?" Luan Yu whined, "Only if I go with you can I enter Nan quarter. Otherwise, I can't even get through the front door." "Yanbai, come with me. I really want to see what this courtesan looks like. Just his back has captivated thousands of young women. And also, his name is also very nice. It's Jean C.I." Hearing this, she was surprised. "Jean C.I.?" Luan Yu whispered, "It's very nice, poetic." Yanbai immediately thought of the crown prince. She recited a poem. "When the prosperity fades, you leave, green grass and drooping willows line the long road. Fellow travelers are all enemies. Lingering thoughts are surely a story of much love." 3 months ago, I pursued the crown prince to Nan Foam Pass, and there was a letter on the door. So, Yanbai immediately ordered, "Prepare the carriage. I want to leave the palace." Luan Yu was dumbfounded. "Why are you in such a hurry?" At Nan quarter, Yanbai hurriedly got out of the carriage and went inside. Suddenly, 2 guards at the door stopped them and asked, "Miss, may I ask?" Suddenly, Shui Lung Ling drew her sword, frightening them. "Spare me." Shui Lung Ling sheathed her sword and chuckled softly. "Sorry, wrong one." Shui Lung Ling took out a token and said, "Here." The 2 guards were astonished. "Someone from the palace." They immediately stood at attention and said, "Please enter." Yanbai entered and looked around. She looked up at the Chunxiang pavilion, and suddenly, the Madam of Nan quarter came out and said cheerfully, "May I help you, miss?" Yanbai said softly, "I want to see your courtesan." The madam gave her a disdainful look. "Miss, aren't you a bit too eager?" Yanbai said confidently, "This lady can't afford it." From inside, Jean C.I. gently lifted the curtain, looked outside, and said, "Miss, I only sell my art." Her eyes gleaming, Yanbai declared, "Tonight, I want to break your rules. Name your price." Jean C.I. replied confidently, "In this world, there's nothing I can't obtain. Whatever the price, I can pay it." Pointing at Jean C.I., she stated, "I want to buy his freedom." The madam of the Nan quarter gasped. "What?" Jean C.I. softly reiterated. She said, "She wants to buy my freedom." Hearing this, the madam's face tensed. "Your Majesty, the top courtesan is the pillar of the Nan quarter. He's not for sale." Shui Lung Ling immediately placed a token before the madam. Seeing it, the madam remained unconcerned. "Even those from the palace can't have him." Shui Lung Ling retorted haughtily, "My apologies, I took the wrong thing." She then drew her sword, pointing it at the madam. "This is what I should use. Defying my master's orders is punishable by death." The madam stammered fearfully. "This." Suddenly, Yanbai placed a stack of silver taels before the madam here. Seeing the 50,000 taels of gold, the madam exclaimed angrily, "Are you trying to insult me? Our top courtesan is worth at least 500,000, let alone the best of the best. Without 2 million taels of gold, don't even dream of taking him." Yanbai looked at Jean C.I. and asked, 2 million taels of gold? Is this merchandise really worth that much? She pondered, thinking, this man is as light as a feather, just like my sister. No need to spend my money, relying on skill, relying on true ability. Suddenly, she burst out in fury. The entire world belongs to me, let alone this paltry Nan quarter of yours. If you don't give me this person today, I'll raise this place to the ground tomorrow. The madam scoffed. Don't spout such nonsense. Who are you to threaten the Nan quarter? Shui Lung Ling stepped forward and announced, "This is our current emperor." The madam was stunned. Immediately, the madam of the Nan quarter knelt, her face resigned. "Long live the emperor." She rushed to Jean C's side and whispered, "I can't protect you anymore. Don't act so high and mighty. Once in the palace, things won't go your way." Then, in a resigned voice, she called out, "Someone, please accept His Majesty's favor. And remember to give us a 5-star rating." Suddenly, the madam ran around shouting, "Special news! Special news! The emperor is forcing a man into service." Yanbai was bewildered. "What's going on?" Jean C.I. explained, "She's saying you're forcing a man into service." Yanbai muttered, "I know, you don't need to repeat it." Turning to Jean Ci with playful curiosity, she asked, "Your Highness, can you tell me? You were exiled to Lingnan. How did you end up in such a place?" She then laughed. "Are you trying to give the regent prince a heart attack?" Jean Ci chuckled. "Firstly, this isn't ending up in a place like this. Call it experiencing the sufferings of the common people. Your Majesty once said, even those in brothels are your people." Hearing this, she froze. Jean Ci continued, "Secondly, I'm not your highness. My name is Jean Ci, and I'm not trying to give the regent prince a heart attack." Yanbai turned away angrily. "Fine, 50,000 taels of gold. Consider it a debt. You can pay me back later." Jean Ci replied, "All right, we'll see how I feel then." Yanbai, still fuming, sighed and turned back. "Why are you still so arrogant?" Jean Ci immediately said, "All debtors are important people. That I could become the current emperor's important person, I should indeed be arrogant." Yanbai thought in a panic. "I feel like this situation can still be salvaged." At this moment, Yanbai grabbed his hand. "Let's go, follow me back to the palace first. I exiled you to Lingnan for 3 years. If others find out you've returned, it would be considered defying the imperial decree. It's a crime punishable by death. Now that the madam has announced it for me, soon the whole world will know I've taken a new male favorite. You've been wronged, but for now, just be my male favorite." She stood up. Jean Ci bowed his head excitedly. "It's a great honor." As they left the mean and quarter together, Yanbai instructed, "Wait until this storm blows over. I'll think of a way to clear your name, and then you can meet people as the crown prince." At this time, Princess Pingyang, standing in the distance, ran over and called out, "Imperial sister, wait a moment." Yanbai was stunned. "Pingyang." Suddenly, Princess Pingyang approached Jean Ci. "Who are you?" Immediately, Yanbai stepped forward to intervene. "Wait, Imperial sister, don't be rude. This is my new male favorite." Princess Pingyang said in surprise, "I didn't know Imperial sister had acquired such a male favorite. Let me have a look." Yanbai put on an arrogant expression. "What? Are you also interested in keeping male favorites? It's a pity you're late." Princess Pingyang whispered, "This gentleman's physique closely resembles someone I know." At this moment, Jean Ci spoke. "Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else." Princess Pingyang hurriedly denied it, that I couldn't possibly be mistaken. "Why have you returned to the capital? Do you know that returning now is courting death?" Jean Ci replied, "Miss, you really have mistaken me for someone else." At this moment, Yanbai glared. "Pingyang, this is my male favorite. Please show some respect. Return to the palace." Suddenly, Princess Luanyu walked to Pingyang's side and asked with concern, "Princess, what's wrong?" Pingyang replied, "I saw the crown prince." Princess Luanyu immediately explained, "You must be mistaken. He couldn't possibly be back in the capital now. As soon as he leaves Lingnan, it's defiance of the imperial decree, and that's a capital offense." Princess Pingyang pondered thoughtfully. Is there any way to verify if that person is the crown prince? On the night of the full moon, as peach blossoms fell, Yanbai sat admiring the full moon and reciting poetry. She voiced, "My longing for you is a bitter pain, a long longing, a long remembrance, an unending longing with no end in sight." She lightly stepped down and said, "The crown prince has been gone for many days now. I wonder where he is." At this time, Shui Lung Ling spoke up. "Your Majesty, based on the time frame, he should have arrived in Lingnan by now." Hearing this, Yanbai said, "The imperial tutor has also left the palace recently. This palace is so dreary. Lung Ling, is there any good news lately?" Immediately, Shui Lung Ling took her hand, kissed it, and said, "Isn't having me by your Majesty's side enough? You are my one and only." Yanbai, delighted and pleased, stroked their head. "Lung Ling always knows how to make me happy. But recently, I've heard some news, some rumors. Are you deceiving me? There's actually bad news about me, isn't there?" Hearing this, Shui Lung Ling became flustered. "Those rumors are not to be believed." Suddenly, Shui Lung Ling raised their voice. "People are saying you're still devoted to the crown prince, and now you're collecting men throughout the country, taking any man who resembles the crown prince into your harem." Yanbai, in a fit of rage, lashed out at Shui Lung Ling with a whip. She hissed, "You betrayed me." Yanbai recalled the moment she tied the crown prince to a chair, his fear palpable. "Jing Chung," she'd said then, "you're finally mine." Shui Lung Ling spoke up, "Your Majesty, I am not the crown prince." Yanbai hung him upside down, her eyes sharp. "Jing Chung, she declared, I will cherish you. She twisted his arm, a look of desire on her face. None of the male favorites have ever left this palace alive. Back in the present, Yanbai was astonished. What? I've only skipped court for a short while, and already such preposterous rumors are spreading. She sucked on her finger. It seems I really must choose a proper imperial consort. One you mused, I remember now. When I was by your majesty's side, the crown prince didn't drink alcohol. Not a drop. Hearing this, Princess Pingyong asked in surprise, and what would happen if he did? She whispered, 1 drop, and he'd be drunk, collapsing on the spot. At the palace, a voice called out, Grand Tutor. General Lise rushed towards the Grand Tutor from afar, whispering, Grand Tutor, I hear there's a new male favorite in the palace, greatly favored by Her Majesty. The Grand Tutor's expression remained indifferent. Lise said angrily, why aren't you the least bit concerned? We just got rid of Jing Cheng, and now there's this Tan Si. Her Majesty is truly insatiable. The Grand Tutor said softly, if Tansa doesn't enter the palace, I fear Her Majesty will blame herself for 3 years. Lise stared at the Grand Tutor that, I hate talking to scheming people like you. You say one thing but mean another. Just then, Tensi walked by. Lise glanced at him and said, did Her Majesty like Jing Cheng that much? To find a replacement already. The Grand Tutor sighed, looking at Lise with pity. Lise pondered seriously, thinking to himself, why do I feel like Luo Xiaoyun is looking at me like I'm an idiot? Meanwhile, in the Si Quan Palace, Jing Man stormed in, shouting, my brother's only been gone for 3 months, and you've already found a new male favorite. Do you feel no guilt towards him? Yanbai said softly, Princess, let me explain. But Jing Man angrily yelled, I don't want to hear it. I thought you were a good person, but I never expected your majesty to be this kind of person. Yanbai was frightened and speechless. Footsteps approached, and a figure bowed as they entered. Jing Man said angrily, who is it? Suddenly, Tan Si bowed respectfully. This commoner greets your majesty, greets the princess. Jing Man immediately rushed forward, suspicious. Similar, too similar. Could it be my father had a concubine outside? Impossible. He's so virtuous, not the type to secretly have illegitimate children. Jing Man shouted, do you know how much you resemble my brother? Boy, remember this. You're just a replacement for my brother. I won't let you compete for favor. Even though my brother is in Lingnan, as long as I'm here, the position of imperial consort will be reserved for him. Yanbai was flustered. Suddenly, Jing Man looked at Yanbai and said loudly, your majesty, you are truly insatiable. Yanbai was startled, thinking, what have I done? At that moment, the Grand Tutor appeared at the door and bowed. Your Majesty, the eldest princess is holding a banquet and invites your Majesty and young Master Tansii to her residence. Yanbai was bewildered. The eldest princess. She thought to herself, why a banquet at this time? The Grand Tutor looked at the Crown Prince and spoke, although you're not interested in the banquet, your Majesty should still prepare to attend soon. The Crown Prince, also the Prince Regent, looked at the Grand Tutor with a sharp expression. So, the Grand Tutor thinks the same? He thought to himself. This Hongmen banquet is clearly aimed at me. Just then, Jing Man spoke, truly someone from the pleasure quarters, with no manners at all. Is the Grand Tutor someone you can address so casually? How can a male favorite like you speak to the Grand Tutor in such a way? She glared at the Crown Prince. Drawing a tiger's skin is easy, but capturing its bones is hard. So what if you resemble my brother? Uncouth is uncouth. A plaything can never compare to my brother, who comes from a prestigious family. Your Majesty, this subject takes her leave. The Crown Prince was stunned. Yanbai waved her hand cheerfully and said softly, farewell, princess. The lipstick your sister gave you really suits you. Yanbai glanced at her and said, don't look so glum, you two. I'm the emperor. I'll decide everything. If I know it's a Hongmen banquet, I just won't go. I'm not stupid. Suddenly, the Crown Prince and the Grand Tutor spoke in unison. You must go. You cannot refuse. Yanbai was taken aback. Since when did you two agree on anything? Your Majesty, the Grand Tutor said, matters of state are not the time for childish tantrums. Yanbai replied, I know, but both of you said it's a Hongmen banquet. If you know there's a tiger on a mountain, Why not avoid the mountain? Why seek death? The crown prince, the prince regent, said, going or not going, it's a death sentence either way. She added softly, why is not going a death sentence? At worst, people will gossip and criticize. She glanced at the Grand Tutor. Hey, Grand Tutor, what's with that look? The Crown Prince replied, that's the look of someone who sees your Majesty's brain is flooded, but is powerless to help. Suddenly, Yanbai flew into a rage. Are you too rebelling against me today? What have I done to you? The Crown Prince replied, you have indeed offended this subject. The Crown Prince, the Prince Regent, turned away. Then he paused, glanced back, and said, well, this subject should return and prepare for the banquet. Your Majesty, rest well. The Crown Prince left. Seeing this, Yanbai asked in surprise, why is he acting like he swallowed a firecracker since returning from Lingnan? Hearing this, the Grand Tutor said, may I ask, Your Majesty, when you chased after him that day, did you see his final expression? Suddenly, she lowered her head sadly and said, I chased him all the way to Ainam Nok, but I couldn't catch up. The Grand Tutor said softly, that explains it. The Crown Prince is angry. This official takes his leave. Yanbai was bewildered that men's hearts are truly unfathomable. My life is so hard. The carriage was waiting to take Yanbai to the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Guard announced, Princess Pingyang arriving. His Majesty arriving. The officials began to murmur in surprise. Shouldn't Princess Pingyang yield to His Majesty? Princess Pingyang isn't giving way to the Emperor? It seems His Majesty has no authority at all. An official beside him said, indeed, Princess Pingyang acts more like the Emperor. Otherwise, why would that servant announce the princess's name first? Outside, Yanbai, hand in hand with Shui Lungling, stepped down from the carriage. The officials chorused, Your Majesty. Beside her, Princess Pingyang stood with her head bowed. Greetings, Imperial Sister. Yanbai said softly, so Imperial Sister still remembers to curtsy? I thought you devoured all of our ancestors' etiquette. Princess Pingyang wore a confident expression that, of course, I must curtsy when meeting Your Majesty. Yanbai feigned surprise. Did I ask that so? Immediately, she ordered someone seize anyone living in Princess Pingyang's entourage and beat them to death before me. Hearing this, Princess Pingyang's face was filled with terror. Imperial Sister. The commoners in the entourage burst into tears, kneeling and pleading, Your Majesty, spare our lives. Yanbai raged. Imperial Sister's entourage didn't make way for me. Imperial Sister knows etiquette, so it must be the coachmen and guards who are ignorant. In that case, why keep these good-for-nothing curs? Imperial Sister, just stand there and watch how your curs are beaten to death. It will improve your memory. So next time you see me, you'll curtsy first and let your entourage follow behind mine. Princess Pingyang's face was now livid. Why must Imperial Sister do this? Yanbai leaned close and whispered, Pingyang, you killed General Jinfeng and her daughter. I indulge your momentary lapse of reason, possessed by demons. But do you think I'm truly a fool? Princess Pingyang was startled, then furious. Your Majesty, what proof do you have that I did it? Yanbai said softly, if there isn't any, I can create some for you. How about that? Does Imperial Sister want that? The surrounding officials murmured in astonishment. Her Majesty using Princess Pingyang to assert her authority. An official whispered, what else? Her Majesty is terrifying. One moment, she's so lovable, and the next she's ready to kill. She then approached a servant and announced, Princess Pingyang has arrived. His Majesty has arrived. The servant knelt, trembling. Your Majesty, spare my life. Suddenly, the Grand Princess arrived and said, I am hosting the banquet today. Your Majesty shouldn't taint yourself with misfortune. I will discipline the ignorant servants properly. Yanbai's expression turned icy that I wouldn't want Imperial Aunt to tire herself over a mere servant. Let me shoulder some of the burden. Immediately, she called out, Shui Lungling. Shui Lungling stepped forward and slashed the servant across the face. The servant collapsed, clutching his face and crying. The Grand Princess said furiously, You've dirted my shoes. Drag him away and beat him to death. She glared at Yanbai, thinking, showing off your power in front of me? This little fledgling has indeed grown wings. Yanbai entered and took her seat at the banquet. The Grand Princess spoke, Your Majesty, I hear you've taken a new male favorite. Why not bring him out for an introduction? Yanbai replied softly, "Oh my, Imperial Aunt knows me quite well. Let me tell you, this male favorite is very dear to me. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have brought him along. After all, I can't bear to be apart from him for even a moment." The Grand Princess looked at her sharply. Yes, that's so. As long as your majesty is pleased. Where is consort Tan Si?" Yanbai said softly. "Imperial Aunt is so impatient. Could it be?" Suddenly, she burst into laughter. "That you're also interested in this beauty?" The Grand Princess stammered. "I'm merely curious. I hear this male favorite of yours bears a striking resemblance to the Crown Prince." At this moment, Yanbai called out Tan Si. The Crown Prince, disguised as Tan Si, entered, bowing his head. "This humble servant greets your majesty and your highness." Suddenly, everyone started murmuring and whispering, Look, isn't that the Crown Prince? This person looks just like the Crown Prince. But how could it be him? The regent's household is very strict. Why would a proper nobleman like him set foot in a pleasure house? An official next to him spoke up, "Your Highness, the regent, about this matter." The regent, sitting beside them and drinking tea, had a displeased expression. "What?" The official, looking frightened, said, "Your subordinate offers you a cup." The regent angrily slammed his teacup down on the table. The official beside him worried to himself, "I'm doomed. Will His Highness make things difficult for me in court later?" Suddenly, the Grand Princess spoke up, "Your Majesty, this is..." Yanbai, sitting on the throne, said softly, "Come here to me." The regent's son approached and said, "Your Majesty." Yanbai happily took his hand and said affectionately, "Be good, don't say anything. With me here, no one dares to do anything to you." The regent's son smiled gently and immediately pressed Yanbai against the wall. "With your Majesty here, this commoner is not afraid." Yanbai was startled and thought to herself, although this is just a show for others, the Crown Prince pretending to be soft and weak like this is so adorable. Seeing this, the officials covered their eyes and thought to themselves, "I can't bear to watch. What decency is left? Openly flirting in broad daylight." At this moment, Yanbai leaned against the Crown Prince's shoulder and whispered, "I also think he looks a lot like the Crown Prince." Beside them, the Grand Princess looked up and scowled. "Looks a lot like him? He's the spitting image. Who are you trying to fool?" At this point, Yanbai looked towards the regent and said, "Regent, previously when I invited the Crown Prince, he couldn't handle alcohol. Even a drop would make him faint, correct?" This concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, please give a like and a share so I'll be motivated to make more videos. Remember to subscribe to watch the next episodes. Have an energetic day.